Arun Dutt Sir, Pro-Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. N.P. Singh Sir, Registrar Professor Dr. Yogendra Singh Sir, all teams and HODs, honorable guests, and all the dignitaries from different reputed institutions present here at MVN University campus. This university, with the passage of time, is growing and progressing in all these spheres under the guidance of Chancellor Mr. Varun Sharma, and is upon the mission and vision set up by late Sri Gopal Sharma with organizing events like First Leadership Conclave in association with Indian Pharmacy graduates, IPGA Palwal local chapter on the vital theme leadership management for higher education in India.
It's a moment of pride and honor to witness thought leaders, academicians and professionals from across the education sector gathered under one roof to ideate and ignite meaningful conversations around enhancing leadership in our education system. This conclave is a platform where vision meets direction and ideas translate into action.
We now begin our event with auspicious lighting of a lamp, a profound symbol of dispelling darkness and igniting the flames of knowledge and wisdom. May this divine light guide us towards the enlightening session today. I now invite our esteemed dignitaries to kindly come forward for the lighting of the lamp ceremony. it's time for MVN University.
Thank you so much for you all. And I would like to call upon Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. Arun Garg sir, Pro-Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. N.P. Singh sir, Registrar Professor Dr. Yogendra sir, Organizing Secretary of Conclave and Dean School of Pharmacy Professor Dr. Ashutosh Upadhyay to felicitate Dr. G. Jayabalan sir, newly appointed Dean of Pharmacy in Rajasthan University of Health Sciences. Many congratulations sir.
ये नीचे ये भूल हो गया।
सर उस साइड में
And I would like to call Sikhavati local chapter of IPGA to Ferry State. And I request all the dignitaries please come forward to Ferry State, sir. Can we have a huge round of applause for?
आदमी भी चेंज कर सकता है।
Thank you so much, sir. The theme for today's conclave is Leadership Management for Higher Education Management in India, a subject that resonates with the evolving landscape of our educational system. In a time where leadership is just not about the authority, but about vision, adaptability, and impact. This conclave aims to explore how effective leadership can transform higher education institutions into center of excellence, innovation, and global relevance.
MVN University wants this conclave one step up, events like held in university with eminent speakers, professors, deans, HODs, and faculty members from various reputed institutions. This conclave emphasizes nurturing future leaders with strategic decision-making skills, adaptability, and solution-driven mindset, contributing to the development of Viksit Bharat.
It is our privilege to felicitate the visionaries who have taken time out to share their wisdom with us. With utmost joy and pride, we welcome Dr. B.G. Nagbai, the founder, CEO, and senior consultant of Higher Education, Skill Development and Research Center, Mysuru. We request the Honorable Vice Chancellor of MVN University, Professor Dr. Arun Garg sir, to present a token of appreciation and a planter to our Dr. B.G. Nagbai sir, the keynote speaker of the event. And I request B.G. Nagbai sir to please come forward.
हमारा वो बैग था ना वो किधर है? इसलिए
वो यहीं पे यहीं इधर ही अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा
हाँ हाँ
इससे भी आपने
तो मैं लेट में हो जाऊँगा
अच्छा
इधर ले ऐसे एक बैग
Oh.
Sir, I'd like to give it to you. It's a book on leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you for your hospitality.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Manas Ranjan is distinguished life science entrepreneur and generative AI expert with 23 years of experience in pharmaceutical and healthcare industries. Now, I would request Pro Vice Chancellor of MVN University, Professor Dr. N.P. Singh sir, to facilitate Dr. Manas Ranjan sir, keynote speaker of the event. So, we are honored to have you among us. Can we have a huge round of applause?
It's our pleasure. We were.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Nakul Gupta is an associate professor in information management at MVI Gurgaon, specializing in high-performance informatics, particularly spital business analytics and SPC spital AI for cancer data ETL. And now I would like to invite Registrar of MVN University, Professor Dr. Yogendra Singh sir, to felicitate Dr. Nakul Gupta sir, the keynote speaker of the event. Let's have a huge round of applause for him.
आदि तो करवाई लिया
वो तो हम करा लेंगे ना।
मुझे पता है जूते तो करवाई
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, it gives me immense pleasure to call upon Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. Arun Garg sir to facilitate Professor Dr. N.P. Singh sir, today's keynote speaker. Can we have a huge round of applause?
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to call upon Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. Arun Garg sir, Pro Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. N.P. Singh sir, Registrar Professor Dr. Yogendra Singh, Organizing Secretary of Conclave and Dean School of Pharmacy, Professor Dr. Ashutosh Upadhyay, to felicitate Dr. Prasanna Raj P. Former Additional Secretary, MCI, New Delhi, and would request the dignitary to kindly felicitate sir. Let's have a huge round of applause for him.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. The event is successful with the guidance of good leaders, a leader which lays an impact on disciples and work towards a growing, nurturing environment. Likewise, our Vice Chancellor is leading example of progressive leader and is working towards the greater goal of MVN University. Professor Dr. Arun Garg sir did his post-graduation in pharmacology from Delhi University in 1986. He started his career in 1986 with research on hepatotoxicity and liver degeneration, was recognized by Indian Pharmacology Society and was awarded Dr. B. Mukherjee Award for the best paper in Indian Journal of Pharmacology. Further, he also conferred with Hamdard National Foundation Research Award for his research on Sinkara. He also bagged the Gold Medal Award for standing first position in M. Pharmacology at the University of Delhi in year 1986. He is also the recipient of prestigious Young Teacher Award by Society of Pharmaceutical Education Research (SPER) in year 2012. He has been serving as the General Secretary of Indian Pharmacy Graduates Association, IPGA, and founder of IPGA Welfare Trust. He is the life member of several associations. We are privileged to have you, sir, among us, and I request you, sir, to kindly share your thoughts and wisdom with us. Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
Good morning to all of you. Respected Professor Singh, Professor Yoginder, Dr. Nagavi, Dr. Jaybaran, my friend Manas Ranjan, Dr. Nukul Gupta, and my senior teacher Professor Ansari, my friend Ravi Malhotra, and friends from Alwar and Pilani. It's a really honor to me for giving the address for this leadership conclave. It is going to be a learning for all of us and also to me, because around 1 month back I spoke to Professor Nagavi. We wanted to have a program in MVN University and other places, and then I suggested why not MVN University. We are also much bigger than MVN University or any other university, and why we should not dream of being the best. So I invited him. He said with minimum that I just need a car from Noida to be here in this morning and back. So that's the great humble. He has been my friend from maybe last 25 years. I did my PhD studies from JSS Uti, and he was the principal of JSS Mysore. I have visited his home with my family and requested him to visit my home and meet my wife and other children. So then he decided that I will give me a date. I told that 11th April is a Friday, and mostly then I discussed with Professor Singh when it is not going to be a simple maybe lecture or a workshop from Professor Nagavi. Why don't you you make it a leadership conclave, and you give a lecture on leadership the other topic, and call somebody from MDI, so we can have a good discussion on how we can shape the leader for the new and evolving higher education. So many things are there. NEP 2020 is there, the NAC accreditation is one of the criteria, NIRF is also one of the criteria, and we have a young and senior teachers, those passive learners, so they can, and I think that we should learn from even our juniors or our colleagues. So I am thrilled to have around 50 participants. Some of them may be joining us, but a lot of my friends have already joined, and I hope we provide you excellent facilities to have this conclave, leadership conclave on the theme leadership for higher education management in India. And greetings from MVN University, and I am also thankful to the management of the MVN University for providing us and giving us 100% free hand in doing workshops and other things. We are going to have 3 workshops from Manas Ranjan in generative AI, which will be starting from 10th, then 17th, and then so it's going to be 4 to 5 hours workshop with your laptops and all those things, so to really learn, and the students are also going to be learning. So at MVN University we are doing new things, and we are trying to do the academic excellence by recruiting good teachers, professors, and providing good facilities to the students. And in fact, our students are doing well, not only in academics but in also extracurricular activities. With these words, I stop here, and Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for an increasing voice. A good leader is not the one who creates followers, but the one who creates more leaders. Professor Dr. N.P. Singh is an alumnus of CCS Meerut University, Birla Institute of Technology and Science, Pilani, and CCS Haryana Agriculture University. His research experience and interests are telecom management, business intelligence, data mining and analytics, business analytics, enterprise system, mergers and acquisitions, mathematical models for management, etc. He has published more than 100 research articles in national and international journals, supervised or supervising research work of 25 PhD scholars. He has worked at HEU Hisar Institute of Rural Management, Anand, National Institute of Financial Management, Faridabad, Management Development Institute, Gurgaon, India, and KIMEP University, Almaty, Kazakhstan. He has also taught at the Indian Institute of Management, Sirmaur, India, the Indian Institute of Management, Kashipur, India, Lomonosov Moscow State University, Russia Federation. He has completed more than 50 consulting assignments for the organizations such as the Asian Development Bank, the World Bank Project of Tertiary Education, the Government of Sri Lanka, the Ministry of MSME, Government of India, the Ministry of MSDE, Government of India, the Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Government of India, FCI, Ministry of Food and Civil Supplies, Government of India, NTPC, NALCO, SP, MCIL, etc. We are privileged to have a leader like you, sir. Let us now take a moment to invite our esteemed keynote speaker, a towering name in the world of education and leadership, by Dr. N.P. Singh, sir. And his topic is leadership and decision making.
Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
Professor Ansari, good morning to you, sir. Dr. Nadavi, our honored guest for today. Dr. Manas Ranjan, our honored guest for today. And Dr. Prasanna Raji, a very, very jolly person I found in the morning. And it was nice to talk to him for about 20 minutes. And my own student Nakul, he has let me work, so he has gone out, but I am happy that he has come to talk on the leadership here. And Dr. Garg, Vice Chancellor of MVN University, Dr. Yoginder Singh, Professor Upadhyay, the organizer of this one-day leadership conclave, and my colleague from the same university, Patel Saab, my dear faculty members, and other invitees or the participants of this one-day conclave. I welcome all of you on behalf of MVN family, and we are feeling honored that you have come all the way here, and also to my colleagues, those have come after leaving their class to attend this conclave for the one day, and also to all organizers who have done a lot of work, certainly under the leadership of the Star Office. With these words, I want to start my discussion on leadership and decision making. As far as my background is concerned, you know, I am a mathematics student. Little bit taught in management schools, but my pet subject is the history. I read history more than mathematics or the management. So I will start my discussion that what kind of the leader one should have. One of the most important trait of a leader is he has to think twice or maybe 1,000 times before they say anything. That is one of the most important traits. Why it came to my mind? Because yesterday I was listening to one professor in Brussels. This is not my data, I am quoting from him. I do not remember his name because it was a very typical name. You know, when the Vietnam War is going on, one of the leaders of the United States of America, he made a statement. Being enemy of America is very dangerous, but being friend is fatal. And this statement came from the leadership of the United States of America, but till date, no one has taken the ownership. People slightly they say that it may be Henry Kissinger, being the Secretary of the State at the time of the Vietnam War, but the whole leadership of the country could not take the ownership of the sentence. And the most dangerous part of this is that being friend of America is fatal. And that was the history of the Vietnam. Because they have supported one part of the Vietnam and then they left overnight, them to die in the hand of their adversaries. So this should be the first quality of a leader, that before he thinks, he should think twice that what he is talking. Our late Prime Minister, Sri Narasimha Rao, lesser known of many of the Prime Ministers. People used to say that when he will speak. But a leader, if he is not speaking also, then he is speaking. Then again, Manmohan Singh, he was being titled as Mon Singh, something like that. And now our present Prime Minister might have also realized it's better to be a Narasimha Rao and Manmohan Singh rather than anything else. Okay. So this is the reason that many leaders, they do not talk too much because there is a problem while you talk. Decision making is a different thing, but the talking is totally a different thing. Having said that, this is the first feature, the first quality a leader should have, that he or she should think twice, or as many as times you can quote. Then let us start with my discussion on a little bit more on the leadership, the same topic. A process whereby an individual influences a group of individuals to achieve a common goal. So a process whereby an individual influences a group of individuals to achieve a common goal. If you look into that Mahatma Gandhi, he influenced so many people across the continent, you can say that Indian continent, to follow him, and we got the independence. Nelson Mandela, if you look into. If you look into even the business leaders, the Tata, if you might have read the history of Jamsetji Tata, I want to tell you there were two persons. One was Jamsetji and one was what? Jamsetji. So these are the two different persons. Jamsetji was more visionary than Jamsetji Tata. We know JRD. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Jamsetji. And as one of the monument you can see in Mumbai, the Taj Hotel, it was the visionary view of, or the creation of Jamsetji. What he brought? He brought a rule in the Tata Empire that when an employee starts from the house or from his home till he reaches the home, he is on the job. And it's the responsibility of the Tata Group to take care of him. Later on, the same rules is adopted by the Government of India after the independence. Most of the rules of the Tata Group, they were adopted by the Government of India, which we call today as our service rules or whatever you call it. Then if you look into the jump safety, when a furnace used to be purchased in Tata Steel, along with his manager, he used to sit in front of the furnace for hours together, just to see that I can tolerate the heat or not. If I cannot tolerate the heat, then how the workers will tolerate the heat? So he used to tell his managers that do not buy such a technology, buy which you cannot work in that with that technology, then how your workers will. So what he has created, the followers, when he used to go to in front of the furnace, the workers used to say that this person is among us. We have to follow him. We have to work for him. We have to build the industry. I quote another example. I do not want to name that company because I am not sure, because ownership of the statement is also not available in the literature, but it is being often talked in the classrooms. But I could not find out the right ownership of that. One of the PSU in the West Bengal, it was known for the strikes. No CMD could stay there for more than the 6 months. So one new gentleman was elected or nominated by the Government of India or the Government of West Bengal, whatever you want to call it as a new CMD. And he decided one day that I will be successful and I will see that I am a successful. So what he did, he never told anybody that when he is coming to join the company. He went, attended at 8 o'clock, office hours were around 10. So he found that many sweepers was cleaning the offices. So he found that one person was cleaning his office also. He talked to him and he said that, he extended his hand and he said, I am your new CMD. I am your new CMD. Second with me. This gentleman was taken aback because I am a sweeper, how I can second with the CMD. Then he pleaded with him, sir, my hands are dirty. You are CMD and I am a sweeper in your office. How I can second with you? Then he quoted, a person who cleans everything, how his hand can be dirty? Our hands are dirty because we create the bad things. Your hand cannot be dirty. Then he went to another office. He went around the plant and he extended his hand to each and every worker. By the noon, there was a rumor in the company, he is our man. We will defend him till he wants to stay here and we will not go for the strike. Because most of the strike in the government factories, the lower level workers are being always instigated by the management and they do not go directly against the government or against the top management, but they take help always with the low level workers. So here, individuals influence a group of individuals to achieve a common goal. Here, Mahatma Gandhi, if you talk about the Nelson Mandela, the goal was the freedom. If you talk about this PSU, the goal was to not to have the strike in that. If you talk about the Tatas, then the goal was that workers should know that the Tata is for you. Tata is not for anyone else. So this definition fits very well, which is, I think, in my opinion, one of the best definitions of a leadership. Then I have written some more definitions because looking into the paucity of the time, I will not be sharing with you all. But similar to that, another one. Ability to influence a group towards the achievement of a vision or a set of goals. That is also a quality of what? That is the leadership. Then let me just quote you something a little bit more. What should be the characteristics of a good leader? A good leader has a clear idea of what they want to achieve and can communicate that vision to others. Example, you know that Elon Musk, you know it very well, that how powerful this man is. He has created the companies like Tesla. He has created the companies like SpaceX, where he is saying that I will make them like a Uber taxi. So if whoever has the money, they can go to the space. It's not a small task. So he is a visionary. He is what? Visionary. There is a saying, though I do not have the proof and the quote from anybody, only one person can stop the Ukraine-Russia war, and that is the Elon Musk. In one day. How? Because if he is dealing a satellite from Ukraine, it's only one day, where it can be taken over by Russia. Because Russia has its own satellites, so they do not depend on US. But the Ukraine depends on US, and US depends on who? Elon Musk. This is the reason I have quoted him, that he is a visionary. And you know what kind of a funny person he is? He is never in fence. He went to see the Trump office. One son was moving along with this, and one was there, a typical Haryanvi style. Okay. So he wants to make fun of everything. So he is a visionary. Another one is the communicating. If you heard the speech of Obama, he was one of the best speakers among the US presidents. If you look into, I'm not saying that you have to look into only the one part. If you look into Lalu Yadav, he is one of the best communicators in the Indian politics. Why? Because he speaks a language by which he can connect to the people, his own people. It's not that I speak in English or I speak in a good Hindi or any other. The typical Bihari language by which you can connect your own people, and your own people can believe that you are with them always, not only when you are in the Patna or in Delhi, but everywhere he speaks your own language. So this is the meaning of what? Communication. Another one is that if you look into the present leadership of our country, the one of the basic difference between the two leaders, one is the position and one is the position. Position never needs the paper, and he hardly commits the mistakes of words. On the other hand, opposition needs always the paper, and even though he commits the mistakes, I am not pro or anti anybody, but I am just, whatever I am saying, I am just communicating to them. So the leadership, the communication is very, very for a leader. And you know that how many leaders we have in the world? We have 8 billion leaders, because every one of us is its own leader in its own space. Because the population has now crossed 8 billion in the world. Then, integrity. Honesty and strong moral principles build trust. The people are more likely to follow someone they respect and believe in. Example is Mahatma Gandhi, because his slogan, Ahimsa, Satyamev Jayate. These are not mere slogans. They are very powerful words. Satyamev Jayate, which is still is being written on our national anthem. And what is that? Ahimsa, Parmo Dharma, or Ahimsa. I will win the freedom through Ahimsa, not by killing the people. So this was what? A very, very strong connotation of a leader, and it is being termed in the books as what? Integrity. So this is another characteristics of a leader by which you can achieve your goals and you can have your followers. Accountability. A strong leader takes responsibility for their actions and the outcomes, good or bad, of their decisions. A CEO of a company, he has the accountability that he will never devalue the shareholders' value. And if you see that this Warren Buffett, when he addresses his chief executives or executives of the different companies, he uses only one word. He do not give any speech. He says, never devalue the wealth of shareholders. Never devalue the wealth of shareholders. More than that, it is not needed. You say 100 pages or 1000 pages, it doesn't make any difference. If your shareholders are having the value for their investment, then certainly nothing better than that. Then motivating. Leaders who inspire push others to achieve more than they thought possible through the passion and example. A coach who motivates their team not just with the tactics but with the personal belief and energy often leads to the championship wins. This is true about the leaders also. This is true about the leaders also. Then empathy, understanding and sharing the feeling of others helps leaders build a strong relationship and supportive environment. A school principal who checks on struggling students or staff and offers support to say that it is a quality of a empathetic leadership. So, because something example I want to give you from the education field also. I know I was a student of Modi College, Modi Nagar, in my graduation and the post-graduation. We were having our principal, Professor C.P. Singhal. Professor C.P. Singhal, he was a chemistry professor. I have never seen a leader in education like him. He never, ever complained to anybody. I know a little bit, I was having access because my brother was also a professor in the same college, so I used to hear from him, not directly but indirectly. You know what kind of the leader he was and how the people used to respect him. He used to be always head of examiner of Meerut University during his period as the principal of Modi College. And Meerut University used to ask him to give different notices to the different centers, colleges about the examination. And university has to pay money for that. Earlier the cyclostyling machines were there. You know, there was no photocopier like that. So the department in which I was a student, that department was having a photocopier machine, cyclostyling machine. So one day Professor B.S. Goel, he said, sir, why are you making the payment? This machine belongs to the college, you are the principal. Then he repeatedly said that, no, this is the university money, I am getting it, so I have to give the account, I need receipt from you. And if you will not give the receipt, there will be a problem for me. And this was quoted to us in the morning by your professors. So what happened that C.P. Singhal decided not to use that machine. And he used to have a bicycle, old bicycle. And he went to the market on Sunday in the month of June to get his circular cyclostyle. Then he was coming back. Then Professor B.S. Goel happened to see him. Then he went to him, sir, in such a heat, where you are going? Well, you don't give me the receipt. How I can use your machine? The university will look for the receipt, otherwise how I will adjust these advances given to me. So I thought, I cannot say anything to you because you are also right. So I decided to go to the market. And this was communicated by Professor B.S. Goel to all the students that you are principal to make our life miserable. Now we will think about saying any word to them, but rather than saying to him anything, we will follow. This was the era of before emergency. The reason was known for Jayaprakash movement. Most of the student leaders were very hostile. He used to tell all faculty members, if a boy is doing copying in the exam, do not touch it, because you do not have a protection of police. I have a protection of the police. You just inform me, I will go and I will catch hold. And I will never let the student know that you have come. A small person. Sometimes some students, they just used to misbehave with him, but he used to catch hold of them. He never used to leave them. He used to say that I am like your father, you are abusing your father. But I will not allow you to go out of the building till you write that I was found copying. And if you will not listen to me, I have the power. I will call the police, I will put you down. So we used to hear every day the story of Professor C.P. Singhal. I still remember coming on the bicycle. Let me share one more thing about him because it's the educational leadership. He used to park his bicycle in Bada Babu's room because earlier days in the colleges there were two positions, Chota Babu, Bada Babu. and one principal. There used to be and one PO. There used to be 4-person office of even a big college. And Modi College was not a small college, very rich college, supported by General Modi at that time. And he was also a visionary leader. Bade Babu, one day he went to CP Singhal, professor. Sir, why are you parking your bicycle in my home? Then he says, you know, if I park it outside, the student will do something with it and they will laugh on me, your principal. This is the reason I am parking my bicycle in your home. But anyhow, you should not worry. And there was a room like this is the Bada Babu's room and this is the principal room. It used to be structured like that. Next day, the bicycle was parked in the principal. Then Bada Babu came, he says, sir, why are you parked here? Why don't you outside? I told you that. Now you were having a problem in your office. I am parked in my office. At least I have the right to park my bicycle in my office. So every day we used to listen one or the other good thing about the Professor CPC. So he was an example of empathy toward community or ecosystem of the education system. And after his retirement, the college had changed at 90. So this is one example of the empathy. I don't know why sometimes I become emotional for some of my teachers. They were great teachers. But certainly they are not listed in the textbooks or the journals. But certainly they were great persons. Having said that, few example of traits of a or style or characteristics of a leader. Then you know that you have many types of the leadership. One is the autocrat. And all of them are needed. Please, none of them is bad or none of them is good. Democratic, laissez-faire, transformational, and another one is what? Transsexual. And this is not an exhaustive list. There are many other leaders because 8 billion cannot be categorized into 5 categories. That we have to keep in mind. Let us start the first one. A leadership style where the leader centralizes the authority, dictates work methods, makes unilateral decisions, and limits employees' participation. If you look into this leadership, I am again saying the word is not good, autocratic. But sometimes this style is also create the big companies. And you know that this man is known to everyone. He is no more alive now. Steve Jobs. He was the founder CEO of what? Apple. And what was his vision? Many of my age people, you might have used a mobile phone, BlackBerry, black color, very good keyboard. And people used to show it to others that I am having what? BlackBerry. Company name is not BlackBerry. Company name was the RIN. It was an operating system, BlackBerry. When Steve Jobs thought about this, and one day the CEO of BlackBerry, he made a mention that I have created such a good keyboard that I can run my company based on that for 10 years without doing many innovations. What Steve Jobs has done? I will remove your keyboard. I will not make a mobile phone which will have a keyboard. I will not make a tablet which is having what? Keyboard. And you have seen it in all our pockets now. If you are having a mobile phone which is having the keyboard, then you are the poor man or woman. Everyone is having what? The Steve Jobs vision. That BlackBerry, I will kill you because capitalism works like that. That is the very basic definition of the capitalism. And I will make BlackBerry too bad. And now BlackBerry is no more. Just one more thing came my mind when the HP was bought by the oil. Somebody asked the HP CEO, how are you feeling? He says, very bad. I lost my company. But please do not forget, I love capitalism. And this is the feature of the capitalism, where the big fish is always eaten by smaller fish. So Steve Jobs is an example of autocratic leader. And he has created such a, I am not naming here Hitler, I am not naming here the Stalin or anyone else. Okay. But certainly you know that. And another thing he says that I will keep the weight very small. Weight of my equipments will be very small. You can carry the. I think the mobile, if you look into the iPhone, size is I think less than many of the phones which you are using. Same is the story of the tablet, same is the story of the MacBook. So this is a automatic. People, many people, they have left the Steve Jobs because of this style of working. Then Democrat. You know, this Mandela is one of the classic example of the democratic style of leadership. And this is the region that he could dislodge the British Empire from the South Africa. Because he was working in a very democratic. One of the IS officers in the Delhi administration, he was later suspended on charges of corruption. But you know, outer Delhi of Delhi is one of the largest constituency in India, as far as the number of voters are concerned. So when there was an election in South Africa or Zimbabwe, Government of India was requested by these countries to nominate some of the officers of your country who has taken part of our largest democracy as far as the elections are concerned. So this guy was one of the person who went to South Africa and Zimbabwe to conduct the elections. Then he was telling me one day, and when I was in IFM, because I was more in connect with the government persons, okay, you will not believe that after seeing a white man in the booth, many black people or women, they used to get unconscious because they were so afraid of the white people, because they were so tortured. And there was a leader who was also, most of his life was in the jail, but he was not at the jail. He was what? Democrat. This is the reason even such weak community also being put together by him to get the independence for South. And today, you know, this country is one of the best. Then another one is that. Here again, the same great person, Warren Buffett. You know, this person is living in the same house, 3 rooms, which doesn't have the wall. The 2 side roads, many times I have seen the picture, his house doesn't have the wall. He doesn't have the mobile phone. When even the Bill Gates went to meet, there was a meeting for a given number of minutes, because he says there's no commonalities between 2 of us. But Bill Gates, when he came out of his house, he communicated to the press that we are exactly similar, but in the different physical appearances. Because he is also a businessman, and he is also a businessman. Certainly, he is a technocrat also. He is more a investor, or he is more dealing with acquiring the companies and running the companies. So here it's he. It is also known as a delegative leadership. This style is characterized by hands-off management. The leader provides minimal supervision and delegates decision-making power to their team members. Warren Buffett is known for buying the companies and then letting their existing management teams run with the minimal interference. Trust people to do their jobs and rarely micromanages. Described as hands-off but highly supportive when they are needed. So this is the feature of Warren Buffett. So you do not tinker in each and every activities. You just give direction to the people and they will do your job. I again do not have the source of the data which I have read. Long back, one of the most successful Prime Minister of the UK government, he was asked by the press, what is the secret behind your success? He says, I have never taken any risk. Whenever a file used to come to me, I used to write on them, do as you deem fit by following the law. My subordinates, they do not want to displease me. They want to please me by taking the good decisions. So decisions are being taken by my subordinates, not by me. Then another, I remember one of my faculty when I was in IT, we were having a vice chancellor, other universities, who was the IPS officer. He was giving lecture on prosopagnosia. I think many, my colleagues from the pharmacy, they know what is the relationship between a Drosophila and an IPS officer. So he quoted one of my professors. Then this is strange. Even the IPS officer tells us how to do research on Drosophila. So this is another leadership. And Warren Buffett, this is what? And the British minister, it is what also a totally different leadership. Many politicians in our country, those are not educated, they are successful ministers. And many ministers, those are highly educated, they are most unsuccessful ministers. The reason being, they do not do their job, rather they do the job of a Bada Babu and Chota Babu. Because as a top man, you have to give the directions, you have to make the policies, you allow the people to work. If you will going to do a micromanagement, then there will be a problem. If you remember, Sinha was replaced by Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee as a finance minister, with whom he has replaced. A person who was not knowing anything of the finance, just once. Though the Sinha was part of the Ministry of Finance when he was an IAS officer, he was a JS before he quit the politics. Sorry, job, and he has gone to the politics. Because he was knowing that I have to take not only the financial decisions, but I have to take the financial decisions which are embedded with the political intent. Because there's no finance without politics. There's no economics without what? Politics. Because politics is always ever economics and the finance. Otherwise you cannot have your own government. Then here, again this is a typical transformational leadership. It is again in Nelson Mandela. Vision was peace, unity and reconciliation. They never killed any white after becoming the leader of South Africa. So it was a reconciliation, peace and what? Unity. So I will not read all the things. And the last example is what? Transactional leadership. Here it is what? Bill Gates. Structure, orders, because in the technology, you know, if you want to be a leader, then you have to give a company structure, orders, and clear expectation also. It is based on the idea of give and take. Leaders reward good performance in the correct or discipline, poor performance. Bill Gates, early Microsoft era, focused on results, deadlines and the standards, rewarded high performers, demanded high output. So this leadership is being called as what? Transactional style of the leadership. Then I think this is the last part of my discussion. A bit of the theories of the leadership. One is what? The trait theory. I will not read all of them. It suggests leaders are born, not made. And process certain inherent personalities and traits. This is Raja Praja model. King, son used to be always king. Then there was some variation also in that. In South, you know, in one of the dynasty, the king son will not be a king, but the eldest sister son will be the king of the dynasty. So they want to bring some changes also at the same time, but it is nothing but a dynastic rule. And this is known as a trait theory. Then in addition to that, there are few leaders, those who are not dynasty. And typical example is what? Martin Luther King Jr. Because they also have some good features. I'm not saying that this is any way, this is a bad thing to have. Like, you know, he was a big charisma and the confidence, determination, sociability. Mahatma Gandhi is also, in some cases, people say he was a born leader. And you may be knowing Abraham Lincoln. People also call it as that he was a born leader. And how many of you know that why the Mahatma Gandhi was thrown out of the train in South Africa? Was he not having something else, or he was black? This is the reason he was thrown out of the He was not educated. But from the day when I was born, and I started learning little bit, it was communicated to us because he was not a white. This is the reason he was thrown out of the train. But the fact was that it was a plan by Mahatma Gandhi himself. That there should be something so that I will be in the
There are
news.
something blacks should buy the ticket and white should not buy the ticket. So first he was a
He
black,
was having
that's
a
why he
first
was
class
for the
ticket.
ticket.
He was having a first class ticket, but not of that day. That was the only.
I have this
His
read.
ticket was for the next. So this is also a leadership style. I am not saying that it's something bad, but if you want to become popular, then you have to do something by which to attract the eyes of news and people, and it becomes a symbol of struggle also. So it was a very good move by him that how I can create some problem for the British citizen.
Sometimes Rocky sound also good. Rocky sound also good.
चलिए, आपके पास जो है ना, she is also a leader in her own. I say the 8 billion plus are the leaders. Everyone is the leader in its own sense. Then behavior theory. If you look into the people-oriented leaders, Satya Nadella, this is being treated as one of the task-oriented leaders. And like that, here it suggests that effective leadership is based on learned behavior, not just traits. Now, why the name of Satya Nadella is there? You know that Microsoft used to be called a company of the proprietary systems. But the Satya Nadella has learned that this is the era of the open source. You cannot survive in this era with the proprietary systems. So what's the big change he has brought to the Microsoft? That he has converted the whole code of operating systems or whatever the systems they have produced in an open source. Anybody can work it to all purposes. Because others are, Google is doing it, then he thought, why should I not? So he has learned from the Google and he's implemented the same thing in what? Microsoft. So this is the reason that this has been put in the category of what? Behavior theory of the leaders. Then coming to the contingency theory. Leadership effectiveness depends on the match between a leader's style and the degree to which the situations gives the leader control and influence. So here most important thing is what? Situation. Most important thing is what? Situation. So leader traits and everything cannot work alone. What is the situation? I am starting a bank, I am a good banker. But let us suppose I am starting a bank when there is a recession. I may not be successful because the situations are not what? The favorable. I'm starting a political party, or I'm starting like if you take about education only. You know, there was a time when the team used to go to recognize or recommend a college to start. Then we used to laugh in the taxis that this is a building fit for a school, let us go there also and convert that also in a degree college or engineering college or management college. For what? I'm sorry. And today what is happening? Situation, if I want to open today a college, situation is not the same. So Birlas, when they created the bits, they have become the education leader. But today they could not sustain the bits also. For the money they have gone to Hyderabad, they have gone to so many bar, and then they have gone to Dubai also. And they have made a rule that if somebody is not getting admission in India, you can come and we will give you admission in Dubai, whatever marks you have. So the leader also, its success and failure and behavior also depends on what? Situation. Now, today if you look into this Apple CEO, Now, you know their main factory is what in China. How much is the tariff today? 145 now, dear. 125 was few days, I think 145. Now you see that with 145 tariff, and where is the market for the iPhone? It is again in America. Who will buy it? So now the same cook maybe become a cook in kitchen rather than being the cook of iPhones. So it is what the situation is more important.
But they have airlifted 600 tons from India.
Then Ratan Tata, the former chairman of the Tata Group, he was known for his stable business models. But, you know, as the situation arises, he became a very volatile leader by acquiring these two companies. What is that? Otherwise, the Tata Group is known as, people used to say, कि भाई Tata की नौकरी कर रहा है, बोला सरकारी नौकरी कर रहा है. Hiring, firing is not the culture of the Tata. Acquiring the companies recklessly is not the culture of the Tata. But he has done because situation has changed. Because he believes that we cannot survive without the new technology. So there are two ways to acquire the technology. Either you acquire the technology or you acquire the companies. When you acquire a company, then you come with the skills also, you come with the technology also, you come with the customers also. Then the last thing is transformational leadership. Whiteman says, never forget your roots. So always have something from your own roots also. So Narendra Modi is being termed in the textbooks as a transformation. Reason being, Make in India, Digital India, Swachh Bharat, aimed at transforming the governance, infrastructure and cleanliness, charisma, vision and policy driven transformation. And no investment in many cases. Like if you look into this gas subsidy, the soy gas subsidy, here only that if you can fill those holes where the money is going, you can give some of the people the free gas. So this is nothing but what part of what transportation. Another example in the leadership is being Merkel, or former Chancellor of Germany. You know, the unification of the Germany, 2008 crisis, then European unity, and then they become, under her leadership, Germany has become one of the most powerful financial country of the whole Europe. You know, in Swiss, or many countries in Europe, their daughters were told by their mothers, never marry a German person. So their reputation was so bad. And under her leadership of 14 years or plus years, she has changed that everyone wants to marry a German because they have what? Money. And this is also a typical example of transformation. Now, if you take the Narendra Modi also, yesterday I was listening to the same professor from the Brussels. He made a statement that he was anti-Ukraine war. So he also had his own thinking process. He said that if we talk about the power today, then the world talk about America, world talk about Russia, world talk about China. To a certain extent, India. But if you look into the Europe is not in that category. If you look into the African Union, it is not in that category. So at least that we have been brought into the category of what? Russia, China and what? EU. So this is the transformation of the country from a position of a third world country to an emerging economy, to a developed country. After that, now the new word is being coined as an emerging economy. And then it is being put in the league of few countries, those are known as the power. Coming to little bit more, what's the time by the way? My time is over? Okay, fine. No problem. Let me talk about my two favorite leaders. One is Mukesh Ambani. His decision style is that walking on 6 legs. Walking on 6 legs. And he made a mention sometimes. My strategy is a Makoda strategy. because Makoda has how many legs? 6. Meaning is what? You ask from the 6th consultant, but he is autocratic. His power is what? Centralized also at the same time. Take the lead from the 6 consultants and then you take the firm decision, control it completely until it is being implemented or it is being done. So this is the style of what Mukesh and then he believes in the disruptions. He believes in what? Disruptions. Geo is a typical example of what? Disruption. And then he forces the policy disruptions. Because if you remember, there was a no rule in the government of India about number of days you can provide the free service if you are a service provider. When Jio came and he has taken over the whole market of telecom, then the government of India came with a policy that no company can provide more than 90 days free service. By that time, it was a loss to the government of India, 5,000 crores. Because when there is free service, no money, then from where you will get the tax. So he has created the disruption, not only in the technology, in policy and also in the finance. So this is his strategy. And then another leader which I like most, because it provides job to my graduates, what is his name is Adani. He is a very, I need to say, courageous leader of business. Mukesh Ambani plays on the equity. He opens a company, take 20%, you take 20%, give me the money, I will run the company. Adani believes in that. So here it is being mentioned to you that high risk, high reward mentality this person is having. This person is heavily investing in what? Infra. And then ports, power and lost. And now he controls the oldest profession of India for the sake of India, which is the oldest profession in the world. And what is that? And most profitable business, human trafficking. Because now he controls the 18 ports of the country. Number may be varying because sometimes there is a share holding is changing. But he is a very courageous leader and he goes by that. What's the advantage of that? 14 ports, and just I want to communicate the one data to you, if I am getting it clear. Yeah, this is that. Who will worry about this debt? Not Adani, GOI. If he doesn't pay this money, your banking sector will go to bankruptcy. So the people will allow him to work. And you know that alone, somewhere it is being mentioned when he bought ACC and Gujarat Apurza, it was another 600 crores debt. So he plays on what? Debt. Mukesh Ambani plays on disruption and what? Equity. So these are the two great industries of our country. This is their decision style. And with these words, I thank you organizers, my own colleagues, and I again thank my guests who are here with us, and they will be sharing their thoughts with us. Thank you very much. 600 billion. This is the debt. I was saying that there is somewhere the data, but I was not doing how many slides.
Thank you so much, sir, for the insightful presentation. Your words always leave an impact upon us. Now, with the utmost joy and pride, we welcome Dr. B.G. Nagway, the founder, CEO, and senior consultant of Higher Education Skills Development and Research, HESDAR Center, Mysore. A visionary academician, Dr. Nagway has trained over 7,200 faculty members in outcome-based education curriculum, design, assessment, communication and ethics across 40+ institutions in India and abroad. Formerly founding Dean of RKA College of Pharmaceutical Science, UAE, has pioneered practice-based UG, PG and research program in pharmacy. He established India's first academic-based community pharmacy at JSS Mysore and played vital role in global organizations like FIP, APTI and IPA. He has over 80 publications, guided 40 PGs and 5 PhD, and has delivered at least 160 plus national and international talks. He is a recipient of APTI Distinguished Teacher Award. Dr. Nagui is recognized globally for his groundbreaking contribution to pharmacy education, clinical pharmacy practice, and academic leadership. We are truly honored to have you, sir, among us. Sir will be delivering his speech on deemed and private universities, transformation beyond acceleration. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much. We have 5 minutes to 12. How much time do I have? It's given there 45 or 50 minutes and around 40 minutes. That's good. Thank you very much. Can I have caller mic if you have? So, no, 5 minutes. Thank you. Good morning to each one of you. Thank you very much for coming for this important leadership conclave here, and greetings to all of you. Professor Singh has given a wonderful presentation on leadership. I will carry forward the same legacy. I'll bring you to academic leadership. I've been talking quite a lot about academic leadership. I will make a statement and then we'll try to see how we can build on it. We have leaders everywhere. He mentioned that. I will repeat, in academia, we have plenty of leaders, but leadership is rare. We have plenty of leaders, but the leadership is very rare. So think about it. Okay? Before I start, I would like to give you greetings of Mahavir Jayanti. That's one of the important reasons I landed up in Delhi. Yesterday was Mahavir Jayanti. Greetings to all of you. Day before yesterday, I was in Vijay Bhavan for a global chanting of our Naukar mantra, which was held in more than 50-60 countries simultaneously. Our Honorable Prime Minister was there when we were chanting in the Vijay Bhavan. It was for global peace and global friendship. When I was traveling in the car from Noida here, I was just searching the website of MVN University. 2 things, they struck my mind, a positive chord. Number 1 was the motto of the university. What is the motto of MVN University? Hello, anybody here from MVN? Igniting minds. It is written also there. It is written also there. This is what, is very, very essential today. We need to ignite the minds of the people because these minds are colonial minds. Now we have a mindset, I always call, we have colonial mindset. We need to change this mindset. And we are at it for the last 9 to 10 years, only focusing on this. I will share with you. That's one thing that I was attracted. That also mentioned that, you want to develop visionary leadership in higher education with core values. The second thing that attracted my attention is that you want to produce visionary leadership in higher education with core values. Core values means, of course, it's understood, it's core human values. Okay, with that, sir, let's make a beginning. Okay, I need to change from here. Do you have a slide change or something like that, sir? Can you? Just can I get? Okay, very good. Thank you. I'm trying to list some outcomes here. General outcomes and very smart specific outcomes. This whole thing is available here. The gentleman who is operating here, and it can be emailed to those who are reading. Because I may not be reading all that and going. I'll be rushing because I have 30-35 slides and I am having only 35-40 minutes. I've started 5 minutes. I will close at 12:30 or 12:35. I'm going to give you some gist of the first conclave we had in the IPGA University in Bangalore in 2023. Then give you some gist. In February we had the second conclave of deemed and private universities in Bangalore. But I am trying to describe what I was doing in Rasalkhaima in UAE when I was the founding dean of the Pharmacy College in the Health Science University there. There I will give you some 3 areas where we need to strengthen quality. Somebody is talking about quality, how we can strengthen our quality. Next please. These are the specific outcomes I have written for my presentation in 35-40 minutes. We'll try to identify key focus areas beyond accreditation. Today, accreditation in some way has become a bad word. Ranking has become a bad word. In the public domain, the public have lost faith in accreditation. I don't want to say more than that. All of you know, it's all in the public domain, it came in paper, everything. So therefore, can we go beyond that? I'm not saying here accreditation bad, ranking is bad. No, I'm not here. They are definitely good because they have a purpose. But in India, the problem is implementation. Everywhere we have a problem of implementation. So we need to rethink that, and we are implementing and we are transforming whatever we are doing. And I will show
Most
you.
important is the honesty. If we are going for the accreditation,
Yes.
we are a part of this accreditation.
Yes, sir, that has
We
gone
must
for a
be
toss.
honest in this
That has
process
gone for a
because-
toss today.
Yeah.
That has gone for a toss. That is the whole thing is that you have to keep in mind.
So as sir has also said, if you are a leader, you must have empathy, you must have honesty.
Yes, integrity is a must.
Being the leader in educational ecosystem, if we are the part of education, we must be honest to doing all the things of the university in a
Yes.
friendly manner. Good.
But what's your good name, sir? Let's give you a big hand. You're bold enough to take to that. Your name, sir?
Dr. Srivardhan Dhiman.
Lokesh
Dr. Srivardhan Dhiman.
Srivardhan Dhiman.
Yeah, I'm
Where are
Deputy
you working?
Director IPC here.
You are the IPGA director.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. In policies, we say the best policy is what? Honesty.
Honest.
Honesty is the best policy. Rest of the policies will come later. So if we keep that in mind, a lot of things can be done better. Okay, transform engaging universities academically. See today, what has happened in the country today approximately, there are 1,300 or 1,400 universities in our country. That has been raised to 5,000 and 6,000 and all give it aside. If you take it as 1,400, 50% of them are in the private sector. As deemed universities and private universities and some as autonomous institutions. What is the problem with these universities? When a university is given, there are three autonomies given to them. What are they? Financial autonomy, administrative autonomy, and academic autonomy. Financial autonomy and administrative autonomy is taken care by the management. They fix the fees within the framework of the government. They create posts, they appoint people, they found suitable within the framework, go on. But what about academic autonomy? Not much is happening in 97-98% of the universities. I am talking only deemed and private universities. So therefore I call them, earlier you were an affiliated college, now you are an affiliated university. Where is the university? What is the university for? And I go to each one of them and tell them, I will show their act and show them the first sentence itself is written there. To design, instruction, teaching and training for the students and assessment for the students. It's not happening for some reason or the other because we do not have true academic leadership. We have to build that. I'm not here to complain. We have to build that. That's exactly what we are doing in the things, and I will share with you. We have developed in the last 8 to 9 years we are in this business. After I returned from UAE in 2016, we ran some program. 2017 officially we are doing only this focused activity. How can we transform our deemed and private universities academically? We have developed a toolkit for that, which over a period of 6 to 8 months will academically transform you the UG program. I'll talk probably more about that when I come to BPharm program, which I am very good, and I will share with you some success stories of transformation in UG, the Amrita University in Kochi, and I am very happy to see the hospital board here in Faridabad. Then identify 3 or 4 areas that you can implement and enhance the critical thinking and problem solving skills. See, NEP 2020 cries that your students should be problem solvers, critical thinkers. Tell me, NEP 2020 we have mentioned, where is it implemented? NEP 2020 is 5 years old. Where is it implemented? Sir, tell me your hand on your heart. Is it less than 50%? Less than 25%? Less than 10%? I will give you 3 choices. less than 10%. Then why are we existing here as a university? NEP is an aspirational document of the government. It cannot implement itself. Of course, they have not designed properly the mechanism of training people, reviewing that, monitoring that, etc., etc. But who should implement that? You have to implement in academia. You have to implement in academia. Very safely we are riding behind. Oh, we will do what the regulators are saying. This is what people tell me. Then why are you in university?
Actually, it requires courage to implement new education.
So we have come here, sir, to build some courage in that. Okay? Let me move on. Okay. So change the focus from teaching and teacher-centric to learning and learner-centric higher education. Our education today is teacher-centric. Teacher with all the qualification, experience, complication, patents will go and bombard the students with what the teacher knows, without realizing whether it is needed or not, whether the student will learn or not, and it is content-centric. Take a huge book and start teaching that. So what we have lost in the process, which is followed internationally, student-centric and learning-centric. They are not taught, but learning hasn't happened. How much it has happened? You should see, then of course, a lot of people, everybody is A plus, A double plus, and got that. When they come on the street, they are unemployed. Anyway, next sir. I have a small video here, I don't know whether you can show, but go to the next slide. You can try that, in the meantime, otherwise leave it there. Yeah, I'm just giving a gist of what happened in our Bangalore conference on conclave of deemed and private universities. Key takeaways. I'm talking to B.Pharm because I'm basically a pharmacist. Spent almost, this is my 46th year of teaching and learning pharmacy. I started taking classes in 1979. I'm a product from an institution which is not very far from here, Pilani. I did my master's and PhD from there, way back in 1980. What we're talking today in the country, NEP 2020, CBCS, choice-based credit system, increasing the formative assessment from 25-30% to 50%, 60%. I was seeing and practicing that 46 years back. Sir, in your university, who's from pharmacy here, raise your hand. Yes, madam, what is the formative assessment marks average? Continuous assessment. 25, 75, 30, 70, कितना है? Weightage कितना है? 30, 70. 30 marks for during the semester assessment.
Yes.
70 marks at the end of the semester assessment. More or less same for theory and practicals. In which Pilani when I was PG student and later a faculty, around 80s, 46 years back, already 60, 40 in all the courses, in some courses 70, 30. And you being a university with unitary colleges, it is implementable. It is very difficult to implement in Rajasthan University of Health Sciences, where he has varieties of courses of a different color, but you can easily implement. But are you ready to implement? I am here to sensitize you on that. Next, sir. Yeah, reduce the, see, 1 minute, go back. See, today, B.Pharm. What is the total credits for a 4-year course? I have written there, yeah, approximately 221 credits. What is the international standard of credits and national standard of credits? UGC has said how many credits should be there for a 4-year course? Sir, 160. I don't know how many of you know, I am just telling you because I have to move forward. 160 credits. It is 61 credits more than what UGC recommends. What is the international standard? 120 credits. 15 credits per semester, 30 credits per year, 30 multiplied 4 120, little here and there, you can go up to 140. When I was in UAE, our credit was only between 150 and 155. Here, 221. So much is sitting there. That's why you keep on crying, sir, there is no time to do anything. And many people are using too much of documentation and all. You talk to them, then they say, no, sir, we are very busy with NRF ranking. Then we are busy with this inspection, we are busy with accreditation. And say, well, then what about teaching? Sir, teaching has taken the backseat. But mixing class.
Our time,
Sir?
what is called not external, used to be College of Council of Delhi. So when I did MCOM, they were having no international. Just you have to qualify to 50% of marks, that will be conducted by the university. And then for the admission for marks test, no practical marks were there. So,
Yeah. See, he is speaking. He is doing like this. So that means there are a lot of questions and issues. Am I right, sir?
but sir, that was good also. You know,
No,
people
no, no.
are.
No, you may say good, but it doesn't fit with the international
Because
model.
scenario might be like that.
That time it's okay. That time it's okay. When I was went to Mysore to become a principal of a college at a very young age of 31 years, there were only 5 people, 4 or 5 people with PhD in the whole state of Karnataka. But today I go to any institution, 50%, 70%, 80%, 90% are holding PhDs. And what are they doing? What are they doing? Where is innovation? Where is flexibility? Nowhere. Nowhere. Simply they are teaching what is being taught, and we have not empowered them. We have not awakened we have not ignited their minds. Forget igniting the minds of the students. We talk only first igniting the minds of the teachers. We don't go from HR center, don't go and talk to students at all. No, we don't train students. People ask, no, we don't. We train only faculties because our very strong belief is that if there is one faculty who is knowledgeable, skillful, with the right attitude and good communication skills, can manage 60 to 100 students in the classroom. So why should I go to, instead of doing 100 students in the classroom, I want to talk to 100 faculty members and change their mindset, generate their mind. That's exactly what we do. Yes, sir, basket of electives have to be done. None of the universities I come across, for person's sake, somebody says, sir, 1 elective, 2 electives are there, but they are not there systematically, which is implemented in early 80s, even before. Yes, sir, we are working on that. Yes, sir. Next. Yeah, I told you, weightage of internal marks in many universities is 25, 75. But NEP says you have to significantly increase. Where are we increasing? No. NEP is forgotten. In fact, nobody now talks about NEP itself. When it was said, 1 or 2 years, there was some states said we are going to implement our will be the first state, this and that. Now everybody has simply stopped because they are waiting for the NEP 2025 or 2030 to be told, and again forgotten. You cannot do that. In education, at least you cannot do that because education is the only instrument for social change. Write down somewhere if you want. Education is the only instrument for social change. If you want to bring about a change, education. And you are the kings and queens of that education. When you are in the classroom, you are the king. Nobody can come and disturb you. Nobody can even tap and come inside. Then you have that authority and power. Why are you not using that? What is holding you back? I want to listen from you later. Yes, sir. Light but tight regulation. We have tight regulation. Unfortunately, that has been told in every document. We are a country who are over-regulated country. We are a over-regulated country in every aspect. Education is no exception. Next, sir.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes, I want questions only.
Yeah, we are being taught to do our curriculum, design in local language. For example, I am in Haryana. I got moved to Mysore. Then I need to get my education for my, curriculum structure.
I got your point, sir. Pose a question to me now. I got your point.
And second
Ask me a
question I
question.
have.
No, you didn't ask me a question.
I have
You made an
another
opinion.
question. I have another
You made an opinion. You ask a question to me.
No, but how to cope up, how the teacher will cope up the language barrier because India is a vast country. It has so many languages, and you are saying that we develop curriculum in the language of the certain region, right? That's your plan in NEP 2020?
No, NEP 2020 recommends that.
Recommends that.
Recommends
And
that.
it is
Hold on.
working on the
Hold on, sir. I am talking more fundamental.
And another question I have.
No, let me answer this question to you first.
Okay.
I am talking more fundamental. You have already gone up 1 floor. I'm talking more fundamental, that we are not doing what we are supposed to do properly. Implementing NEP 2020 in true spirit and courage. You don't have flexibility. CBCS you are not adopted. You have not raised the assessment system and more fundamental. You are saying language. You want my comment on that language? Right now, official communication language in your university is English. English, am I right? So keeping that, I am talking, sir, now. If you tell me, sir, can I offer B.Pharm program in Hindi? Yes, go ahead and do it.
Sir, the similar question I have asked to Professor T.V. Kittamani. In a session, I was there in India Habitat Center in New Delhi in a session of 5-day for NEP 2020.
Oh, 5 days program?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So I have asked the similar question as Professor Vineet Kumar has asked to you, because the regional language would be the barrier one day. There will be two schools of the students. There will some students will be the white and some in the grey and some in the black. Actually, the theory of the education says.
Ask me a question. I got your point. Ask me a question, I will answer. Or you want me to take from what you said and answer your question?
You know,
If not, I will answer your question partly.
the
I will answer
question
your
was
question.
remain unanswered.
No,
that
it's
time
not
also.
unanswered. It's not unanswered with me. I will tell you, up to 10th standard, I studied in my mother tongue only, Kannada. I am from a small village with close to 2,000 population. I went on barefoot with half chaddi to the school up to 7th standard.
But in
Then
graduation, my
hold on, let me complete. I am telling you what I did. Then I did my BSc, then I did my B.Pharm in English medium. I learned English also, not that I could not learn, and yes, I learned, and I came to British learning because of my character, everything is there. So therefore, it is not, I am for teaching in the regional language in an appropriate manner, not suddenly change it to everything. Some core courses in first year, can you change it to local language? Give an option to the student, that's what people are doing. That's what choice give to the student.
our concern is that
What is your
graduation.
answer?
Can I answer?
Yes.
Do you think that a village student or a rural student of Haryana, all are going to England and America? All, really, 100%? No, it is not needed. Everybody teaching in English is not needed for our country. It is only Britishers who implemented that. If you are a good learner in Hindi or Haryanvi or Marathi or Urdu, then also you can learn the science. चाइनीज के अंदर और जापानीज के अंदर कोई वो इंग्लिश में नहीं पढ़ाते, ठीक है? जर्मन भी अपनी लैंग्वेज के अंदर पढ़ के कितना साइंस कर रहे हैं और कौन सी स्पेस के अंदर जा रहे हैं। ये तो सिर्फ हम हैं बेवकूफ, क्योंकि हमारे दिमाग के अंदर डाल ही ये दिया गया है कि इंग्लिश पढ़ो, इंग्लिश पढ़ो, इंग्लिश पढ़ो। वो गांव का जो आदमी है जो इंग्लिश पास ही नहीं कर सकता, मेरे फादर पढ़ाते थे गांव के अंदर, और मतलब बहुत सारे लड़के फेल हो जाते थे। वो कहते हैं इंग्लिश नहीं पास होती कि कुछ अरे तो जरूरी है क्या?
You got the answer,
Not
right?
ready.
Got the answer. Thank you very much, because I have only 15-20 minutes left. Yes, sir. Next. I'm going to leave you with more questions. These are some photos of the IPGA University program. We were about 16 or 18 people there, representing 7-8 institutions. Next, sir. There is some discussion session going on. The one in Kovac, that lady who was speaking is the dean and the principal of the College of Pharmacy in Amrita University in Kochi. Samita, he is the change maker. She has implemented changes in the B.Pharm curriculum completely. Dr. Ramesh is the dean in the IPGA University, where we are working very, very closely with these universities, bringing transformation. Next, sir. Yeah, second conclave of the deemed universities and private universities we had in Bangalore in 2025 February, just 1.5 months back. Some recommendations are written there. Set up training and research to help member institutions, teachers to adopt new pedagogies which are AI driven. In the American these days I see AI, everybody is being bitten by the AI bug, and he is going to talk about that and put more bugs to you about AI. But I listen to AI, yes it's good, but I believe more on HI. What is HI? Human intelligence. Sir, there are 1,600 laptops sitting here in me. According to that terabyte, I read, I think the slide there, let me see. this human intelligence can overtake artificial intelligence. This is my line of argument. But however, AI can be used for routine jobs where thinking is not necessary. You want to take attendance, you take. You want to put a camera there, face identification, then only to identify regular student inside the classroom. Otherwise, say, no, you cannot enter. This kind of routine thing, examination, assessment, you want to, MCQ, you want to do a system to do it, okay, it will help you. But it cannot replace you. Some people are threatening that your job will be lost, or you will be lost. No, this they were saying when the computer came also. They were threatening that computer will replace. Have they replaced? No, they cannot replace you. Provided you do the right thing that is needed for the society and the students. That is the problem today. Students are not engaging with you properly because you are not giving them what they want. You are giving them what you have. No, it will not work in the 21st century. Students of today are different. I call them 21st century students. They are already 25-year-old. 3 batches of them have already passed out from your institution with a B Pharma degree. 3 batches have passed out. But are you concerned what they want to learn and how they want to learn? Probably not. In my opinion, not. Because your textbook is a rule book for you and you are doing your right job. That's all. No. Because these are the children who are born with mobile phone, laptop, iPad, iPhone, then all these kind of other gadgets around them, social media, WhatsApp, Facebook, you know all that. So you think they will come and listen to your lecture? What they don't know, Professor Google will tell them instantaneously 24/7. What is the great thing that you are doing? Professor Google is telling them 24/7 what they want. There are videos, there are this, there are that, everything is available to them. That's why they don't find your lectures interesting. They complain. There are so many issues of engagement. Anyway, so they said voice our concern to the regulators and the government so that autonomy is implemented in true spirit. Because a lot of people think we are not autonomous. Regulators have to tell us. Anyway, enhancing ethical orientation of stakeholders because there are a lot of ethical issues. Higher education is not an exception to that. Every field of our engagement today is having ethical issues. But we ourselves have to see that education is not corrupted to that extent that it is not possible to repair. It is in whose hand? It is in your hand. It is in your classroom. It is in your examination. When ethics comes, I always tell, ultimately it becomes an individual issue. You cannot blame anybody. Are you ethical or not? Do you want to practice ethics or not is the core issue. You answer that, then have a mindset and then move forward. Oh, उधर ये हो रहा है, मैं क्यों नहीं कर सकता? उधर भी ये हो रहा है, मैं क्यों नहीं करूँ? ये गलत है. Organizing so much consultation, we are doing all this. Next, sir. Oh, there are 36 participants, 6 OECs, 6 registrars, 6 deans, 6 principals, 6 speakers, international leading all that in that Bangalore meeting. Next, sir. Yeah, these are the some. We had 6 vice chancellors, there 6 CEOs, 6 deans. Yes, sir. 1 or 2 international speakers. Next, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I want to come to this now. This is about a story of about 2 months back. I'm in Mysore. And Infosys has a big office in Mysore. Read the Narayan Murthy's. Mass layoffs of Infosys as company terminates 700 freshers. 700 freshers were terminated. What is the reason? Problem of Indian higher education. Warning bell for you. Warning bell for you, not for me. I am a change maker in some way, but you are the real change maker. Behind you, besides you, they are in front of you. Okay? When teaching is not valued in universities, this is the outcome. Are you valuing your teaching?
What was the problem of parent?
Sir, they were not up to the mark because the training, skill training.
Garbage out.
They have been given certificates. They know nothing, they cannot do anything.
But why they were recruited?
No, they were recruited, underwent some 2 months or 3 months of training.
Training before that.
They make an ordinary material and make them extraordinary by giving training. They could not imbibe. Because the base is not there. properly.
He terminated Sikka also.
Huh?
He terminated Sikka also without any reason.
Who Sikka?
CEO.
No, the CEO. That's a different thing.
Sir.
We need to reward teaching more and remove excess focus on research matrices. He gives a message here. He says, you know, there is again the accreditation bug is there, and the AI is the second bug, and the other bugs are patents, publications. This is another two very important bugs that we need to institutions.
Sir, one thing, if you have a chance, can you ask this man to be a chairman of a ordinary engineering college rather than sitting in Ahmedabad?
No. He is, sir, for your information, he was the chairman of NIE in Mysore, where he graduated from. NIE is National Institute of Engineering.
It was a private college?
It's a private college.
Old college?
Very old college. More than 50 years.
College?
Huh?
Reputed college.
Very reputed
That's why
college.
I'm saying, no. My message is this only. Like my university today, I have started a college. Ask him to be the chairman of that. Revive that. जो already built हैं, उनका क्या करना है? अब IIC को जरूरत है कि
नहीं है सर, वो नहीं आएगा, मैं बताता हूँ आपको, वो नहीं आएगा।
नहीं आएगा।
हाँ, वो नहीं आएगा।
नहीं आएगा।
हमको बदलना है, आपको बदलना है। रियलिटी आपको ज़्यादा पता है। सर नेक्स्ट। Problem in academia. This I think we can skip, sir. This is a statement because of the corruption and all that was happening. Which the director says we need to bring in more, accountability, more transparent systems and things like that. This is what I was doing. I will tell you a summary of changes. Curriculum in UAE when I was there, we used to change every year. Minor changes, not substantive changes, non-substantive changes. One course sitting in first year, push it to second year comes to first year, like that. Change the credits from 3 credits to 2 credits. Lab is there in both the courses in the year 2 odd and even semester. We found that that's not necessary, it's repetition, like that. Yes, sir. I will not read all this. Anybody wants, mathematics, one I will read. Mathematics of 3 credits is reduced to 2 credits. Mathematics is taught compulsorily to every student who joins B Pharma program. Is it there here? Yeah. Is there? How many credits it is? Or how many lectures per semester?
Mathematics में engineering में नहीं रहा।
30 lectures. 30 lectures is only 2 credits. It's okay, 2 credits. And it's there in semester 1 and semester 2 or only one course? One semester, first semester, that's all. That's exactly what we did. Initially we had 3 credits because it was the recommendation of the ministry. They had recommended some 7 or 8 general education courses like mathematics, computers, English, beginning English and professional English, learning in Arabic, research, statistics, methodology, research methodology like that. We reduced. We say that, no, the regulator is sitting here and saying, how can I change? No, you have to justify it for the regulator.
Then it will make rather than 221 to 270.
Sir?
Then credit will go to 270 if you
Anyway, sir, next. Go to next. Here and there I will read. Anybody want the slides? The slides are available.
Sir, Nagavi sir.
Yes, sir.
There was some doubt. Can you clarify that?
No, he said by increasing the credit, the workload will go.
No, by adding so many things, then the credit hours will
Where
go.
is the mark to increase the credit hours?
No. This is what is happening when people are sitting from the regulator side at the table to review the curriculum. What they do is they add more credits. They add more material there. They have no concept of reducing the material at all. We sit and say, we don't say reduce the credits and all, we say optimize.
Can we change PCI syllabus and post-credit? Can we change, able to change PCI credit?
See here, you only tell me, madam. You tell me before I tell.
No, we can't change.
You can't change. See, madam, you can change. Then why are you a university? Why are you a private university? You go and read your act. The first act, jobs and responsibilities written. This is where igniting the mind comes. We have to ignite the minds of the faculties that you can change. We have changed that. I will show you. Next, sir. Go ahead. Go ahead. These are all small changes here and there. Yeah, identify few focus areas beyond accreditation. You have to do justice to my job. Next, sir. Yeah. Looking beyond ranking and accreditation. Because laptop. What is that? Curriculum and regulation. Yeah. Systematic implementation of curriculum and regulation. Wherever I go ahead. What is Bloom's taxonomy, sir? Hello? What is Bloom's taxonomy?
Bloom's taxonomy is a classification of the learning method is starting from a...
Yeah, how many classes are there? How many categories are there?
7 classes are there.
Under which category? Now you are on the track, but you said 7.
Yeah.
But there are only 3 first categories. Subcategory you are telling me. Which are the 3 categories under which Benjamin Bloom classified learning?
Sir, can I? Whatever is at 70, you tell us.
You tell. Sir, I know what he tells you.
No, just right now I'm just not, in a systemic manner, but there are the learning, there is a creativity, there is application.
Because this is the problem wherever I go. People don't have the fundamentals of Bloom's taxonomy. They don't know what is Bloom. Benjamin Bloom, many times they are hearing for the first time. Benjamin Bloom was a great educational psychologist who, way back in 1950s, early or mid-50s, said how students learn. He classified them into 3 categories: knowledge, skill, and attitude. Under knowledge, what is it? 7 under knowledge, there are 6 tiers. Rote learning or memorizing learning, understanding and learning, application learning. These 3 are called as low order thinking skills. Lots. We are all stuck in this. Higher order thinking skills, he said, analytical thinking and learning. Analytical thinking and learning, formulative thinking and learning, and problem solving and creative learning. We are nowhere near there. All the time we are busy in completing the curriculum, completing this, asking them the questions after questions. What is this? What is that? Define this, define that. Give me example of this. Critical thinking is not there. Where is the problem? Problem solving is not there. Your student will never become problem solver because you have not put it in the curriculum. Yes, sir. So, go back. We train people on Bloom's taxonomy and learning, curriculum design. We train 5 days program. All our programs are 5 days program. Train them on first one, second one, curriculum design. We make you design curriculum according to your choice, not our choice. Then structured review of that curriculum, vetting, and then give you a soft copy of the curriculum, which should go before the Board of Studies, University Academic Council. Then the registrar of the university has to communicate it to regulatory bodies for ratification. Next, sir. Yeah. Beyond ranking, structured, confidential, computer-based surveys from primary stakeholders about the course, faculties and facilities. This I asked in the university. Yes, sir, we are also doing, for namesake, they distribute some 20 copies of some feedback questionnaire, ask the students to mark, or you will ask some students and alumni put something. No, this has to be done every semester for every course and every faculty. When I was the dean there, and the university, there were 2 people doing only this job. It was called Institutional Effectiveness Office, or it was called Institutional Research Office. Their job was every semester take systematic feedback from the students about the course they have studied and about the faculties under whom they have studied. There are criteria, very critical criteria. That becomes a real mirror to see your own face there. And use it for not for policing. No, it's not used for policing. It's used for improvement. Yes, sir. Next. Third one, problem-based learning. People talk problem-based learning. Without naming the state in the college, almost about 2004 or 5, I went to a state and went to a college. They said, sir, please come and teach us problem-based learning. We conducted a 3-day program there. 3-day program. And trained them, and we came after a couple of years. I met one of the senior persons in the international conference. I said, what happened to the PBL, sir? What is the state? He said, sorry to say, sir, nothing has happened there, but people are going around and delivering lectures on problem-based learning.
That is the main problem.
No, they have not implemented PBL in their courses and in the institution, but they are going and delivering lectures on PBL, how to implement PBL, because our problem is implementation in our own institution, in our own course. So, PBL, if you implement systematically, it will shift the students from lots to hots. Lots, low order thinking skills to high order thinking skills. Problem is the starting point for you. we have 5 days program on this. Next, sir. Can you play this, sir? PBL is done for kids, sir. Why are you not for university? I don't know. You just see here. There you have to click, sir.
Escape करिए पहले.
Escape नहीं. उधर कसम लिया है. हाँ इधर शुरू हो गया. शुरू हो गया. शुरू हो गया. Watch it carefully. क्या है problem based learning? When a kid can do that, your students cannot do it. Problem is igniting the minds. Igniting whose minds? Yes, madam, whose mind?
Teachers.
Oh, no. Student is very far away from me. Igniting whose mind, madam?
First teachers.
Teacher's mind.
Yes.
Igniting faculty's mind.
नहीं वो रस्सी बांधना पड़ेगा ना पुल के रस्सी नहीं
लगा के
बांधते
छोड़ देना इसको. That management in universities can definitely do that.
Teacher was करेंगे lab में class.
Sir, fast. I've left with maximum 5 minutes.
Difficult to cover.
How you can transform, redesign smart program outcomes. I have seen many programs outcomes of the colleges and the courses. They are all copycats, that kind of stuff. Copycat, because we are very good in all this. It's not correct. You can't do it. The SDAR Center is focusing only on this. We are a team of about 20 people in the country who are 90% of them are retired but passionate about teaching and learning. Yes, sir. Increase FA. Yeah, this is our information toolkit. Next. Yeah, I want to tell you success story and close. We have success story in College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham in Kochi, who has changed 23. Between them in 22, 23, 24, they have a new B.Pharm curriculum, where internal assessment is 50%. And they have reduced the credits from 221 sitting there to not reduce the credit, it's not the right word, optimize the credit to 160. Like that, program outcome and course outcomes have been written to the international standard of writing in the knowledge, skill and attitude. You write your course learning outcomes and you have to map them. How much the students are learning. We have done that. Now we are working with IPGA University in Nagar, which is not very far from Mysore, just 1.5 hours. The NSR University in Bangalore, we are working and going and conducting a MENS program on 22nd of this month for 5 days on curriculum design, because level 1 has been done. MS Ramaya, we are slowly engaging with them. Next, sir. Yes, sir. Now your suggestion and comments based on what can be done at your DU. What do you think? And tell me what you think you can do. Forget approval and all. Are you thinking what you can do based on this at least? Yes, sir. What you can do?
Give more challenges to the student
Problem
and
solving.
wait for the outcome.
Somebody said
Problem solving.
introduce.
Introduce
Problem, yeah, practically you are doing to some extent.
Yes.
It has to be institutionalized in theory also.
Yes.
Practicals, yes, but you are giving a lot of procedure, this, that, and the other. In PBL, you don't give any procedure to them.
Yes.
Anyway, you think about it, because you know, I have come here just to try to ignite your mind. It is for you to supply petrol there and see that it is burning. It's not my responsibility. I cannot do that. Okay, next sir. Yeah, change the focus. What you have to do? Change the focus. इधर है तो इधर लगा. क्या है वो? Teaching and teacher centric to student and learning centric higher education is a must in this country. If you want to take forward the country, you have to focus on learner point, learning point, not teacher point, and content. Pedagogy to andragogy and then to pedagogy. Yes, who knows what is pedagogy, sir? And what is andragogy? And what is pedagogy? Everybody uses the word pedagogy, even today in higher education it is incorrect. Pedagogy is up to school level, where you spoon feed the child notes, this, that, support him to learn and all that is pedagogy. It gets over after 10th standard. When he comes to college, it becomes andragogy. Assisted learning, self-directed learning. Then only he will become lifelong learner. We thought he should become lifelong learner and leave it to him. How he will become unless you have institutionalized this idea and put self-directed learning 2 hours per week in the timetable of all the classes. We have done that in Amrita University. There are 2 hours per week for every semester. SDL, self-directed learning. Students will learn on their own. Just leave them. They will see wonderful results. I think this carries some data about that. Yeah, he has given you, oh, not this one, the previous one. No, this is separate. Whenever issue, yeah, you can go to our website. Plenty of it is available. WSR Center.
Yeah.
Just put-
Yeah, go to that one, sir.
Okay. And then pedagogy. What's pedagogy? Education is like folded hands. I say, but you have to learn all this. You can't blame anybody. That I will leave. I will not tell you here. You go and find out what it is. Force learning to empowered learning. You are forcing the fellow there in the classroom. Learn this. Take chapter after chapter, picture after picture, this after that. These days, you know, teacher's job has become very simple. He or she will take PowerPoints, go on putting the PowerPoints without realizing whether the student is learning or not, understanding or not. Cannot do that. Very, very big problematic. Textbook-based teaching to task-based learning. Then a little focus, say the focus. I am not saying replace your textbooks. From the textbook, can you make a task and empower him or her to learn in the classroom, individually or together? I will assure you, the students are capable of doing it. Only you have to train them and you have to empower them. They will do magic in the classroom. That's what has happened. Whenever issue you go, students' feedback are there on curriculum change that has been done. They are very happy. Teacher-directed teaching to self-directed learning and then make them lifelong learning. Allow them to become self-directed learners. I will learn on my own. Because learning is a very complicated area, you know. Everything cannot be learned in the classroom. I always used to tell that, I will tell and close. Sir, go, I think that's last yes. Problem is, you know, people are asking, can I have permission to fly? Sparrow doesn't ask anybody's permission to fly. Like sky is the limit for that. I am saying that you can also fly. And it is empowered there for you in your University Act. It's given in your University Act. With that, sir, thank you very much. Sorry for exceeding 5 minutes. Then allotted time for me. Thank you very much. Any questions? Can I take 1 or 2 questions, sir? Yes.
I have one.
Yes, sir.
Clarification.
Yes, sir.
About private universities.
Huh?
Private universities.
Yes.
For regulators of the state and the central government, in my view, private universities are the revenue department.
For the regulator.
Yeah. My question is that
Yes. I know that.
private universities are not teaching the children of this nation, then why they should not be paid on the student basis by the state and the central government?
to the state and the central government.
Yeah.
Correct. Sir, what is your question or what is your opinion? Why should they be paid? Yeah, I 100% agree with his statement. To go ahead a little, sir, to go ahead a little. Sir, to go ahead a little.
आप इसको भी प्रमोट कीजिए थोड़ा, आप जाते रहते हैं इधर उधर कि भाई यहाँ भी इसी देश के बच्चे पढ़ते हैं जो IIT में पढ़ते हैं, उनको भारत सरकार देती है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट देती है और इनसे लेती है।
Sir, that is you use the right word. That is the revenue department for the private institutions. They want money, nothing else. Sir, I will tell you one more step ahead because let me not name the name.
Why that is not for IIT Delhi?
One second. Yeah, you have a point, very valid point. We need to take this head on. Otherwise, the regulator is not going to listen. Sir, two explanations I will give you. In one state, there is a concept of what is called as autonomous institutions. Is there any autonomous institutions, sir, in the NCR area or in Haryana? Autonomous institution means there is an autonomous institution act. Huh? Which one?
When you look money from
Jamia
the
University is a university, madam.
autonomous
College autonomous. Individual college, you are not aware.
college or university का बीच वाला
Oh, that's the college. In Rajasthan. Yeah. Okay. Like that, there are autonomous colleges. Let's keep that aside. In one it said, there are 3 or 4 colleges which have got autonomous status letter from the UGC. Because UGC has a norm that if your college is 10-year-old and if you are accredited, you should apply within 3 months or 6 months. They will give autonomy. What is that autonomy? Again, financial autonomy, administrative autonomy, and academic autonomy. Now what is happening? The parent university to which affiliated, they are not giving NOC. Sir, they are not giving NOC because this is the reason. For example, my friend is sitting here. All due respect to universities. For example, in Rajasthan,
Decided not to give permanent affiliation to colleges to apply for autonomous.
see,
They decided it's a short-term short-term affiliation, long-term.
sir, it's not that.
Permanent affiliation is the main criteria.
No, there is no need for permanent affiliation. I have a permanent affiliation. Way back in 1994 for Mysore.
Seriously, they need a 10-year-old college and accreditation now is included.
Yes.
In the place of that permanent affiliation.
So the problem why they are not giving, I tell you that. Why are they not giving? Number one, they will lose the button. They will lose the button. They lose the button. Calling the institution is the center for one. Number two, they will lose money. They will not get the affiliation fee. Every year they will not get the affiliation fee. So they say we are losing revenue.
They will be providing minimum. Only the minimum.
Anyway, now therefore UGC has put in the public domain those universities who are not giving properly autonomous status to the approved college by the UGC, they will not get funding from the UGC. They are trying to, it will take time because igniting the mind is trying to happen now. Igniting the mind is trying to happen. That's where I see the motto of igniting the mind. Professor Garg, there is plenty of opportunity here. Okay, sir. One question I have taken, I think somebody else. Sir,
I have one query.
1 second, sir. He has not spoken for long time, sir. What mic let everybody hear?
Sir, if we give 25% marks for internal assessment and a person or student is passed for 40 marks, what will be his contribution in it?
What is the question? I didn't.
Sir, a person,
Hello.
a student is given,
Hello. Sir.
a person is given 25% or more marks for internal assessment and a student is passed on 40% marks. What will be his contribution in it?
So I didn't get
He is telling the weightage to the internal. What you are telling is who should increase.
Yes.
But if telling a student is having 25% and get 24
there.
and 40% is passing marks, then he is getting only 16%.
Yeah, no, he has hit the.
At our time, there was no internal assessment.
Reading part दिया है, मुझे मालूम है. Sir, whose responsibility is giving 24 out of 25? Who is responsible for this?
Who gives 24 into 25?
Who asked you to give 24 out of 25 when the student is not deserving?
Sir, internal assessment is considered as the grace marks.
I do
That grace.
That is,
these are the.
this is the perception of the teachers, our learned teachers. ये मतलब ये कह रहे हैं कि जब बच्चा इंटरनल असेसमेंट के लिए आ रहा है तो उसका जन्म सिद्ध अधिकार है, वो पट्टी लगा के आ रहा है कि 25 में से 25 दो। नहीं, ये कोई तरीका नहीं है।
गलत। In my university, in my example, I will give you. In our old college where I was working in India, percentage of result in first year of B.Pharm is only 60% complete pass. Next year it becomes around 70-75%. Third year it becomes 85-90%. Final year 95%. So there is a question of getting marks. There is a question of getting marks. Sir, if you are becoming in the private university and if you increase, it's going to be more detrimental here because we have not understood the fundamental issue of assessment. Or there may be an issue of integrity here. Sorry to use that word, there will be an issue of integrity. We have come across institutions where people are taking money and giving marks. Institutions are taking money and giving
आप
marks.
मुझे बताइए जब
So
हम पढ़ते
therefore-
थे मैथमेटिक्स में 100% आते थे 12वीं क्लास में 10वीं क्लास में, अब सोशियोलॉजी में आते हैं, सोशल साइंसेज में आते हैं 100%।
Social activity है.
No, there is a separate reason here. One minute. Sir, your point, sir. Sir, there is a different reason here. Let me explain that also. In 10th standard and 12th standard now, even in CBSE or ICSE, children are getting 90% marks, 95% marks. That is because why it is MCQ based. And the standard of MCQ is only recall memory, rote memory. Up to the high order
Out of
Now there is application based questions.
75 MCQ. Only 25% is MCQ.
Where?
In the CSE.
CBSE.
Yeah, rest of the subject. In theoretical paper they are also.
No. Even if it is only 25% MCQ or 50% MCQ, other short answers are 1 mark, 2
We
mark.
can do discussion with Professor Nagavi. He is staying up to 5 o'clock. And after 3 o'clock, we will have a special meeting with the teachers. Yeah. He has already given me the instruction that I want to sit for up to 5 o'clock. And then I will, from 3 to 4, I will sit with the teacher. So you can have further discussion. Let us hear from
Sir, I
the
think,
other speaker.
yes, sir. Sir, I think I have answered your question.
Yeah, it is answered.
Basic issue lies with you and me as a teacher. It's wrong for me if I say, but I'm not teaching now. When I was teaching, management would ask me why the students are scoring less in this marks, especially they were getting less marks in what is that course, human anatomy and physiology, first year. Then they were getting less marks in organic chemistry. So every year I used to make a result analysis and put it in front of the management. So why the organic chemistry only 40% have passed? Sir, I used to go with the faculty there. Sir, teacher is very experienced. I think he's too careful. Okay, or more. Not when he's with the student. The fundamentals are not there. Organic chemistry, benzene ring लिखता है तो उसको मालूम नहीं है benzene ring क्या है.
अभी कुछ मत करे तू चल रही
CH4 is the why CH4.
क्या हाँ
Bond पता नहीं है. क्या सिखा सकते हैं? So that is fair. That is fair and learn and pass. तो बात खत्म. So you should not yield. This is the problem. And management would have to listen to me and they listen to me.
यहाँ चेयर लगा लेते
We have to develop that credibility and responsibility and authority in ourselves that I will stand for good.
Sir,
I will raise my voice. In fact, there is a video there.
Last question is
Let them say.
Thank you.
Sir, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for this valuable session. Before going forward, I request to Vice Chancellor Sir, Pro Vice Chancellor Sir, Registrar Sir to come forward to present the participation certificates. And I request to Dr. P.L. Bhaskar, Sthavati Institute of Pharmacy.
इधर आ
Can we have a huge round of applause? Now, I would like to call Dr. Bhaskar Bharar, Principal from SS College of Pharmacy. Now, I would like to call Dr. Narendra Kumar Sir, Principal, School of Pharmacy. Can we have a huge round of applause for Sir? Now, I would like to call Dr. Bhupendra Kumar Sir, Principal of NIPR Alawalpur. Alwar, sir.
परवल से बाहर निकल
Same one.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Manas Ranjan is distinguished life science entrepreneur and generative AI expert.
Dr. Nakul Gupta is an associate professor in information management at MVI Gurgaon, specializing in high performance informatics, particularly Spital Business Analytics and HPC Spital AI for Cancer Data ETL. He holds degree from MVU Rota, the University of Illinois, and a fellow of management from MVI Gurgaon. Prior to MVI, he was assistant professor and chairperson international relations at IIM Kashipur. His allocates include a Teaching Excellence Award 2022 and 23, USNC and IEEE Travel Grant, and ICA Scholarship recognition as the brightest young climate leader and International Climate Champion 2009. He also contributed to the AICT's undergraduate curriculum for BBA and BMS. Dr. Gupta has numerous peer-reviewed publications and consults on technology and policy for government bodies and international agencies like the Asian Development Bank and World Bank. His recent consulting work involves AI-based policymakers for the Competition Commission of India and a GEO AI forecasting project for a multinational engineering firm. His project experience includes ERP, implementations, technology, procurement, data-driven, policy evaluations, and analytic-based M&E. I would like to call Sir to the dais and please deliver your lecture on the topic of quality assurance of higher education. Can we have a huge round of applause for Sir?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, and it's an honor to be here. My sincere thanks to Dr. Gert, Dr. Singh, and the esteemed faculty admin here. Now, so just a correction here. So the topic given to me was technology and leadership, right? So I talk about quality in it, right? I've been told that I have to restrict to 15 minutes, else there is a penalty, right? So, jokes apart, I'll try to probably restrict to that, right? Do we have a slide? Oh, no worries. So I'll be here. Okay. So, when we talk about technology and leadership, so I have about 100 more slides, right? So this is just my gratitude that you are here kind enough to be here just before the lunch time, right? So, I mean, I hear you. Nevertheless, so when we talk about technology and when we talk about data, right? So what is it that we talk about and what is it that we should talk about? किस नज़रिए से हमें डेटा को देखना चाहिए या इन्फॉर्मेशन को देखना चाहिए, राइट? सो जस्ट अ स्मॉल थिंग, demo with face. So just have a look. This is in Mexico, and something which I have personally seen, and you'll see power of data. I hope सबने Burger King के बारे में सुना होगा. तो जब हम टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करते हैं, बिग डेटा की बात करते हैं, तो उसको बिजनेस में कैसे यूज किया जाता है?
We use real-time data to detect our potential buyers in a traffic jam to offer
बर्गर
them
किंग का बहुत ट्रैफिक जाम लगते हैं, वहीं पे बर्गर डिलीवर करेंगे रास्ते में. तो फॉर एग्जांपल आप यहाँ बाहर से आप ऑर्डर प्लेस करिए, उसको पता है कि आधे घंटे बाद आप वहाँ होंगे, वो वहाँ वेट करवाएगा बर्गर किंग का. बट आज ट्रैफिक जाम नहीं है तो आप 15 मिनट में पहुँचने वाले हैं. दे आल्सो नो अबाउट इट.
The messages displayed information about the remaining time in traffic to order and personalized updates about deliveries in progress. Also, ways better is push notifications inviting drivers to get a walk as soon as they enter the delivery zones. People were able to use voice commands to place the order and avoid tickets. Finally,
so this is called geospatial AI. That's the area in which I work. How it brings business to life through big data.
To a driver on the move. The delivery zones changed following the traffic block, making our service available when a gridlock was identified. Always within a 3-kilometer radius from the restaurants. In just 1 week, we increased delivery orders by 63%, and our daily app download rate increased 44 times, becoming the #1 fast food app, surpassing McDonald's, Domino's, and Starbucks in Mexico. Coming soon, Los Angeles, San Pablo, and Shanghai. The traffic jam. Enjoy the traffic jam.
So जब हम डेटा की बात कर रहे होते हैं, ठीक है, तो what is it that we talk about, right? So just a quick one, maybe 20 seconds. See, if I were to give you 1, 2, and 3, right? Pardon my bad handwriting and my drawing, right? My 5-year-old daughter has a better drawing than I do, right? So nevertheless, अगर हमें ये guess करना है कि 4th में क्या आ सकता है, जैसे logical reasoning DI में होता है, तो lot of us will think कि हाँ मतलब यहाँ पे कुछ तो हो रहा है कि lines हो रही हैं, ये हो रहा है. Right, some of you might guess. I mean, I generally do this in my class. Now we don't have the liberty of time, right? Somebody is noting my time very clearly and dearly and ready to probably impose penalty on me. Nevertheless, so having said that, see, just have a look at it. That क्या हम ये देख के 4th तक बता सकते हैं क्या होगा? कितनी lines होंगे, कितने curves होंगे? So yes, yeah, please go. Rupee sign. Yeah, so I also like that. But unfortunately, there is actually nothing. Every time I draw something which is random, right? And when we talk about randomness, it is not just absence of patterns. It's a little more than that, right? So what is it that we mean by information can be understood by understanding randomness, right? I remember this lesson from 14 years, right? 2011, Professor N.P. Singh took our first class in advanced research method. So he talked about sample size and randomness, right? So I think if anybody has a detailed discussion with him, so the statistician under which is there in him, that just comes out, right? So it's from that session that I've been now talking about this thing, that information is inversely proportional to randomness. You never directly talk about increasing information content. We all use Excel. Excel में जब हम filter करते हैं या sort करते हैं, हम क्या करते हैं? हम randomness mitigate करते हैं. The things become less unordered, entropy कम होती है, information content बढ़ता है. This is exactly what is happening. It's as simple as that, right? And understanding this thing is very helpful for a leader to actually own technology readiness. That's where the leadership part comes into the picture. इसमें लगा ये सब किताबों में आपको मिलता है. जब मैं बात करता हूँ knowledge की, information की, right? So let's just guess. Now this is one activity I would like to do with all of you. It will take hardly 20 seconds, right? You have to guess what I'm talking about, right? It's 3 feet wide, 3 feet deep, and 6 feet high. किस चीज़ की बात कर रहा हूँ? Cuboid होगा सर वैसे. हाँ, cuboid किस तरीके का? अगर कोई आप देखेंगे 3 feet by 3 feet by 6 feet. Interesting आंसर्स मिलते हैं मुझे क्लास टेस्ट के ऊपर. Fridge, okay, और cupboard, coffin, ठीक है? हाँ, मैं आपको और बताऊंगा, मेरे को क्लास में बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग आंसर्स मिलते हैं, ठीक है?
Can there be a big TV?
Big TV also, okay? Yes. So, yes. Now, so मैं आपको ये कह रहा हूँ कि आप सबको मैं सेम इंफॉर्मेशन दे रहा हूँ, बट वो एक फ्रिज है, right? We were arriving it at different points. This is exactly what technology-enabled leadership does. मैनेजरियल पार्ट आपका सॉर्टेड रहता है, आजकल टूल्स कर देते हैं, जेन एआई आ गया है, बट उसके बियॉन्ड अगर आपको जाना है, सो यू टू थिंक आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स. दिस इज व्हाट इज टेलिंग यू. कोई थर्ड पॉइंट पे वहां तक पहुंचा, कोई फोर्थ पे पहुंचा, कोई अभी भी सोच रहा है कि ये सारे लोग फ्रिज की बात क्यों कर रहे हैं. ठीक है? सो दिस इज व्हाट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट, राइट? नाउ दिस इज समथिंग आई विल स्किप इन इंटरेस्ट ऑफ टाइम, राइट? बट मैं आपको कुछ बताना चाहता हूँ, कुछ छोटी सी कहानी, राइट? सो when we talk about technology, right, we talk about microprocessors, we talk about GPUs, we talk about TPUs भी आ रहे हैं, tensor processing units भी आ रहे हैं. कहानी ना रेट से शुरू होती है, right? And ये क्यों होती है? See, it's sand which has silica, which actually get converted into a microprocessor, right? अब वहाँ पे माइन करना है या नहीं करना ताकि मैं सैंड को एक्सट्रैक्ट कर सकूँ, ये सैटेलाइट से जब देखते हैं तो रिवर बेसिन, ठीक है, वहाँ पे जब आपकी ये लीगल इलीगल सैंड माइनिंग है, मैं उसके ऊपर नहीं जा रहा, बट सैंड माइनिंग हो रही होती है, तो वो भी आपको वो सैटेलाइट बताती है, राइट? सैटेलाइट बनती किससे है? चिप से, राइट? सो इट्स अ वर्चुअस साइकिल, राइट? अंडरस्टैंडिंग, मैं सिर्फ एक एग्जांपल ले रहा हूँ यहाँ पे. सी, अंडरस्टैंडिंग अ फिनोमेना फ्रॉम दिस पर्सपेक्टिव, राइट, helps you actually weave a story, right? And storytelling, good storytelling is actually one of the key tenets of a leader, right? So I was sitting with the august audience in the morning, right? So I was convinced, मेरा बिल्कुल मन नहीं था कि मैं पकौड़ा खाऊं. Not that कि मेरे को अच्छा नहीं लगता है, but क्योंकि I mean for the past 2 days I've been avoiding salt, right? So I was told that, see, this is that you take so that you can convert glucose into intellectual capital, ठीक है? Not in these exact terms, right? But I was told कि ये नहीं होगा तो फिर मतलब आनंद से परम आनंद तक हम नहीं पहुंच सकते. So this is the conversation that we were having, right? Again with August audience. So I'm just telling you that weaving a story is very important, right? And that is something that we need to be very careful about, right? फिर हम बातें करते हैं मतलब अलग-अलग चीज़ों की. I'm going to skip this thing, but ये PPT आपके पास रहेगी, so feel free to use it, right? We talk about foundation models, right? I still have about 10 minutes or so, right? So यहाँ पे ना मैं आपको एक बात बताना चाहता हूँ कि आप तो चैट जीपीटी आजकल सारे लोग यूज़ कर रहे हैं, जेमिनी यूज़ करते हैं, कुछ लोग क्लाउड यूज़ करते हैं, परप्लेक्सिटी यूज़ करते हैं, जस्ट डिफरेंट एलिमेंट्स, राइट? अब ये आगे आने, दे आर हियर टू स्टे, ठीक है ना? तो अगर आपको ये चीज़ समझनी है कि इससे हाउ डू वी गो मेकिंग श्योर दैट द लीडरशिप पार्ट इज कंसर्न्ड इन आवर रिस्पेक्टिव डोमेन. So sir is from, let's say, pharma, sir here is pharma, sir is from agricultural stats and then management, right? We have here and then you from pharma, you all coming from different domains. See, domain का पार्ट ना बड़ा बाद में आता है. अगर आपको कोई भी टेक्नोलॉजी उसमें यूज़ करनी है तो पहले आपको समझना है कि जनरल पर्पस टेक्नोलॉजी कैसे यूज़ होती है, ठीक है? जनरल पर्पस टेक्नोलॉजी को समझने के लिए ना हमें ऑयल को समझना पड़ेगा, ठीक है ना? अपस्ट्रीम, मिडस्ट्रीम, डाउनस्ट्रीम. अभी हम अपस्ट्रीम डाउनस्ट्रीम की बात करेंगे, ठीक है ना? अपस्ट्रीम एसेंशियली इसके ऑयल एक्सट्रैक्ट कैसे होता है, डेटा से मैं मॉडल तक कैसे पहुंच रहा हूँ, जो कि जनरल है. अब वो जो मेरे पास क्रूड ऑयल आ गया उससे मैं प्लास्टिक बनाऊँ, नैफ्था बनाऊँ, या फिर मैं उससे पेट्रोल बनाऊँ, राइट? नाउ दिस इज समथिंग दैट डिपेंड्स ऑन माय एप्लीकेशन, दैट इज कॉल्ड डाउनस्ट्रीम. डेटा और टेक्नोलॉजी भी एग्जैक्टली ऐसे ही चलता है, ठीक है? जनरल पर्पस टेक्नोलॉजी लेते हैं हम और उसके बाद उसको मॉडिफाई करते हैं अपनी फील्ड के हिसाब से. दैट्स कॉल्ड अपस्ट्रीम एंड डाउनस्ट्रीम. इफ यू अंडरस्टैंड दिस थिंग, अंडरस्टैंडिंग एआई बिकम्स वेरी इजी फॉर यू, राइट? So this is the reason why I had this thing here. एक और चीज़ मैं आपको बताना चाहता था. Another thing that I wanted to tell you is there is a difference between forecast and intelligence. ठीक है? Now earlier, I mean, we were asked this question in our analytics class that what is the difference between prediction and forecast, right? Technically there is. अब क्या है कि prediction forecast एक bucket में आ रहा है and we talk about intelligence. So for example, prediction is कि 10 और 11 अप्रैल को बारिश हो सकती है. Right? Some of us would have received this SMS और एक्टिव वेदर का आया होगा, ठीक है ना? So आज और कल की बात बता रहा हूँ मैं. इंटेलिजेंस ये कहता है कि भाई साहब ऐसा है कि आपको MVI गुड़गांव से MVN तक जाना है, ठीक है ना? रास्ते में एक पैच है जो कि मतलब रोड ठीक नहीं है और अगर बारिश हो गई तो वहाँ पे आपको ना एक्स्ट्रा 10 मिनट लग सकते हैं, तो वो एक्स्ट्रा 10 मिनट लेके जाना क्योंकि आपकी आदत है जस्ट इन टाइम, ठीक है ना? So this is intelligence, right? Contextualizing the information and putting it to use for value. Value क्या है, come to that as well. but this is what I wanted to tell you. Right, there are different things that we do here. Now, why is doing this thing important? So, assuming that you are a business leader, right, and you are talking about improvising different things. So, for example, now we have a lot of online pharmacies coming in. We have a lot of online initiatives that are happening, right? One problem which everybody faces is reverse logistics. Reverse logistics. So मैंने let's say दवाई डिलीवर करा दी, उस बंदे ने कहा कि मैंने कैश ऑन डिलीवरी करा था, मैंने पास बाद में केमिस्ट से ले लिया है, तो अब आपकी जरूरत नहीं है, आप जाओ. And I have to absorb that cost, right? Now sometimes वो पहुंचता है, वो एड्रेस ही गलत होता है या वो पहुंच नहीं पाता वहाँ पर, right? So how do I look at that? तो मैं सिर्फ एक एग्जांपल ले रहा हूँ यहाँ पे. So what is happening is that एड्रेस में अलग-अलग प्रॉब्लम्स होती हैं. बहुत बारी वो यूनिक नहीं होता. So for example, I used to work in IIM Kashipur, which was a 13th IIM, about 10 years ago, right? अब जब भी एक बार मेरे साथ ये हुआ कि मैंने लिखा कि पार्सल आएगा यूएस से, ठीक है ना, तो मैंने लिखा काशीपुर कॉमा इंडिया, तो वो पोस्ट ऑफिस में 2 महीने तक पड़ा रहा. फिर मैंने पूछा कि भाई क्या कहानी थी, कहते सर आपने ये लिखा कि काशीपुर उत्तराखंड इंडिया या काशीपुर वेस्ट बंगाल इंडिया. उससे मुझे पता लगा 2 काशीपुर है हमारे देश के अंदर. सो एड्रेसेस आर नॉट यूनिक. अब किसी ने लिख दिया रामपुर इंडिया तो काम हो गया, ठीक है. सो नाउ इज अ प्रॉब्लम. लोग कहते हैं कि आप पिन ड्रॉप कर दो, हर बार पिन ड्रॉप करके डिलीवरी वाला फिर भी कहीं और ही खड़ा होता है, राइट? अलग अलग लैंग्वेजेस में होते हैं. सो हाउ टू सॉल्व दिस प्रॉब्लम? सो मैं आपको किसलिए बता रहा हूँ कि टेक्नोलॉजी एंड लीडरशिप की जब हम बात करते हैं, ऑब्वियसली लैट लॉग याद नहीं रख सकता कोई, इट इज नॉट ह्यूमन फ्रेंडली, राइट? तो एक कंपनी आई, वो कहती है सर थोड़ी ना सिंपल से इसको प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करते हैं. हम क्या करते हैं कि अज्यूमिंग कि आपको ना मतलब पिन पॉइंट की डिलीवरी समुंदर या मतलब क्या बोलते हैं रिवर में तो चाहिए नहीं होगी, लैंड पे चाहिए होगी. जितना लैंड है अर्थ पे हम उसको ना 3 मीटर बाय 3 मीटर के स्क्वायर्स में बांट देते हैं, और हर 3 मीटर के स्क्वायर को, ये जो एक खांचा है ना, इसको हम डिक्शनरी का 3 वर्ड देते हैं. एंड उस कंपनी को हमने कहा व्हाट 3 वर्ड्स, व्हाट 3 वर्ड्स, ठीक है. अब मुझे MDI का एड्रेस याद रखने की जरूरत नहीं है या MVN का एड्रेस याद रखने की जरूरत नहीं है कि जैसे 74 किलोमीटर माइलस्टोन सो एंड सो फोर्थ. वो कहेंगे कि ये 3 शब्द याद रख लो और डिलीवरी वाले को बता देना, वो व्हाट 3 वर्ड्स में चेक कर ले और आपको यहीं ला के देते, राइट? So I can have a different what 3 words for Professor Garg's office, and I can have a what 3 words different for Professor Singh's office. तो अगर डिलीवरी वहाँ जानी है तो भाई साहब ये 3 वर्ड है, अगर डिलीवरी यहाँ जानी है तो ये 3 वर्ड, राइट? एंड अगर आपको लग रहा है कि मतलब अब चलो ठीक है टेक्नोलॉजी बना दी, इसको यूज कौन कर रहा है, तो अगर ये यूज कर रहा है ना इसको, आई होप एवरीबॉडी नोज व्हाट DHL इज, ठीक है. FedEx और DHL सबने सुना होगा, ठीक है ना. और ये कैसे हो रहा है यूज, ये देख लीजिए, यू विल एंजॉय दिस. This is what leadership in technology means.
So what are the permutation combination of using those words?
Oh, absolutely. So assuming that we have about 50,000 words in Oxford Dictionary, right? So 50,000 into 50,000 into 50,000. It's very standard. Assuming repetition is allowed.
How many points are there in the word?
Less than that. 3 meter by 3 meter.
Block 4. Things are sitting in block 4. So you are.
Sir, पूरे अर्थ को 3 मीटर बाय 3 मीटर में बांट दिया इन्होंने. They can do that.
It is working.
No, they're working. Resolution आप डिसाइड कर सकते हैं. इन्होंने 3 मीटर कर दिया. और by the way, India Post has replicated this thing in their new project called Digital, which will now be seen. They've done this thing with ISRO और DoDigi, उनका प्लेटफॉर्म है जिसको यूज करके उन्होंने किया. आप अभी भी लॉगिन करके डिजिपिन पे अपना यहाँ का एक यूनिक 8 to 9 मिनट कोड देख सकते हैं. डिजिपिन इंडिया पोस्ट, वो एग्जैक्टली इसी पे भेज है, बस उसमें 12 लीटर लिया है. That's inaccuracy. I'll come to that. I'll address your question. Sorry?
That is also 3 words.
No. That's not that. I'll come by that.
Is it 12 meter by 12 meter?
3 meter by 3 meter.
No, that digipen.
Digipen is 12 meters.
By 12 meter.
Yeah.
Very strange thing what we observe sometimes. The person driving the vehicle. A lot of driving or lot of construction is problem. इसको they haven't seen.
मैं आपको बताता हूँ सर इसकी प्रॉब्लम क्या है. No, absolutely. I'll address this query because आपकी और आपकी query में related. I'll address that. So data to value पे मैं आऊँगा. So just to address very interesting question. So 2 questions. One question is that a lot of times following a GPS such as Google Maps becomes hazardous. Why? Because we either enter into an accident or we we are actually into a low visibility zone, or there is a road that does not exist but is actually shown there, right? Similarly, there is a flyover which is under construction, but the Google doesn't show us that it is under construction. See, you need to understand that Google gets data, or for the matter of fact, any company gets its data from somewhere, right? Google को डेटा कहाँ से मिलता है? Google ने ओपन सोर्स सैटेलाइट डेटा दिया होता है, उसका एक अपना प्लेटफॉर्म है इसका, जिसको गूगल अर्थ कहते हैं, ठीक है? और अब उसके ऊपर गूगल अर्थ इंजन भी आ गया है। वहाँ पे ना रिफ्रेश रेट होगा, हर सैटेलाइट का डेटा जब कलेक्ट होता है और उसके बाद एक डाउनस्ट्रीम एप्लीकेशन के लिए आता है, तो उसमें लैग होता है 48 आवर्स से 48 डेज तक का, ठीक है? तो अगर मेरे पास आज एक फ्लाईओवर कंस्ट्रक्ट हुआ है और मेरे पास 2 महीने पुराने की उसकी इमेज है, तो मेरे को अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन दिखाएगा, बट जबकि असली में चालू हो चुका है, ठीक है? सिमिलरली उसने आपको रोड दिखाई, जहाँ पे लेट्स से एक रोड ऐसे थी, एक रोड ऐसे थी, बीच में आइडियली जगह है, ठीक है, लेकिन उसने उसको कनेक्ट कर दिया। वो क्यों कनेक्ट करता है? क्योंकि हमारे पास ना मैथ्स का एक टॉपिक होता है टोपोलॉजी, ग्राफ थ्योरी के अंदर होता है, तो वो क्या करता है कि वो ऑटोमेटिकली उसको ना कनेक्ट करने की कोशिश करता है, ठीक है ना? ये एक चीज़ है जहाँ पे AI की जो प्रिसीजन है ना, जो 99% है, मतलब बचा हुआ 1% होता है ना, वहाँ पे काम खराब होता है। तो इस चीज़ को एज यू पॉइंटेड आउट, अ लॉट ऑफ थाउजेंड्स ऑफ पीपल हैव पॉइंटेड दैट आउट, इसके लिए उन्होंने क्या किया? ह्यूमन एनोटेशन, राइट? जिससे अब एक्यूरेसी बढ़ गई, 99.5 हो, अभी भी 0.5 बचेगा, राइट? बट एक्यूरेसी बढ़ी है। दिस होल थिंग इज ऑल्सो कॉल्ड एज HITL, ह्यूमन इन द लूप टेक्नोलॉजी। आपके पास नोटिफिकेशन आता होगा कि क्या यहाँ एक पत्थर पड़ा है, क्या यहाँ ट्रैफिक है, और मतलब इरिटेटिंग है, वो 30 सेकंड 2 मिनट्स लेता है जाने के लिए। उसका रीजन है वो आपसे ह्यूमन एनोटेट करा रहा है, क्योंकि उसको एक्यूरेसी बढ़ानी है, राइट? सो दिस इज वेयर इट इज कमिंग। एंड अगर गूगल मैप्स है, ठीक है, तो यहाँ पे ना दुनिया में बहुत सारी मैपिंग कंपनीज हैं, उनका बिजनेस क्यों चल रहा है, कैसे चल रहा है? फॉर एग्जाम्पल हेयर मैप्स, HERE मैप्स, ठीक है ना, या मैप माई इंडिया जिनका मैप लैब होता है, ठीक है, वो इसलिए चलता है क्योंकि वो कहते हैं जी आपके पास एक ग्लोबल लेवल कवरेज तो है, बट मेरे पास ना वो लुक एंड कॉर्नर फॉर अ पर्टिकुलर एरिया की नॉलेज ज़्यादा है। सो फॉर एग्जाम्पल, आई गिव यू अनदर एग्जाम्पल, एक तो हमारे इंडिया का एग्जाम्पल हो गया, मैं आपको कनाडा का एग्जाम्पल देता हूँ। कनाडा में डिलीवरी वाला जाता है, उसको फ्रिज डिलीवर करना है, ठीक है, वो गूगल मैप्स को दिखा देता है ये रास्ता है। प्रॉब्लम ये है कि उसका ट्रक उस रोड पे जा ही नहीं सकता, क्योंकि वहां पे रोड की टनेज की वैल्यू होती है कि यहाँ पे इस टनेज के ऊपर की व्हीकल नहीं जा सकता। अब इसका मतलब ये है कि वो उसको 100 मीटर दूर खड़ा करना है अपना ट्रक और पैदल चल के फ्रिज डिलीवर करना है, क्योंकि साथ में बंदा तो लाया नहीं वो, राइट? टू सॉल्व दीज पर्पसेस वी हैव दी सुपर, जैसे होता है लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी मैपिंग एप्स, एंड दिस इज वेयर इन द टेक्नोलॉजी लीडरशिप सीज गैप्स एंड दे फुलफिल, ठीक है? आप वो छोड़िए, जैसे हमारे यहाँ ब्लिंकिट, जोमेटो है, साउथ ईस्ट एशिया में देयर इज अ कंपनी कॉल्ड ग्रैब। अगर आप किसी ने कभी इधर सिंगापुर, थाईलैंड, वियतनाम ट्रैवल किया होगा तो ग्रैब वहाँ का ऊबर है बेसिकली, बट वो ग्रैब है सुपर ऐप, वो सिर्फ ऊबर नहीं है, वो पेमेंट भी है, फूड भी उससे ऑर्डर करते, सब कुछ है। उन्होंने क्या किया, उन्होंने कहा जी हमें ना ये रास्ते डिलीवरी के चक्कर में बड़े वो होते हैं, और वहाँ पे सैटेलाइट भी उतना अच्छा नहीं है, क्योंकि गलियाँ बहुत हैं, पेड़ फूल लगे हुए हैं। सो व्हाट दे सेड वाज, हम अपने राइडर्स के हेलमेट के ऊपर ना छोटे कैमरा लगा देते हैं, और वो कैमरा से क्लाउड में डेटा जाता रहेगा और हम पूरा का पूरा मेजर कर लेंगे, ठीक है? सो दिस इज कॉल्ड टेलीमैटिक्स, राइट? कभी देखिएगा, बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग चीज़ है। सो दिस इज वेयर इन व्हाट वी टॉक अबाउट। नाउ आई एम गोइंग टू जस्ट टेक मे बी अनदर 3-4 मिनट्स। जब वैल्यू की बात करते हैं, देन आई एम प्रॉब्ली मोर देन हैप्पी टू आंसर एनी क्वेश्चंस, देन मूव ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट वन, राइट? So when we talk about कि ये सब हम काम क्यों कर रहे हैं, so quality is just one value parameter, as the title session was. There are several others, right? अब वैल्यू को ना पकड़ना या तो सिर्फ फाइनेंशियल के टर्म्स में या फिर किसी और टर्म्स में is not maybe comprehensive enough, right? So what we need to do is that we need to think a lot more comprehensively. तो Bain and Company, कंसल्टिंग कंपनी है, जैसे BCG, Bain, McKinsey आपने सुना होगा, ठीक है ना? उन्होंने क्या किया कुछ साल पहले, they came up with something called Bain's value pyramid, right? तो अगर आप ये देखेंगे तो इट माइट रिमाइंड यू ऑफ समथिंग एल्स, मैस्लोज हायरार्की, नीड हायरार्की, ठीक है? तो सबसे नीचे यू विल सी फंक्शनल, ठीक है ना, नीड्स, रोटी, कपड़ा, मकान, वाईफाई, मतलब इन चार की तरह हम देख सकते हैं, ठीक है? देन यू हैव समथिंग एल्स एंड देयर आफ्टर, राइट? सो इफ यू कनेक्ट व्हाटएवर वी डू फ्रॉम अ business perspective, from let's say your endeavors which are in, let's say, pharmaceutical sciences or any other discipline, one of these or combination or ensemble of these is what we are actually looking at, right? And this is something which is going to be extremely interesting, and you can connect now at a country level, at an economy level, at a business level, at a cluster level, at a product level, at a product feature level. आप हर चीज देख सकते हैं, something which actually reduces my effort, right? So you will see WhatsApp share like location, right? Something which reduces cost for me, Trivago, right? Something which saves time, Google Maps. समथिंग विच इंटीग्रेट्स. आपने देखा होगा आजकल वेबसाइट्स के अंदर आपको लॉगिन आईडी पासवर्ड याद रखने की जरूरत नहीं है. लॉगिन विद गूगल, लॉगिन विद एप्पल, लॉगिन विद फेसबुक, राइट? दैट्स एन API, राइट? That's something which is given here, something which reduces my risk, right? So two-factor authentication, right? Something which provides me access. See, ये चीजें समझना ना ज़्यादा important है. मैं क्यों बता रहा हूँ आपको कि बिजनेस में हम tangibles की बात तो कर लेते हैं, right? लेकिन intangibles को भूल जाते हैं. But आजकल actually that is what is being monetized. Provides access. See, अभी मतलब क्यों I requested and Ranjan ji was kind enough to give me this slot was that अब मैं बस यहाँ से जाके I am meeting with the CXOs of SBI cards, ठीक है? उनके साथ मैंने session and then I have some other endeavors with them. तो जब मैं उनसे बात कर रहा होता कि आप एक्चुअली कर क्या रहे हो, आपको पता है आप बेच क्या रहे हो? कह रहे सर हम कार्ड बेच रहे हैं. मैंने कहा नहीं आप एक्सेस बेच रहे हो. कह रहे सर किस चीज़ का? मैंने कहा अलग अलग चीज़ों का, जिसमें से मेजर इज ट्रैवल की लाउंजेस होती है ना, आपकी एयरपोर्ट की लाउंजेस. तो लोग महंगा क्रेडिट कार्ड इसलिए खरीदते हैं क्योंकि पिछले हफ्ते पार्टी में गए थे, भाई ने कहा कि ऐसा है कि मेरे पास एक कार्ड है जिसमें 2 इंटरनेशनल लाउंज और 4 डोमेस्टिक लाउंज का एक्सेस है. तो अब मेरे को कम से कम 3 इंटरनेशनल लाउंज और 5 डोमेस्टिक लाउंज वाला कार्ड तो लेना ही पड़ेगा, चाहे हम दोनों में से कोई इंटरनेशनल ट्रैवल ना करे अगले 5 साल. लेकिन अगली पार्टी के अंदर वी हैव टू टॉक अबाउट इट, राइट? दैट्स प्रोवाइड एक्सेस, right? Then there's something called an Aurum card, which is like a high level card and so on and so forth. So वो they are not selling a financial instrument. वो तो मुझे रुपए पे अभी मिल जाता है क्रेडिट कार्ड, मैं वहीं पे ले लूँगा वो, right? They are providing these kind of things, right? Something which reduces my anxiety. Again, live location share, right? Nostalgia. Have you heard people selling nostalgia? Any idea? Any app? Nostalgia.
Feeling like that we feel that moment earlier.
हाँ, so has anybody created a business out of it? वो nostalgia बेच रहे हैं और आप पैसे दे रहे हो. Facebook. You never pay for Facebook now.
Yeah.
सारेगामा कारवा. फादर्स डे आता है, ठीक है ना, लोग ये खरीदते हैं. मेरे फोन में लाखों गाने हैं, फिर भी मैं वो रेडियो जैसा डिब्बा खरीदने के 7,000 रुपये खर्च करूँगा. So I am not buying a functional good there. I am buying an emotional good there. I am buying nostalgia. कि आज से 25 साल पहले ये ऐसे चलता था या 20 साल पहले ऐसे चलता था तो ये होता था, तो it takes us back. That's nostalgia, right? Affiliation and belonging, right? People do not buy Harley Davidson bikes जो है, वो just because कि मेरे को बहुत अच्छी cruiser मिल रही है, engineering wise it's good, but वो इसलिए खरीदते हैं क्योंकि buying that gives you access to something called Hobbs, Harley Owners Group. वो हर संडे निकलते हैं, बाइकिंग करते हैं, बाहर उनके अलग क्लब्स हैं, मर्चेंडाइज हैं, उनको वो चाहिए और बताना है कि अलग है, राइट? दिस इज व्हाट दे डू, राइट? एंड देन देयर आर सेवरल अदर चैलेंजेस दैट वी कैन टॉक अबाउट, राइट? सो मैं बस ये कह रहा हूँ कि टेक्नोलॉजी इज इंप्रूविंग एंड इंक्रीजिंग एट द स्पीड ऑफ लाइट, राइट? आपको ये समझना इससे जरूरी है बिकॉज एज अ लीडर एंड एज समवन हु इज एक्चुअली बी entrusted with a lot of good responsibilities, both from the students you teach, the students you guide, and the corporates that you deal with, right, and other stakeholders, right? मैं आपको एक सिंपल चीज दिखाना चाहता हूँ कि अगर मुझे ये देखना था कि लेट्स से मुझे अपनी वेंडिंग मशीन कहाँ पुट करनी है, कोक का एड बैनर कहाँ लगाऊँ मैं, ठीक है ना? उसके लिए पहले मुझे इतना टाइम लगता अगर मैं कन्वेंशनली जाता. बिग डेटा ने उसको पूरा चेंज कर दिया है, वही काम 12 सेकंड में. To even know there is a new way that exists and can help us. Right? This is where the technology leadership comes into the picture. Right? I have about 50 more slides. Like I will talk about it. It's here. So now I open the floor for any questions or any doubts or any comments. And thank you so much for being a patient audience. Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? Any doubts? Thank you so much for the slides.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, please go ahead.
So how can we use this in higher education?
So see, the thing is that we need to first be cognizant, and this is exactly what I had in my first slide. Let me put it back. I had skipped that.
Please.
So let me put it here. Yeah. See, the idea here is that we need to be cognizant that technology is here to stay, right? And if we have to look at higher education, the way how higher education is being delivered is now not just knowledge transfer, it's about creating an experience, right? An experience has different elements in it, which are both tangible and intangible, right? Each one with its own quality parameter, right? So for example, a lot of you are at leadership positions in higher education, right? So I think it should be an endeavor how you can actually bring in the best elements of creating that experience together. So for example, this is one of those elements that we have these kind of knowledge needs. The second thing is that why do we only rely on physical resources? Why can't we rely on digital resources? And trust me, a lot of times digital resources are available at dirt cheap cost or even for free. It's such that we don't reach out. See, education that way has a power, right? A lot of people want us to test their goods, right? We just don't ask them sufficiently, right? So if we can do that, so for pharma, let's say tomorrow you want to say that I want to integrate pharma from a bioinformatics angle, and let's see that what kind of drug discovery can be done, right? So teaching that, no, it's happening, but from an innovation perspective, from an education perspective, I want my B Pharma person to at least be aware, so either they can be industry ready or can apply for a good MS course. So therein, this initiative and leadership from your side can actually help them virtually work on a lot of benches which might not have been possible except probably in a few laboratories in our country. So this is where this thing happens, right? So just thank you. Yeah.
What about more information and randomness?
Yes.
Which is inversely proportional.
Yes.
Law says that
Which law?
Newton's law.
Newton's law says?
You should have more entropy. Like entropy should be increased. Like just we put a drop of ink in the water, it spreads. That's the randomness. I mean, that is the law. In gene also, in genetic also, we need randomness. So how you coordinate this with or any?
So understood. So I'll try to probably rephrase your question. So the question being asked is that if you say that more information is good, and for more information, randomness should be mitigated. But on the contrary, there are, let's say, experiences, phenomena in nature where randomness is actually good. This is what you are saying?
Yes.
Right, okay. So first and foremost, I really don't think that that's randomness, that's chaos. So technically and statistically, randomness and chaos are two different things. No. Chaos and noise are two separate things. Chaos, when defined statistically, essentially says that what I am going to talk about is not deterministic but stochastic. So for example, 1 plus 1 is always 2, this is deterministic. But Nakul and Kaju ki barfi being put together doesn't always mean Kaju ki barfi will be finished. That's stochastic. Same inputs might not lead to same output always. And that is not due to randomness always, that's also because of chaos. And that is what I am trying to humbly submit here. That in nature also, so you talked about the water droplet, it's actually randomness being mitigated there.
Yes.
The spreading part is randomness mitigated, and that's what I told. That mitigation of randomness leads to more order, and that order contributes value. Information is one way to look at it. In genes also, if you look at the information theory, the bioinformatics, right? What is happening is things are going to be in order. Wherever there is no order therein, you have things like cancer coming in, which is uncontrolled, unregulated chaos of genes, which manifests at an organ level, tissue level, and then at the population level. Right? So these are divergences, right, which will always be there, and our intent is to mitigate them. We might not be able to stop them because that power is only with nature or God, whatever you believe. Right?
Can I add something?
Yeah.
Dr. Vineet, you know that entropy is defined in the different contexts in the different way. That also we have to keep in mind. And as a manager of the human beings, we always have our biggest enemy is one, uncertainties.
Yes.
Which can be synonymous to the randomness. But the entropy word has many meanings in the different applications, different context. So that also we have to keep in mind.
Absolutely.
Exactly understand the answer.
Yeah.
See, who said it is AI going to see the data. So with all these things, obviously, fraud, privacy, and all of the things, which is individual enough.
Yeah.
You know, if I am getting monitored, you are getting monitored, your house is getting monitored, that is also. So what we are enjoying versus these restrictions, privacy control, or data misuse, this is happening. Do you think, there is some stoppage? Like, if I give my phone number, last week somebody said, open the account.
Yeah.
If you tell your name and this, I don't want to tell. Because everything goes in the 50 department here. You will leave the office, I will to the bank, and my data will be at 50. If you understand.
So no, I hear your question, right? See, the thing is that इसका एक simple answer है, we trade our privacy for our convenience. और ये आज से नहीं हो रहा, सिर्फ AI के terms में नहीं है, ठीक है ना? हमें क्लास में पढ़ाया करते थे, ठीक है ना, कि जब भी आपको जब कभी एंटरप्राइज सिस्टम या IT कंसल्टिंग करनी है, ठीक है ना, अगर सीखनी है तो आप किससे सीखिए, भारत रेल से सीखिए, ठीक है? क्यों सीखिए भारत रेल से? क्योंकि वहाँ आप देखेंगे कि जो बंदा टिकट काउंटर पे टिकट काट रहा है ऑनलाइन रेलवे रिजर्वेशन सिस्टम से, ठीक है ना, वो बड़े अच्छे से अपने मतलब चौड़ में बैठा होता है वहाँ पे, वो कहता है आप ये करिए तत्काल में टिकट निकालनी है, ठीक है ना, महीने में 2 बारी या दिन में 2 बारी ऐसा होगा कि वो बंदा वहाँ नहीं मिलेगा, आपको कोई और मिलेगा, ठीक है ना, तो आप कहते हो नहीं जी साहब को बुलाओ, तो वो बंदे का जवाब ये होता है सर साहब नहीं हूँ, जो बैठा हुआ था ना उसको मैंने आधी सैलरी पर रखा हुआ है ताकि मैं उतनी सैलरी कोई और जॉब कर सकते। तो इसका निष्कर्ष क्या है कि आई हैव ट्रेडेड मेरी प्रिवेसी फॉर माई कन्वीनियंस प्रोवाइडेड आई डू दैट। हर बारी हम जब कहीं नई ऐप डाउनलोड करते हैं, यूला पे आप यस कर देते हैं, विच इज एंड यूजर लाइसेंस एग्रीमेंट, बिना पढ़े करते हैं ना, स्क्रॉल हो जाए यार 3 स्क्रॉल क्यों लग रहे हैं, 1 स्क्रॉल वाला अच्छा होता है, ठीक है ना, हम क्या कर रहे हैं उसके अंदर, हम सर कन्वीनियंस के लिए अपनी प्राइवेसी ट्रेड कर रहे हैं। तो अब अगर हम वो कर रहे हैं, ठीक है ना, तो देन आई डोंट थिंक वी कैन पुट द ब्लेम ऑन समवन हु इज ऑफरिंग दैट। We've been given an option to opt out, but the convenience part is something which is not allowing us to do that, right? So I think it's both ways. Technology development is also the culprit, and human ways of operating, right? हम बड़े आलसी बन रहे हैं, हमें चीजें ज़्यादा जल्दी चाहिए, ठीक है ना? These are also things which contribute to this. So I think we have to have a human check also on this.
I'll give one specific example.
बिल्कुल.
Give a number if you will get the answer. Tell.
Yeah.
Like just now I was looking at some report from Lal. Lal is telling, allow me the access to your photos and this thing.
Yeah.
I will use the tag. IDA sector or government. I am not allowing. They are not allowing me to go.
Sir, वो होगा. Because it's their discretion. They can do that. तो वो कहेंगे कि आप मेरे से मत करो, टाटा में एमजी से करा लो, मेरे से कराना है तो ये शर्त है।
मेरी फोटोज में इतनी फोटोज है या
वो तो मैं बता रहा हूँ वो लेंगे, वो मैं बता रहा हूँ आपको कि they will take it, उसका उनको क्या करना भी उनको भी नहीं पता है। That's where in the upstream data collection is happening. They don't know, but उनको लग रहा है कि कल अगर मेरे को कभी जरूरत पड़े तो मेरे पास डेटा होगा, ठीक है ना। कल अगर लाल पैच लैब्स इंश्योरेंस मेडिकल इंश्योरेंस में आ जाता है और आप उसके पास जाते हो, उसके पास आपका 3 साल पहले की फोन के अंदर एक दवाई की पर्ची है, वो कहेगा जी आपने बोला कि कोई तो कंडीशन नहीं थी बट ये पर्ची क्यों है यहाँ पे। मैं आपके एग्जांपल को वो बता रहा हूँ, कॉन्टेक्चुअलाइज कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है ना।
You are having blood pressure, you are having what you are trying to write, it is already.
Sir, this is called alternate data, which is essentially कि आपको जो core है उसके अराउंड आगे का डेटा है। Financial services use that, right? ठीक है। So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for filling this event with the evident knowledge. And now, gives us immense pleasure to invite Dr. Prasanraj P, former Additional Secretary, MCI, New Delhi. Under his leadership, students are beaming and contributed for fostering professional growth. And I request sir to please come to the dais and give your valuable insights on the topic of challenges of good teaching.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to thank this great university for this valuable opportunity. And I know I am standing between the gastric mucosa, which can generate acid, and the food that is waiting outside. I will try to be very, very brief. All the distinguished speakers have talked so wonderfully, and particularly Nikhil opened all the neurons. See, the greatest challenge today, we have stopped producing doctors, we are producing degrees, we are playing with the life. Pharmacy course is like an umbilical cord between the mother and the child. Pharmacy is the most dynamic subject. Because what medicine today you use, tomorrow the same medicine is told that you cannot use it. A good doctor should know the side effect of the drug more than the effect of the drug. The cost of any drug is based on the side effect. See the classical example of this aspirin. In a particular amount, the whole action changes. If you take in 500 milligrams and above, it is analgesic. If you take in 100 milligrams, it is anti-platelet drug. And every day, the knowledge is so expanding, the more you know, the actually less you come to know it. Because the medical subject is so dynamic, and if you don't keep in pace, it is said that you should read 300 minimum articles to keep at the level, not the higher level. So there is a book called as How to Study a Study and How to Test a Test. You give me any data, I will make it statistically significant. My friend was there, no? Lal Bahadur Shastri, MP Singh. His height is like Lal Bahadur Shastri. Huh? So, he is a statistician. So you give me any data, we can make it. But the catch is that statistical test relevant to the data? So the point is, what I am trying to point out is, with lots of artificial intelligence, technology, everything, what is the message we have to take? Professor Nagavi said that how many computers you said in the brain? 1,500. 1,000. This may be a lower estimate. Please use your 1,500 computers. It is known that man, most intelligent person, uses 9 to 11% only. That 89% is lying there. That is the igniting mind. Please, there is called as disuse atrophy. You don't use a particular organ in your body, it gets into disuse technology. You have to use it. Like today, whatever is the article that Nikhil has told about this, how do we get into that? Tagore has told, what is the quality of a good teacher? He is a teacher, he is a student till the last breath. Abdul Kalam was teaching and learning till the last breath. On the day Abdul Kalam expired, there was one Swamiji who went with him. He had COVID, so I had to treat him. Then he told me, if tomorrow he has to take a lecture, today there will be so much of input and efforts put by Abdul Kalam. I happened to attend, in Vasant Kunj, there is what is that? National Liver Institute, ILPS, and they Dr. Sareen, Dr. Sareen. Dr. Sareen was the first board of governors after MCI was taken over from corruption. So I was the general secretary then. So he talked about hepatitis. Abdul Kalam was called as a chief guest. Boss, the way he talked about the whole body system and immunity, I tell you, I have never heard any good doctor talking and Abdul Kalam was talking. You give him any subject. I don't know whether most of you might have read his book, Wings of Fire. Huh? And why Abdul Kalam is Abdul Kalam? Please read one book, Transcendence. Transcendence is by this, Akshardham people. That Pramukh Swamiji was his guru. He mentioned all the gurus. Why Abdul Kalam is Abdul Kalam? When he became a president, the teacher, his school teacher, was also invited. Because what he did was, Abdul Kalam, to learn, to teach him how he will take him to the sea and make the See the birds, how they are flying. So what is my point to tell you here is, the most difficult thing for teachers today is, we are lacking the motivation. Because we have so many responsibilities, so many other challenges. There is a saying, work with love is preparing a delicious cake. Otherwise it is a rotten bread. Work with love is preparing a delicious grape juice. Otherwise it is a rotten wine. Many times we feel, अरे यार क्या बेकार का धंधा है यार, क्या परेशानी है, वाइस चांसलर भी परेशान, जहाँ जाओ परेशान, घर में ये परेशान, शाम तो कोई है ही नहीं. You get into procrastination. At that time, you know, if you have the willpower, that willpower will work so hard that the sweat on the forehead will remove the idiotic procrastination idea into the brain surgically without anesthesia. Don't get into this procrastination. It is the thought of killing is more killing than the killing itself. Most of the people who have died in COVID is of the fear of the death, not the death. If you want to kill someone, don't kill him. Create the fear in him. You will be a living dead body. So it is very important that as a teacher, you should have a passion. Otherwise, you don't go and teach. You will be cheating yourself and the society. There cannot be a better person than a good teacher. Because he is the transformer, he is the direct descendant of God. Knowledge is every man's business and no man's property. There is a difference between knowledge and wisdom. That is what is the main fundamental thing, integrity and honesty. If you look at this point, you should be true to yourself. आप अपने आप को क्यों cheat करते हो? How can you? There is a saying, no, you cannot satisfy everyone in this world. And innovation is the day of the order. Innovation के लिए, that's a beautiful book by Shiv Khera. Winners don't do different things, but they do things differently. Don't be a donkey, but be a horse. But in some conditions, you have to be a combined person. There is nothing called as, one particular type of thing. If you take this whole concept that what are the teacher's challenges, whatever is there, the teacher, first of all, if the tank has some water, then only it can come in the pipe. If there is nothing in this head, then you can imagine what it can come. And like he has told that knowledge, teaching, whatever it may be, there are not mugging up. Einstein was kicked out of the class. He was a mathematics genius. And in the mathematics class, he said, if I had to memorize this table, why the hell I have come to the class? Because there is no thinking component at all. And that particular teacher was a short-tempered person. He took him to the principal and he was kicked out. At the age of 21, he came back as a faculty to the same institution. So that is the challenge. Don't give up anything in these things. There is always a will and there is a way. It is very important that Aurobindo Ghosh has told one very good thing. The first principle of teaching is nothing can be taught. You cannot say, I have 25 years of experience teaching. Nonsense it is. Everything has to be learned. A teacher is not an instructor, he is a helper and a guide. His business is to suggest, not impose. A good teacher wants his own student to rise above the surface. That's why Dronacharya wanted Arjuna to defeat Dronacharya. You should think my student should defeat me. That is my fees for teaching him. Not to take, yaar, सब कुछ तुम्हारे को मालूम है, हाँ? Suppose some student questions, then तुम तो सिर्फ question कर रहा है, तो कुछ पढ़ने के लिए आया. So it is very important. This is very, very, very important. We want to bring this whole profession. Just 2 minutes now. Last.
1 minute.
I knew. I saw your eyes. It is coming like missiles, you know. Arun now is always on a run. Excellent. Yeah. Last point. Last point. Sun is. What is the spelling of sun?
Spelling of sun. Which sun? S-O-N-S-U-N.
Oh, fantastic. S-O-N is praying S-U-N. S-U-N says I will come down without T-A-D-A. Okay? But you have to do 3 things. I will tell this in Sanskrit and then I will end it. I will tell you the meaning. Sattvaisi maitreyi guneshu pramodam klisteshu jiveshu krupa parvatvam madhyasta bhavam viparita vrito sada mamatma vidadhatu de. Sattvaisi maitreyi means what? In my friend's happiness lies my happiness. Suppose there is some faculty who is not up to the mark, I should make him to be with me. Sharing is caring. Guneshu pramodam, most important. Guneshu, character should be impeccable. We are meeting so many people, beautiful ladies, beautiful people, beautiful attraction for money, internal assessment, money, attraction, many. Attraction is full. So, Guneshu pramodam. Klisteshu jiveshu krupa parvatvam. Even if it is a peon or VC or your chairman or ant or amoeba or elephant, respect the life process. God knew that एक फूल दो माली, एक फूल है तो एक माली के पास जा सकता है, दूसरा माली रिवेंज होगा. So God knew that human beings are going to fight. He has made a MOU when you are born. What is the MOU? Madhyasta bhavam viparita vrito. Don't waste your energy on the revenge. That you leave it to me, God said. If a human being does not have the capacity to do good to others, he does not have right. At least be neutral. Do this sunset, I will come down without TADA. Thank you everyone for the valuable opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening words. Now, moving forward, Dr. Manas Ranjan is a delighted life science entrepreneur and generative AI expert with over 23 years of extensive experience in the pharmaceuticals and healthcare industries. An alumnus of Osmania University, IIM Kozhikode Symbiosis International University and holder of honorary PhD in strategy marketing from Theophany University, USA. Dr. Rao has played a pivotal role in transforming pharma market intelligence in India and abroad. He is the founder and director of Imperial Consulting Private Limited, a leading market researcher firm specializing in competitive intelligence and strategic solutions for the life science sector. He is also the founder of CEO of School of Life Science, Skill Development, Training and Research, India's first digital platform for life science education and upskilling. Dr. Rao has served in various strategic roles, including Vice President at Strategic Analysis, INC Country Manager at Torrent Pharma East Africa, and Consultant to Global Gin Corporation. He has mentored startups, advised universities, and contributed to over 5,000 market research projects for 500 plus clients across the pharmaceuticals, healthcare, and allied sector. His work continues to drive innovation, training, and strategic growth in life science domain. We welcome you, sir. Sir will be presenting his presentation upon the topic Artificial Intelligence, Way Forward in Pharmaceutical Education, Research and Analytics. Here to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir. So many, I'm really thrilled and thank you so much, Arun sir. It's really pleasure to be here and Sani sir, Nagavi sir, बहुत सारे senior लोग and थोड़ा सा English हिंदी mix करके बोलना है तो you will be very very comfortable, correct? अभी बहुत सारे सर ने दिया, बहुत सारे ने दिया. So what I bring to the table today is artificial intelligence. सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम क्या है दुनिया का? When I went to IIM, जो हमारी पहला ब्रीफिंग था, हमारे डायरेक्टर साहब ने बोला कि मानस टीम we create ant lead. So everybody was looking at what is ant lead. So उन्होंने बोला कि we create entrepreneurs with leadership skills. We create entrepreneurs with leadership skills. मैं बहुत कुछ दिखाना चाह रहा था. I think with the for the interest of time, I'll just speak on very quickly on it. एक वीडियो दिखाऊंगा सबसे लास्ट. मैं पिछले एक साल से एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के ऊपर कम आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस इन फार्मा एजुकेशन के ऊपर काम कर रहा हूँ. एंड द स्टोरी स्टार्ट्स इन द मंथ ऑफ फेब्रुअरी. व्हेन आई वाज ट्रैवलिंग इन ए ट्रेन, मेट्रो में ट्रैवल कर रहा था गुड़गांव के अंदर, आई गॉट ए पैरालिटिक अटैक. आई फेल डाउन, मेरी फेस मुड़ गया, मेरी आवाज चली गई, मेरे हाथ पे पीछे हो गया. एंड गॉड इज सो काइंड. उन्होंने जिस हॉस्पिटल में लेके मेरे को पहुंचे तो वहाँ पे जो एम्स के एचओडी थे, मैं उनके साथ पहले काम कर चुका था. एंड गॉड ग्रेस आई रिवाइव्ड. एंड when I was sitting in the hospital, मेरे बगल में एक और भी माँ से एडमिट थे. आईसीयू से निकला, रूम पे आया तो ट्विन रूम का रूम नहीं था दिया. तो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट का एक बंदा था जो आजू टेक्नोलॉजी में काम करता था, वो मेरे को मिले. एंड ही टोल्ड मी कि क्या करते हो? मैंने बोला सर आई एम इनटू बिजनेस एनालिटिक्स एंड मार्केटिंग. बोले सर आप तो बहुत अच्छे कैटेगरी में हो. तो मैं सर क्या अच्छे कैटेगरी? बोलते आप आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के ऊपर काम करो. आप तो सर, उन्होंने बहुत अच्छी बात बोली कि सर आप ना डायमंड की माइनिंग्स के ऊपर बैठ के सिल्वर ढूंढ रहे. मैं क्यों ऐसा क्यों बोला सर आपने? बोला फार्मा दुनिया की सबसे हॉट टॉपिक. आज कोविड से पहले जो फार्मा था, आज कोविड के बाद बदल. द प्रॉब्लम हियर इज दैट हम जब फार्मा की एजुकेशन के अंदर एंट्री करते हैं, बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है. सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है, हम बोलते हैं आईआईएम है, आईआईटीज है. अरे हमने कभी, आई रिक्वेस्ट ऑल ऑफ यू विद ऑल ड्यू रेस्पेक्ट, हम भी यहाँ पे भी सर सिंह साहब ने बोला कि क्या आईआईटी में ऐसा है, ये है. मैं ये बोलता हूँ हमारे अंदर, सबके अंदर जितनी भी फार्मा की फैकल्टी है, स्टूडेंट है, वो चैंपियनशिप है. लेकिन हम खुद में और अपने स्टूडेंट्स में इंटरेस्ट नहीं क्रिएट कर पाते. So where artificial intelligence come into the picture? क्या आपकी टूथपेस्ट में नमक है? ये सुना है आपने? सुना है आपने? तो क्या आपकी मोबाइल फोन में चैट जीपीटी इंस्टॉल है? ये अपनी आप को पूछिए. क्या आपकी फोन में परप्लेक्सिटी इंस्टॉल है? क्या मेरी फोन में क्लाउड इंस्टॉल है? मैं आपको अभी, मैंने बहुत कुछ करके आया था, आई थिंक वो चल नहीं रहा है, फिर भी मैं दिखाने की कोशिश करूंगा.
इसका टाइम शॉर्ट तो लंच के बाद
नहीं, वो चल नहीं रहा है.
वो थोड़ा सर मेरी प्लगइन है, मैं अभी करके दिखाता हूं. I'll show you. मेरे पास कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट्स मैं आपको दिखाना चाह रहा हूँ. इन द 11 आपको कितनों को लगता है ये कि टू बी ए प्रॉम्प्ट इंजीनियर आई हैव टू डू एन इंजीनियर? कितनों को लगता है? नहीं है. चैट जीपीटी आप लोग सर यूज करते हैं, मैडम सर सब यूज करते हैं चैट जीपीटी. किस लिए यूज करते हैं सर? अभी आंसर भी नहीं है. एक अभी मैं कोई टॉपिक दूंगा
लेटर लिखने के लिए, उसको वेरीफाई करने.
बिल्कुल मैं आता हूं सर, उसमें आता हूं कि अभी मैं ये सवाल पूछूं आप सबसे, हमारी फैकल्टीज और रेस्पेक्टेड फैकल्टीज बैठे हुए हैं. अभी मैं आपको एक टॉपिक दूंगा, कोई भी टॉपिक उठा के ऐसे ही दूंगा कि ये प्रेजेंटेशन बना. हाउ मच टाइम विल टेक? कोई भी टॉपिक दूंगा, हाउ मच टाइम यू विल टेक? एनी टॉपिक सर, कितना टाइम लगेगा? 20 स्लाइड बनानी है आपको.
चार जीपीटी छोड़ दो, सर चार जीपीटी छोड़ो, नहीं मैं आपको वही आज दिखाने की कोशिश करता आपको। रेस्पेक्टेड टीचर्स एंड फैकल्टीज, एक गामा करके वेबसाइट है, एक स्लाइड एक एआई करके वेबसाइट है, एक पॉप एआई करके वेबसाइट है। सर उसमें ना खाली टॉपिक डालना है और उसको बोलना है मेरे को 20 स्लाइड बनानी है, 30 स्लाइड बनानी है, 40 स्लाइड बनानी है, एंड आपने नहीं सोचा होगा जो वो निकाल के देता है। तो मेरी इतना कहना है कि अफोर्डेबल रिलेवेंट होगा वो सर मैं आता हूं अफोर्डेबिलिटी के लिए आता हूं सर, स्लाइड भी मैं आता हूं रिलेवेंट हो। सुनिए पहले सर मैं भी आपको देखता हूं मेरी टॉपिक सर ने मुझे पूछा मानस तेरा टॉपिक क्या है, मैंने बोला सर मैं इसके ऊपर बोलूंगा। पहले अगर ये चीज अगर 1 साल पहले हुआ होता तो मैं भी बैठ के रात को निकाल के डाटा डालता करता। आप चार जीपीटी भूल जाओ, मैं आज आपको इन पे 10 मिनट सारा एक्टिविटी करके दिखाऊंगा, एंड आई वांट यू टू डू विथ योर ओन वर्क एंड टीच द स्टूडेंट्स। दैट इज द मेन ऑब्जेक्टिव। नंबर 1, आपके पास कोई डायग्नोस्टिक रिपोर्ट आता है, फोटो में रिपोर्ट की बात नहीं कर रहा, किसी ने डायग्नोसिस करने की कोशिश किया है, आप सुन के हैरान होंगे। मैं आपको दिखाता हूं। अभी मेरे पास एक विजुअल फोटो आया अल्ट्रासाउंड का विथ ऑल डिटेल्स। सर मैडम चार जीपीटी क्लॉड परप्लेक्सिटी किसी में डाल के लिख दो खाली काइंडली डायग्नोज। सर आपको पूरी की पूरी एनालिसिस देगा, उसके नीचे फिर डालो राउटिंग करके प्लीज हेल्प मी विद द सजेस्टिव प्रेस्क्रिप्शन, तो प्रेस्क्रिप्शन भी देगा। दिस इज वेयर वी आर हेडिंग टुवर्ड्स। मैं अभी यहीं पे आपको करके दिखाऊंगा, आई डेफिनेटली डू। मैं एजुकेशन में आता हूं, एक वीडियो दिखाऊंगा, आपकी दिमाग सन्न हो जाएगा। आज आप एमवीएन के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, कल आप कहीं पे भी जाइए, आज आपको छुट्टी लेना है, मेरी तबीयत खराब है, पेट में दर्द है। एक बहुत बड़ा टिपिकल आता है हमारी पूरी बिजनेस में भी, आई रन ए स्मॉल कंपनी, 100 लोग हैं, आई एम नॉट फीलिंग वेल। अरे हुआ क्या? आई एम नॉट फीलिंग वेल सर। अबे सर्दी हुआ, जुकाम हुआ, पेट दर्द हुआ, बता तो सही हुआ क्या? सो फीलिंग वेल नहीं है, कोई बात नहीं, मेरी क्लास है, मैं जा नहीं पा रहा हूँ, लेकिन मैं जाऊंगा, डिजिटली में चला जाऊंगा। आप सुन के हैरान होंगे, सर ने पूछा था कि कैसे इंटीग्रेट करेंगे, मैं आपको अभी करके दिखाता। आपकी वीडियो, आपकी फोटो खींचता, आपकी वीडियो बनाता, इंटीग्रेट करता, सामने अभी वीडियो बना कर दिखाता। आप क्लास में नहीं है, डज नॉट मैटर। द बिगेस्ट थ्रेट विच इज कमिंग इन, आप क्लास में हो नहीं हो, मैंने ऑनलाइन एक जूम का लिंक भेज दिया। आई एम गोइंग टू लॉन्च इंस्टीट्यूट कॉल्ड स्कूल ऑफ लाइफ साइंस। उसमें आपको पता नहीं चलेगा कि बंदा खुद पढ़ा रहा है कि एआई पढ़ा रहा है। एंड मोर ओवर, आप जो सवाल पूछोगे उसका एआई एजेंट की इंटीग्रेशन में आंसर वैसे ही आएगा। तो आप ये मत सोचिए, मैं आपको डरा नहीं रहा हूं, मैं आपको एनेबल कर रहा हूं। सर ने स्टार्टिंग में पूछा, नागेवी साहब ने एक चीज बोली, एम्पावरिंग। सर ने बोला एक चीज, बहुत अच्छी चीज बोला कि थ्रेट नहीं, थ्रेट कहाँ है?
Then nobody will learn.
नहीं ऐसा नहीं, मैं आता हूँ मैं। दिस इज द थॉट प्रोसेस। आप ये मत सोचिए nobody will learn। एक चीज समझ लीजिए आप सब, AI will never replace intelligence and creativity.
Nowadays the students are doing this.
Cannot. मैं आता हूँ, उसमें आता हूँ। आप ये थॉट प्रोसेस की प्रॉब्लम है। If you go to take this to IIM and IIT and MBA of the world, they take it in a different way. हम उल्टा सोचते हैं, मैं और एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ कि फार्मा में आपने सुना होगा बहुत हल्ला गुल्ला मचा, AI करके हल्ला मचा है ना। दो बड़ी कंपनी का आपने ट्रेनिंग करके आया है, उनकी मार्केटिंग टीम ने बोला कि मानस आओ हमें बताओ हम कैसे ट्रेनिंग करें। आपको क्लियर कट इम्प्लीमेंटेशन फेलियर की एग्जांपल देता हूँ इन फार्मा। हम इधर से सुनेंगे अभी, आज रात को इतनी चार्ट जीपीटी में करेंगे कि चार्ट जीपीटी भी दुखी हो जाएगी। आज रात को जाएंगे, ये मानस कोई आया था, उसने बोला कि चार्ट जीपीटी क्लॉड डाउनलोड करके आपकी फोन में है कि नहीं है, करा, और आज रात को उसको इतनी पे पसीना कर दिया, वो भी थक गया, हम भी थक गए। कल सुबह आए एमवीएन पे क्लास से पढ़ा।
मैं गया लुपिन एंड सन फार्मा में, हिंदुस्तान की सबसे बड़ी कंपनी। मुझे बोला कि भाई साहब ये मार्केटिंग और स्ट्रैटेजी की ठीक है, बताओ कैसे। मैं बेसिक्स में काम करता हूँ, मैं बड़े बड़े बात नहीं करता, मैं हमेशा बेसिक्स में काम करता हूँ। मेरी जो कंपनी है, हमने आइडेंटिफाई किया जो कोई नहीं करता है, आज हम वो इंडिया में करते हैं। वी आर द ओनली कंपनी सिंस लास्ट 10 ईयर हु वर्क्स इन मार्केट इंटेलिजेंस एंड कॉम्पिटिटिव इंटेलिजेंस। मैं गया, ट्रेनिंग दिया, सब कुछ किया एंड आई केम बैक। 2 महीने के बाद मैंने जिन साहब ने ट्रेनिंग के कैरियर किए थे, मैं फिर क्लाइंट मीटिंग में गया तो मेरे को क्रॉस कर रहे थे, अरे सुन इधर, क्या फालतू आदमी है तू? मैं क्या हुआ भाई? तू जो पढ़ा के गया ना, कुछ नहीं हुआ उसका, तो मेरे को पता है क्या प्रॉब्लम है। मैं सर जिनको पढ़ाया ना, आज मिलेंगे क्या 8, 10, 15, 20 उस 100 में से? बोला 40 लोग बैठे हैं। तो तू कहाँ जा रहा है? इसकी तरफ मीटिंग वहाँ पे करी, तो जा, ही वाज हेड ऑफ इंडिया ऑपरेशन। मैं गया उधर, तो बेसिक क्वेश्चन है आस्क, कितने लोगों ने इसको प्रैक्टिस किया? ट्रस्ट मी सर, आंसर क्या होता है फार्मा के अंदर, बहुत टिपिकल आंसर है फार्मा के अंदर, किसी इंडस्ट्री में नहीं। चाहे हम इंस्टीट्यूट देख लें या इंडस्ट्री देख लें, सर टाइम किधर है? सर इतना स्ट्रैटेजी बनाना है, ब्रांड प्लान बनानी है, धिमकाना बनाना है, फिल्काना बनानी है, टाइम नहीं। मैंने बोला सर डज इट मैच? नहीं मैच कर रहा है, इस मैच हो रहा है। हाँ, तो फिर वो 2 मिनट में मेरी काम है, आज सुनिए जरा, आगे क्या करते हैं? मैं सर कुछ नहीं करता, आप इम्प्लाई नहीं कर रहे हो, मैं नहीं आता। आप हो सकता है हिंदुस्तान की सबसे बड़ी कंपनी हो, आपने मेरे को पैसे दिया, मैं आया, मेरी ऑब्जेक्टिव वो नहीं था, मेरी ऑब्जेक्टिव क्लियर है। जब मैं गाड़ी में गिरा था, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट वाले ने मुझे बोला था implement AI to make your life easy. I invested 1000 hours, दिन में मैं 3 घंटा लगाता हूँ। मेरी मेंटर IIT खड़गपुर से है, हिंदुस्तान के सबसे बड़ी सोल्यूशन लॉन्च करने जा रहे फार्मा के लिए। तो मेरी हाथ जोड़ के आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है, आप उस दिशा में काम करें। ये मत बोलिए कि ये ना स्टूडेंट को बेकार कर रहा है। मैं आपको अभी दिखाता हूँ, आप जो सोचते हैं ना स्टूडेंट को इंटरेस्ट कैसे आएगा। आज की डेट में आप एक चीज पूछना स्टूडेंट को, तेरे को इंस्टा चलाना आता है क्या? फेसबुक चलाना आता है क्या? इंस्टा वालों को भी इतना नहीं पता होगा आपके स्टूडेंट को जितना पता होगा। ट्रस्ट मी, द मोमेंट यू आस्क हाउ मेनी पीपल आर ऑन लिंक्डइन, दे कॉल। सो मैं क्या बोलना चाह रहा हूँ, आप पहले अडॉप्ट करिए। आप चीजों को अडॉप्ट करिए। मैं आपको एक चीज और दिखा रहा हूँ,
डायरेक्टर एडमिशन है।
नहीं, आप उनको सही डायरेक्शन दे दिया।
सर मैं हमेशा बोलता हूँ, आज नॉलेज पे इन्वेस्ट करोगे तो कल लोग आपको गूगल और LLM पे सर्च करेंगे। अपने आप को पूछिए, अपनी पढ़ाई की बात, अपने कितने पैसा, कितनी समय अपनी आपका स्किल एनहांसमेंट में लगाया। आई वांट माई इंस्टीट्यूट MVN टू बी ए AI इंटीग्रेटेड इंस्टीट्यूट। मेरे को सर ने बोला कि मैं आऊँगा ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए। आप सीखेंगे ना, वो बैच की बैच चला जाता रहेगा। आप सीखेंगे और अपने आप को नर्चर करेंगे फर्दर। आज की डेट में सर तो मेरे से बहुत सीनियर है, अभी सर ने मुझे बताया तब तो मैं 5 साल का था जब उन्होंने पास आउट किया था। आई बॉर्न इन 1979 था, 84 में मैं पास किया। मैं सर को समझ लो क्या था, 20 साल पहले नहीं था, 40 साल पहले नहीं था। नॉलेज इज इन द एयर। पहले इंडस्ट्रियल रिवॉल्यूशन आया, फिर नॉलेज रिवॉल्यूशन आया, अब चल रहा है नॉलेज एंड टेक्नोलॉजिकल रिवॉल्यूशन। हमसे बेहतर, फार्मेसी से बेहतर कौन जानता है मेडिसिन? मुझे आप बताओ, लेकिन हमें ही खुद नहीं पता। ये रियल फैक्ट सर, मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ। अभी हमारा ग्लोबल सेंटर आ रहा है, वी आर ओपनिंग, India is we are the first company of India who is opening a global analytics centers in Bangalore. आप सुन के हैरान होंगे सर, 1700 रिज्यूम आया, इतना बड़े बड़े कहानी लिखा हुआ है। हम पढ़ते नहीं, हम सीधा डालते हैं अपनी चार्ट GPT में, सिंथेसिस करके दो। इतना समय नहीं 1700 CV पढ़ने के लिए। पूरी की पूरी लोड किया, एनालिसिस किया, निकाला। जो जितने बड़ा बड़ा लिखा हुआ था, जब हमने उनको सिस्टम पे बिठा के बोला भाई पाइथन आता है, मैं इसको थोड़ा रिफाइन करता हूँ आप लोगों के अंडरस्टैंडिंग के लिए, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट एडवांस एक्सेल, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट एडवांस एक्सेल पता है, सर आई एम द एक्सपर्ट। ले भाई पकड़ थोड़ा एनालिसिस कर, पूछो कौन? सर टीसीएस, मैं नाम लूंगा तो आप हैरान होंगे, टीसीएस, इन्फोसिस, आई एम रियली सरप्राइज्ड हाउ दिस कंपनी वर्क विद दिस पीपल। एक बंदा लिखता है मेरा 4,60,000 का पैकेज है, 7 साल का एक्सपीरियंस, आई एम द एक्सपर्ट इन पाइथन। सर मुझे 9 लाख देना। मैं भाई तेरे को ना मैं 9 लाख नहीं 18 लाख देता हूँ, इधर बता, यू टेल मी हियर, मेरे को सामने बता। सर पाइथन करके ना प्रोग्रामिंग आती है, छोटे छोटे चीजें। एक हमने एक्सेल बनाया था, ये इसको एनालिसिस करके दे बोला, और शकल देखने वाली होती है सर। आज न्यूटन बनूंगा, नो प्लीज। और आप अपनी इंस्टीट्यूट में मैं आपको गारंटी देता हूँ सर, एनपी सिंह साहब रहेंगे तो उनके सामने बोलता हूँ, अपने स्टूडेंट को पूछिए कितनों को माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ऑफिस आता है। आई कैन गारंटी, आप छोड़िए सर, मैं हिंदुस्तान की जितनी फार्मा कॉलेज है सब लीडिंग फार्मा कॉलेज में जाके आ चुका हूँ। आपकी स्टूडेंट, हमारी फैकल्टी विल फेल ऑन ए स्केल ऑफ 10, दे विल नॉट स्कोर मोर देन 5। दिस इज द बेसिक प्रॉब्लम। तो ये जो आया है, आप इसको ब्लेम मत करो, इसको यूज करो। अब यूज करने का क्या फंडामेंटल है? बी ए यूजर और एक्सपर्ट इन आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, एल्स इंडस्ट्री विल हिट बैक ऑन इट। खत्म। कल नाम नहीं लूंगा, लिंक्डइन में एक बहुत बड़ी कंपनी का सीईओ ने डाला, अपनी 11,000 एम्प्लॉय को मेल डाला, टेल मी हाउ यू आर बेटर देन एआई। They had given a time period of 45 days to answer, and they have a plan to knock off 10,000 people. So either you be here or be at home. मेरा एक एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप प्रोग्राम है, आप सुन के हैरान होंगे, मेरे पास ऐसे 42 स्टूडेंट है, स्टूडेंट फैकल्टी नहीं है। एक स्टूडेंट, एक लड़की है जो महीने का 6 लाख प्लस कमाती है खाली स्लाइड बना के। तो क्या हम MVN में नहीं कर सकते? क्या हमारे स्टूडेंट नहीं कर सकते? सबको पहले पैसा चाहिए। सबसे बिगेस्ट प्रॉब्लम क्या है? सबको पहले पैसा चाहिए। शर्मशांति बने। हम बोलते हैं कि मेरे को कितना पैकेज मिलेगा? अरे पैकेज तब मिलेगा ना, आर यू रेडी? हाउ मेनी सिस्टम्स आर देयर इन ह्यूमन बॉडी? अरे ऊपर थोड़ी ह्यूमन एनाटॉमी फिजियोलॉजी है बाबा, अपने शरीर को दे, गिन जरा सिस्टम को। So that's where you need to create interest in the students to make sure वो इंटरेस्ट आउट होगा ना। आपको मैं दिखाता हूँ अभी थोड़ी देर में। स्टूडेंट को किस में इंटरेस्ट है? वीडियो बनाने में बहुत इंटरेस्ट है। उसको बोलो भाई तू ना मेरे को कार्डियोलॉजी सर्कुलेटरी सिस्टम का वीडियो बना के 30 मिनट्स का लेके आ जाएगा। वो अपनी एफर्ट लगाएगा और उसको बताओ ये टूल पे एआई वीडियो में यूज कर, उसको लेके आ, तब जाके होगा। हम बोलते हैं हम चाइना के साथ कंपटीशन करेंगे। आर यू किडिंग मी? हम चाइना के साथ कंपटीशन करेंगे? ये है चाइना। 6 साल से ऊपर का बच्चा LLM पढ़ेगा, नहीं तो यू आर गॉन। हम चाइना के साथ कंपटीशन करेंगे, किस दिशा में कंपटीशन करेंगे? ये अभी देखिए सर, ये जून फर्स्ट वीक से मैंडेटरी है। मैं मैसेज की बात कर रहा हूँ, मैं कोई बड़ी बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ।
वो LLM बताया
सर, दैट इज लार्ज लैंग्वेज मॉडल, जो लार्ज
लैंग्वेज मॉडल
जो सर हमको ये चैट जीपीटी है ना, परप्लेक्सिटी है, एक अरविंद कुमार है, उसने दुनिया को हिला के रखा है।
सर ना ही टू गेट मास्टर ऑफ लॉ का
ना मास्टर ऑफ उनका परिचय मेरा नहीं है।
We got the point.
So I come back again. Tell me how you are better than AI. अभी एक आलम इंस्टीट्यूट आपने सुना होगा सर, मेडिकल की ट्रेनिंग देती है। उसका एक प्रोफेसर राजस्थान में भी बहुत ज़्यादा खुल गया, दुनिया जहाँ में खुल गया है। उसका प्रोफेसर है केमिस्ट्री का या मैथमेटिक्स, आई डोंट थिंक, और उसका सैलरी है 24 करोड़। मैं सोच से इसका आंसर देना चाहता हूँ, मुझे नहीं पता सही है या गलत है। I am better than AI because I don't run an internet on electricity. Sir, where is the problem of internet and electricity today? It has answered me. वो दिन गया सर. ये मत सोचिए. Give me a गांव, forget about शहर. Either बिजली और one day when AI will be used to hack everything. Sir, even the electricity also. Sir, आपने फिर गलत दिशा में जा रहे हैं. उस दिन तक कौन वेट करेगा? मैं वेट करूंगा बिजनेस. Maybe I am also. Maybe I am. आप वेट करो ना सर AI. सर आप वेट करते रहे. You will replace by someone. करते रहो. आराम से आपकी कैची कर मत. What I am saying, we should not be the addict of AI. We should be the assistant.
If you look into the technology domain, what the technology is defined in the two ways. One is the de facto and one is the de jure. De jure takes a lot of time. So this is the reason that there is agreement with the UN that the technology will be implemented in fact. I am coming to your point. This is the reason I am saying. But if we do not declare the technology as a de facto, there will be no innovation. Slowly, as it becomes a de facto, then comes what? The de jure. So regulation will be there even to use the AI, and you will not be able to have anything. Today it is a de facto. So punishment is not yet there for some activities, but one day everything becomes the de jure.
I'm coming back. And one day there was a Microsoft, and the system was shut down. Most of the country has वो जो shut down है या server down है, वो अभी होने वाला है बहुत तरह से. लेकिन what is the frame time frame? क्या वो दिन भर shut down करनी है? क्या वो 4 घंटे के लिए shut down करनी है? How was the economic loss that time? How to do my education, sir? मैं तो ये बोलता हूँ, उधर मत जाओ, अपनी education भी सोचो ना. उधर डाउन हुआ तो मेरे को MVN में पढ़ाने में क्या दिक्कत होगी? सर मैं ना बेसिक्स में काम करता हूँ. वो देश चल रहा है नहीं चल रहा है, इस ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी को कम से कम
श्रीपतन वो कुछ सिखा रहा है यार, सीख लो.
सर एडिक्शन की बात नहीं है सर. आप मेल चलाते हो ना, ईमेल चलाते हो. 20 साल पहले ईमेल के लिए ना साइबर कैफे में जाके 20 रुपया घंटे का देना पड़ता. जब कंप्यूटर आया था ना, वो सर अभी बात कर रहे थे, वेस्ट बंगाल में एक जगह किसी ने दुकान खोला, कंप्यूटर लगाया, उसको ऐसे उठा के उधर भ्रष्टाचारी थे, ऐसे उसको कूटा, वो बेचारा मर गया. There was a lot of bad noise कि AI खा जाएगा. अरे खाएगा नहीं, आप अपने आप ईमेल को यूज करते हो सर, चिट्ठी क्यों नहीं? That is जिधर से एडिक्शन. तो हमारी मेनस्ट्रीम का काम हो गया. मैं ये नहीं बोलता हूँ हर चीज में आप AI इंटीग्रेट करो, लेकिन आपको बच्चे को इंटरेस्टिंग सिचुएशन में लाना पड़ेगा. अगर मेरे को MVN को IIT फ्रेमवर्क पे सोचनी है, that is the only way can I create interest for the students. अब मैं I was on Allen और एक प्रोफेसर है, 24 करोड़ तनख्वाह लेता है. आप सुनिए, ध्यान से सुनिए. उसकी NDA में Allen ने क्या डाला कि आपकी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट हमारे साथ 5 साल का है, आपकी डिजिटली में क्लासेस चल रही है, वो हमारा प्रॉपर्टी है, वो आपका नहीं है. ध्यान से सुनिएगा, आप फैकल्टी इसलिए उसके पीछे क्या लॉजिक है सुनिए. बोलते हैं आज आप हमारे साथ, आपको हमने साल का 24 करोड़ दिया, 5 साल में 90 करोड़ दिया, आपने डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म में आपके बच्चों को पढ़ाया, वो हमारी प्रॉपर्टी है, आपकी नहीं. क्या मतलब है? अगर छोड़ गया उसकी वीडियो बेच के कंपनी कमाई. तो आप अगर अच्छे फैकल्टी हैं, आपकी मार्केट डिमांड होनी चाहिए. वो कौन बताएगा? आप नहीं बताओगे. मैं कितना बड़ा स्ट्रेटेजिस्ट हूँ, मैं नहीं बताएगा. वो मेरे को मेरी इंडस्ट्री बताएगा, मेरा क्लाइंट बताएगा कि यार ये तुमने बहुत बढ़िया कहा. तो 4 स्टूडेंट 10 स्टूडेंट आके इधर खड़ा रहेंगे, सर के पास खड़ा रहेंगे, ये सारे ना मैडम है ना पढ़ाते हैं मतलब यहाँ खोपड़े में घुसता है. What I'm trying to tell you, beyond your curriculum, engage जो curriculum है उसको वीडियो के माध्यम से, PPT के माध्यम से, एक्सेल के माध्यम से करोगे, आपकी स्टूडेंट बाहर की दुनिया से डिफरेंट. जो पूरी इंडस्ट्री बोलता है ना फार्मा सबसे पीछे, इसीलिए बोलता है क्योंकि हम बोलते हैं We are the best people for medicine, but I don't know what is pharmacology and anatomy physiology. This is the biggest problem. मैं पिछले 7 साल में 1.5 लाख बच्चों से मिल चुका हूँ। 1.5 लाख में से 90% फेल टू आंसर दिस क्वेश्चन। Across India मैंने साथ ही साथ मेरे बहुत एंगेजमेंट मैं सब बता रहा हूँ। तो what? यही तो है नहीं अभी। Where we are heading towards? We are heading towards ratification. We are heading towards ratification. Today, सब लोग बैठे इतने सीनियर लोग बैठे हैं. आप अरे सर से लेकर पैर तक जा रहे हैं तो सिस्टम दिखेगा. मैं आपको छोटी सी एग्जांपल देता हूँ. अभी हम इंटरव्यू ले रहे थे. फाइलिंग द बिजनेस एनालिस्ट. छोटा सा क्वेश्चन. वो 3 बिल्ली के लिए 3 गड्ढा वाला नहीं है. हमने बोला कि तेरे को विजयवाड़ा भेजेंगे. तेरे को ना लोकल लैंग्वेज आता नहीं है. How will interact with the doctor? Simple question है. I don't know how it will think it. सर मैं ट्रांसलेटर लेके जाऊंगा, मैं गूगल. अरे डॉक्टर को अंग्रेजी आता है ना भाई. तो लोकल लैंग्वेज जानना ना जानते हो क्या पता था डॉक्टर के साथ इंटरफेस करना है. आर यू गोइंग टू इंटरफेस विद द केमिस्ट? नो. अब मेरी जो स्टूडेंट है सबसे लोएस्ट कमाने वाली है 2,70,000 एवरेज स्टूडेंट. वो B.Com स्टूडेंट, नाम नहीं लूँगा, यूनिवर्सिटी का नाम नहीं लूँगा. 2,20,000 वो कमाती है टू क्रिएट रिपोर्ट्स. अभी मैं आऊँगा यहाँ पे करेंगे आप लोग का 300 पेज की रिपोर्ट, 300 पेज की इतना बड़ा रिपोर्ट. और सबसे बड़ा और प्रॉब्लम, आप अपने स्टूडेंट को पूछेंगे ना, व्हिच आर द टॉप 10 फार्मा कंपनीज ऑफ इंडिया, ऐसे ऐसे नाम बताएंगे ना, बाल जो सो रहा है खड़ा हो जाएगा. पांडु फार्मा, ये फार्मा. अरे भाई किधर सन फार्मा? हाँ सर सुना तो है. दिलीप सांघवी कौन है? सर कोई तो था. This is what we are heading towards. आप बोलेंगे कि हम लोग यूज नहीं करें. मतलब सर समय किसी का प्रतीक्षा नहीं करेगा, ना आपका ना मैं. जितनी जल्दी टेक्नोलॉजिकल अडॉप्शन करोगे उतनी जल्दी आप अपने स्टूडेंट्स को नर्चर करोगे. मैं आपके सामने अभी करके दिखा रहा हूँ. अपनी सिस्टम यही लगा लगे कभी नहीं होगा. ये तो है. अभी मैं आपको वीडियो दिखाता हूँ. सर ये अभी का नहीं. 2019 में आजूर टेक्नोलॉजी ने बोला कि हम लोग ये टेक्नोलॉजी ला रहे हैं. आप इसको देखिए और अपने बारे में सोचिए. सुबह जाके आजूर टेक्नोलॉजी माइक्रोसॉफ्ट का माइक्रोसॉफ्ट का है.
सर हम मार्केट में आया नहीं टेक्नोलॉजी.
आ गया है यार. कहाँ है मैडम?
नहीं आप ऐसे बोल रहे हो 19 का है.
अभी आ गया है. यहाँ हिंदुस्तान नहीं आया है. बहुत कॉस्टली है. आप यहाँ पे बैठ के जापान में स्पीच दो जापानीज लैंग्वेज. आपको दिखाता हूँ.
करिए सर दिखाइए. बहुत ज़्यादा इंतजार.
तो आप सोचो अभी 2 दिन पहले वो आज तक क्या फीस लगेगा इसका. एबीपी मैं सर आपके पास अभी आ रहा हूँ वर्कशॉप करने. मैं आपको बताऊंगा. आप अपनी क्लासेस की वीडियो बना के स्टूडेंट को दे दो नोट्स की तरह. अगर उसने क्लास मिस किया है हम करेंगे सर. ये वाइस चांसलर सर थोड़ी करेंगे. अभी कुछ पूछते हैं, कुछ भी बोलते हैं हम लोग. अरे उसका ऐसा हो गया, चाइना में ऐसा हो रहा है, गवर्नमेंट ने क्या किया. आपने गवर्नमेंट के लिए क्या किया? Please, Daniel.
Pleasure to be here in Las Vegas to present to you. Now I get invited to do keynotes across the globe, and while it's easy for me to be here in Las Vegas, it is always easy for me to travel across the world. And even when I do, I can't always speak the local language. Well, what if neither language nor distance mattered for me to deliver a fantastic keynote? What if technology could help me be anywhere I needed to be and speak any language I wanted? Well, it can. We are bringing together the power of mixed reality and Azure AI services to create a truly game-changing experience. What you're about to see is an exact hologram of me wearing the same outfit that we recently captured at a mixed reality studio. And I don't speak Japanese, but what if I wanted to deliver my keynote in Japanese? Using Azure AI technology, I can translate my English into Japanese and train it to sound exactly like me. the same voice tones, those same inflections. And we brought this together, my hologram and Azure AI, to show you what's possible. So first, I'm going to put on my HoloLens 2 here, and then we'll flip in the room to the special camera so you can see exactly what I'm seeing. Let's get started. First, let me introduce you to Mini-Me. There she is, my perfect hologram. And thanks to the power of HoloLens 2, she just floats right with me. I'm literally holding my hologram, so natural. Now she's a little small to do a keynote. So let's get her up so she can do full-size Japanese keynote. Render keynote.
So this lady never spoke in Japanese, not US में बैठे हुए, आप सोचो कल यही होगा। मैं छुट्टी पे हूँ, कोई बात नहीं, अब रहिए घर पे, जैसे डिजिटल स्क्रीन पे आएंगे, आपने क्या किया, आज आपने डाल दिया, आज मैं पढ़ाने वाली थी रेस्पिरेटरी सिस्टम, ये मेरा पीपीटी है, उसको लोड किया आपने प्लेटफॉर्म के ऊपर, उसने उसको विजुअली में कन्वर्ट कर दिया, पूरी की पूरी वीडियो कि कैसे सांस लेते हैं, ये नीचे से कैसे जाता है, कैसे लंग्स में बढ़ता है। मैं पिक्चर की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, मैं बात कर रहा हूँ वीडियोस बनाएगा और आप साइड में कैसे खड़े होते बोलते हैं। सर ने जो सवाल पूछा था, हाउ यू कैन यूज AI इन आवर एजुकेशन, मैं आपको एनेबल करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। एक अभी आपको करके सामने दिखा हूँ, डायग्नोसिस से लेके अपोलो हॉस्पिटल के साथ हम काम करते हैं। अभी एक मीटिंग था, हम गए थे, उन्होंने बोला एक डॉक्टर आधा घंटा लगाता है डायग्नोसिस, सिम्टोमेटिक एंड डायग्नोस्टिक रिपोर्ट लेके आधा घंटा लगाता है। तो आपने अभी देखा हुआ रिसेंटली जस्ट फ्यू मंथ्स बिफोर अपोलो हैज टाइड अप विद माइक्रोसॉफ्ट, जो कनाडा से आए थे, वो टाइप करके भी तो उन्होंने एक LLM प्लेटफॉर्म बनाया, बोलता 30 मिनट का ही को लेगा, 3 मिनट का काम है, 1 मिनट का काम है, बोला सिम्टम लिखिए, डायग्नोसिस रिपोर्ट रेडी करिए, पूरा का पूरा उसका डायग्नोसिस का खर्चा निकल कर आ जाए। और मैं अभी आपको करके दिखाऊं, फोटोग्राफ और ऐसा टेढ़ा मेढ़ा फोटोग्राफ, मैंने सब ट्राई किया। वो जिसने मेरे को भेजा बोला कि डॉक्टर ने बोला मेरे फेफड़े में प्रॉब्लम हो गया, मैं जब देख रहा हूँ उसका किडनी में इश्यू है। So everything is going right. Please, my sincere request to all the faculty, आप जब करेंगे तब स्टूडेंट करेंगे। आपने सेकेंडरी मार्केट रिसर्च का नाम सुना होगा सबने सर, मैडम, एक कंपनी है ग्लोबल डाटा, हैदराबाद में है, एक कंपनी है मार्केट्स एंड मार्केट्स, पुणे में है। ये दोनों कंपनी की कैपेसिटी है 10,700, मोटा मोटा लगाकर ग्लोबल डाटा एक 7,000 है, बाकी मार्केट एंड मार्केट सर वो कट ऑफ होके 300-300-600 में आया। इधर उन्होंने बोला कि भाई को हमने पूरा AIT एजेंट बना दिया, आप आए, मेरे को बोला भाई अटरवास्टैटिन मार्केट ऑफ यूरोप दिखाना है, जर्मनी दिखानी है, मेरे को वही लिखना है, असेसमेंट ऑफ द मार्केट ऑफ जर्मनी विद इन अटरवास्टैटिन एंड इट्स कॉम्बिनेशन। और उसमें ये भी है कि 300 पेज की रिपोर्ट बनानी है कि 500 पेज की रिपोर्ट बनानी है। क्या साइटेशन आएगा? बिल्कुल आएगा। फोटो आएंगे, बोलो वीडियो भी आएगा। सो रिपोर्ट्स जो आप लेंदी रिपोर्ट आप देख रहे हैं, आने वाले टाइम में रिपोर्ट लेंदी नहीं होगी, रिपोर्ट कन्वर्ट होने वाला है वीडियोज में, क्योंकि वो ज्यादा पर्सपेक्टिव कैरी करता है और आपके पास पूरी दुनिया है। MVN में बैठ के ये जयवलन सर है, फार्माकोलॉजी कैसा पढ़ाते हैं, एक एग्जांपल ऐसे पढ़ाते हैं, खोपड़े से फार्माकोकाइनेटिक्स, फार्माकोडायनेमिक्स जिंदगी भर नहीं निकलेगा। ADME अंसारी सारे इससे पढ़ाते हैं कि भाई साहब दुनिया जहां याद रखेगा। एंड हाउ पीपल विल नो कि आप अच्छे पढ़ाते हैं? डिजिटल, AI डिजिटल। मैं लिंक्डइन में हूं नहीं तो मैं कैसे दुनिया को बताऊंगा मैं क्या करता हूं? फोटो छपने से नहीं होने वाला, यू हैव टू प्रूव इट। लोग वीडियो ढूंढते हैं, डॉक्टर जयबालन फार्माकोलॉजी है क्या 4 वीडियो दिखा, अरे सर पहले हम जाते थे विदेश, यूएस, यूरोप, आप इधर आइए, ट्रस्ट मी, अगर आपको उनके साथ कंपटीशन करना है, ओनली थिंग दैट यू कैन डू अडॉप्शन ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, और कुछ भी नहीं है। वो हमसे ज्यादा इंटेलिजेंट नहीं है। आई वाज हेडिंग द ग्लोबल बिजनेस ऑफ फॉरेन फार्मास्यूटिकल बैक एट जर्मनी 2009 में। सर इतना बड़ा तनख्वाह था ना, मैं राष्ट्रपति की लाइफ जी रहा था। मैं आपको 2009 में मेरी सैलरी होती थी 55 लाख फिक्स सैलरी, 5 BHK घर, 2 गाड़ी, 2 बंगला, ऐसे करके मेरा पूरा रेम्यूनरेशन बिठा रहा था 93 लाख। मैं छोड़ के हिंदुस्तान इसलिए आया, मुझे पूरी यकीन था कि आज नहीं तो कल हमारा देश ऐसी मुकाम पे आएगा और हम दुनिया को लीड करेंगे, तो वो दिन आ गया। तो माई सिंसियर रिक्वेस्ट, थोड़ा सा मैं आपको और दिखा दूंगा अभी। आप लोग फैकल्टीज हैं, स्टूडेंट आपको देखेंगे, जो अभी नकुल सर ने बहुत अच्छी बात बोला, सर ने भी बोला, विथ ऑल ड्यू रेस्पेक्ट, स्टीव जॉब्स को किसी ने पूछा था, सर कैसे बंदा हायर करते हो आप, कैसे बंदा हायर करते हो आप? बोला जो बंदा आकर मेरे साथ आर्ग्यू करे कि तुम साला बेकार आदमी हो, मैं तुमसे ज्यादा कोडिंग करता, आप करोगे? जूते मार को क्लास से निकाल दो। पढ़ने आए क्या आर्गुमेंट करना है? फालतू आदमी निकल।
एक बोला ना स्टीव जॉब्स वो कंपनी से निकाल दिया गया, वो उसी हाथ में है, वो बोलो
वापस आया
उसी में आया,
उसे निकाल के आया वापस। मेरे को जो हजूर की बंदा हॉस्पिटल के अंदर मिला था, उसने बोले सर अडॉप्ट एआई, और मैं जब मैं अपने दोस्तों से बात किया ना, मेरे को क्या बोला गया, अरे तुम फार्मा के लोग हो यार, तुम्हारे पास का टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं है। एंड दैट हिट मी। मैंने बोला इस हिंदुस्तान के अंदर मैं फार्मास्यूटिकल्स ट्रेनिंग चालू करूंगा एआई की ऊपर। मैं बच्चों को ट्रीटमेंट ट्रेनिंग दूंगा, मैं फैकल्टी को फ्री में दूंगा, और इंडस्ट्री से मैं पैसे लूंगा। आज मेरा एक प्रोग्राम रन होता है जनरेटिव एआई के अंदर। सर मैं अभी आपके कॉलेज में आ रहा हूँ, 2-3 दिन सर ने मुझे दिया है, मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा स्टूडेंट से ज़्यादा आप लोग पार्टिसिपेट करिए, आपकी लाइफ बदल जाएगी। मैं बता रहा हूँ, आपके घर में कोई बीमार होता होगा ना, नियर में पहले आपको फोन आता होगा, क्यों? आप फार्मासिस्ट, बाद में सर ये PhD आता है, बाद में IIM आता है, IIT आता है, पहला मैं फार्मासिस्ट। ये एक फैक्ट है। आपके घर में अगर कोई मेडिकल का बंदा नहीं है, पहला कॉल आपको आएगा। और ये तो प्रूवन हो गया ना, सबसे ज्यादा AI यूज करने वाला फार्मा है। और एक आपको शॉकिंग स्टोरी देता हूँ।
AI से गड़बड़ भी हो जाएगा यार।
सॉरी,
गड़बड़ भी हो जाता है।
और एक शॉकिंग न्यूज देता हूँ। IT कंपनी के बारे में आप सबने सुना होगा। IT कंपनी के बारे में गूगल, IBM, इन्फोसिस, मैम IT कंपनी के बारे में हमने सबने सुना होगा। ये इन्फोसिस, ये मैंने IT कंपनी, IBM टेक्नोलॉजी, IBM, गूगल, आपको सुन के हैरानी होगी, सबसे ज्यादा बिजनेस इन कंपनियों का फार्मा से आता है। 40% इज लाइफ साइंस। आई मीन इट, मैं नहीं बोल रहा, सर्च करो जाके एनुअल रिपोर्ट्स। क्यों? वो फार्मास्को विजिलेंस की सॉफ्टवेयर बनाते हैं, समझते नहीं है, बनाते हैं। वो सॉफ्टवेयर बनाने के लिए उनको 1000 करोड़, 700 करोड़ चाहे मुरमुरी की तरह ले रहे हैं। मैंने किसी IT कंपनी की हेड को पूछा, फार्मा को विजिलेंस हेड करता है, मिस्टर कैन यू टेल मी व्हाट यू डू दिस थिंग्स ऑफ, सी वी आर द टेक्नोक्रेट्स, वी डोंट गेट इनटू निटी-ग्रिटीज ऑफ टेक्निकलिटीज। वो डाटा निकाल के दे रहा है ना सर, ये प्रॉब्लम है, मेरे को काय को पढ़ना है। जस्ट इमेजिन, आप कुर्सी बदल दो, आप फार्मासिस्ट हो, आपने SAP के कोर्स किया, और मेरी फ्रेंड सर्कल में से बहुत लोग हैं, एंड यू वॉक इनटू IBM एंड गूगल, जबरदस्त कॉम्बिनेशन। इंटरप्रिटेशन करोगे बैठ के, यहाँ पे इंटरप्रिटेशन गलत है, इसके लिए फार्मा पैसे करता है। क्यों? उसका इंजीनियर को ये नहीं पता है कि भाई इसमें ये प्रॉब्लम, इसकी मैकेनिज्म ऑफ एक्शन में इशू है। जब फार्मा वहां से लताड़ता है बग के लिए, फिर वो घुसते हैं गूगल एंड चलो, अरे हाँ ये तो प्रॉब्लम है। तो जस्ट इमेजिन, हम वहां पे बैठे विथ सम एडिशंस ऑफ टेक्नो, तो कैसा कॉम्बिनेशन होगा। एंड लास्ट नॉट द लीस्ट, हम फार्मा के लोग खाली फार्मा करते हैं। ये आपके पास सर बैठे हुए हैं, इनको सर को मेरे बाद पता चला कि स्टैटिस्टिक्स में सर ने करा हुआ है, सर आके अलग सा मिलता हूँ। आप वो बोलते हैं ना हीरा की खदान में बैठ के आप सिल्वर ढूंढ रहे हैं, बाहर से मेरे जैसे बंदा आएगा बताएगा माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ऑफिस क्या है, गलत बात है। अपनी पास क्या रिसोर्सेस देखें ना। सो दिस इज व्हाट द टेक्नोलॉजी इज टेकिंग द माइलेज। मैंने आपको दिखाया, छोटी सी मैं आपको अभी जो लोग नहीं जानते हैं, इसको कितने लोगों ने एक्सप्लोर किया है मुझे नहीं पता है, ये मत बोलिए क्या मैंने यूज किया, मैं पूछता हूँ कितने लोगों ने एक्सप्लोर किया है। ईमेल आईडी किसका है? आप थोड़ा सा लिए ना, अपने आपको टाइम लगता है साइन अप नहीं कर छोटी आप अपना ईमेल आईडी सब बताइए कौन सी है? आई बी कॉम एक ना और है मुझे बताते नहीं इसमें आपने कर रखा है वो मैं कर
forgot the password.
ठीक है डबल आई
अब आ जाए
तो ठीक है आ गए। आप लोगों ने कितने एक्सप्लोर किया है, इसको एक्सप्लोर करोगे आप कंसल्टेंट नहीं होगे। मैं आपको कोई क्लियर दिखाता हूं।
Sir, but it is given only up to 10 slides.
हाँ वो सर मैडम किसने बोला फ्री का है वो, लेकिन इसकी सब्सक्रिप्शन बहुत सस्ता है। ठीक मैं अपनी कंपनी में हम लोग साल का तकरीबन 60,000 लगाते हैं और हमारे पास बहुत सारे IIT का प्लेटफॉर्म है। ठीक है पर्सनल लेवल में इसको करना थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट है। हम लोग क्या करते हैं जो बच्चे यूज़ करते हैं इनको हमारे सब्सक्रिप्शन का पासवर्ड देते हैं, बट मैं आपको छोटी चीज़ इसमें तो मैडम आप कंसल्टिंग कर सकते हो। $19 की सब्सक्रिप्शन है, $20 उतना तो हम पिज्जा में फूक देते हैं, इससे प्रैक्टिकल थी। तो शॉर्टली मैं आपको ये दिखाता हूँ
$20 per month or per annum?
पर मंथ सर अभी किसी ने बोला कि MVN यूनिवर्सिटी का मुझे या कोई भी टॉपिक बोलिए सर मैं यहीं पे बना दूँ। एनी टॉपिक यू टेल
take that you told not a drug attack invested in
अरे भाई हायर एजुकेशन
नहीं
यूनिवर्सिटी में है
कोई बात क्या टॉपिक बोलिए सर? फार्मेसी हायर एजुकेशन इन इंडिया।
ओके वेरी गुड।
that is very relevant. Everyone is if something is wrong. बी फॉर्मा ही लो।
कोई नहीं सर, छोटा सा चीज देखने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ।
He has taken the very important topic also.
अभी यहाँ पे मेरे को 10 स्लाइड का ऑप्शन मिलता है फ्री, ठीक है। मैंने कुछ नहीं किया, इसको बटन दबाया और थोड़ा सा चाय पीने निकल गया। अब मेरे को यहाँ पे ऑप्शन आता है कि मैं कौन सी स्लाइड डेक लूँ। मैं एक छोटा सा क्लिक कर देता हूँ, कौन सी स्ट्रक्चर लूँ, वो भी ऑप्शन आता है। स्ट्रक्चर में मैंने क्लिक किया,
चाय पी लिया।
चाय पीने का समय नहीं देता। चार जीपीटी तक जाने की जरूरत नहीं है। हाँ, अगर आपको
This is the Farm-D curriculum review. It is doing Indian Farm-D curriculum review.
तो लिखा है सर इंडियन पर्सपेक्टिव।
तो ये Indian Farm-D ही करेगा ये।
अब देखो सर, फोटो सब ताम झाम निकाल के देता है।
Student already aware about this. And they are
मैडम अवेयरनेस नहीं है, क्या बोला, ट्रेनिंग दे के आया इधर
Sir, they
निकाल।
are using it.
आपने टास्क दिया नहीं दिया, उन्होंने क्या यूज किया, क्या कौन बताएगा?
Sir, Gamma, they are already using it.
मैडम वो सवाल नहीं है यूजिंग इट। चार्ट जीपी तो वो भी यूज करते हैं।
What is that you want to communicate?
Sir, I want to say that Gamma or this type of app already.
No, but his question is how many people are using it?
मैं तो ये भी बोलता हूँ सर,
His
how many?
problem is he wants every pharmaceutical person.
मैं ये बोलता हूँ वो यूज जो कर रहा है कितना अप्रोप्रिएटली कर रहा है, कौन उसको जज कर रहा है, कौन जज कर रहा है?
तो है ना?
क्योंकि मेरे को भी नहीं पता है तो मैं उसको बता भी नहीं पाता हूँ मेरा सही है कि नहीं है। आप इसको देखो सर, ये प्रेजेंटेशन रेडी हो गया।
अब बताओ, एक स्लाइड बताओ।
रीडिंग बुक
देखिए फोटो की तो डाल दिया सर।
नहीं मैं बताता
हाँ सर
सर मैं बताता हूँ सर, डोंट रीड सर मैं पूरी बताता हूँ। आपको क्या लगता है आज की जनरेशन, आप सर कब पास आउट किए थे? आज की जनरेशन ना सर दिल्ली टाइम्स पढ़ता है, टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया नहीं पढ़ता है। शाहरुख खान का कितना फोटो है, कितना डांस कर रही है। तो प्लीज रिमेंबर दिस, डोंट एक्सपेक्ट दिस, प्लीज don't try to put your thoughts on them, please. This is the new generation changing as it happened.
Beautiful.
आप सर उसको बोलो ये जर्नल है बच्चा, ये मेरे को जिस निकाल के दे
बस,
एंड जिस निकाल के पढ़ के देना।
अभी जब जो भी टेक्स्ट बुक में नॉलेज है जो वैलिडेटेड है and that is like
क्या टेक्स्ट बुक नॉलेज इज नॉट वैलिडेटेड, इज आउटडेटेड। हाँ सर, टेक्स्ट बुक
बोलिए सर, बोलिए।
मेरा व्यू ये है कि जब हम टेक्स्ट बुक पढ़ते हैं, हर एक फील्ड की कोई ना कोई ऐसे बड़ी अच्छी टेक्स्ट बुक होती है, उसको हमें पढ़ना पड़ता है और उससे हमें नॉलेज मिलती है। हम जर्नल्स पढ़ते हैं, रिव्यूज पढ़ते हैं, लेटेस्ट ट्रेंड्स, नेचर, साइंस,
वो सब करके बता रहे हैं।
प्लीज सर, प्लीज
this is based on the primary data that the persons have given. Like for example in diagnostic, like person may have given that wrong diagnostic for any symptom.
Manas, can you store those 10 slides and email it to me?
सर अभी नहीं, आपको कुछ नहीं करना है सर।
नहीं
सर ये स्लाइड चाहिए।
100 कंप्यूटर्स है वो देखना है
सर। ये 10 स्लाइड मैं फिर
ठीक है, मैं ऐसा किया है।
अभी ये मेल कर दो,
करो इसको।
मैं कर ऑलरेडी सेव डाउन हो गया। मैं सर आपके क्वेश्चन का आंसर देता हूँ।
This is the future.
I don't know much about it.
Sir, you are perfectly right.
सर प्लीज अलाउ मी। ऐसा है सर, ये कहीं पे किसी ने नहीं बताया, मैं बताता हूँ कि टेक्स्ट बुक मिल जाता है। प्लीज रिमेंबर,
Please repeat again.
अभी
Please repeat again.
आई एम नॉट सेइंग दैट डोंट गेट थ्रू द टेक्स्ट बुक। ये कहीं पे किसी ने भी नहीं करा है। कोई भी आईआईटी के अंदर भी किसी ने ये नहीं बोला है कि यू यूज एआई टू फॉरगेट द टेक्स्ट बुक। प्लीज, दिस इज नॉट द कॉन्टेक्स्ट। अब मैं आपको कॉन्टेक्स्ट देता हूँ। आपने सर एनाटॉमी फिजियोलॉजी पढ़ा है, व्हाटएवर टॉपिक
बोला है कि योर नथिंग विल बी पब्लिश्ड इफ इट इज एन एआई कंटेंट।
हाँ, वो मैं बताता हूँ सर, मैं आता हूँ। आपने पढ़ाया बच्चों को। अभी हम लोग क्या करते थे, आपके और मेरी टाइम पे, मैं अपनी टाइम बोलता हूँ, हम जाके नोट्स बनाते। मैम मैम
सुनिए
मैम प्लीज 2 मिनट्स आई विल जस्ट रैप इट अप। हम अपने टाइम में क्या करते थे सर मेरे से 20 साल सीनियर, हम एनाटॉमी फिजियोलॉजी की किताब लेते थे, हम नोट्स बनाते थे, तो लिखने में प्रैक्टिस होता है। वो चीज़ आज में छूट रही। लेकिन टेक्नोलॉजिकल बेनिफिट क्या है सर इसमें, मैं नोट बनाने के लिए जितने टाइम लगाता था ना, अब मेरे नोट रेडी हो गया इन द फ्रैक्शन ऑफ मिनट। अब मैं पढ़ने में फोकस
वो लगाता ब्यूटीफुली से।
देखिए सर, हर चीज़ की प्लस एंड माइनस है। आप इस चीज़ को ये करिए, अगर आप मैं देखिए, जिसको पढ़ना नहीं है ना तो ऐसे भी नहीं पढ़ेगा। ये तो फैक्ट है। जिसको पढ़ना, लेकिन सपोज करो मेरी क्लास में 60 स्टूडेंट है बी फार्म का और 35 बच्चों ने इसको अडॉप्ट कर लिया है इन द रेगुलर प्रैक्टिस, वो या तो 20 बच्चे उनकी तरह हो जाएंगे या तो इंस्टीट्यूट छोड़ के भाग गए। ऑब्जेक्टिव है, क्योंकि मैं इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ, ये चीज मैं कर रहा हूँ, काफी इंस्टीट्यूट के साथ कर रहा हूँ, एंड वी हैव सीन जो बच्चा 60% ला रहा था वो 75% आता। क्यों? हमने जब इंटरव्यू किया, प्लीज
सर इसके साथ एक प्रॉब्लम भी है। अभी एक बच्चा था, मेरा मेंटी था, मैंने उससे पूछा तेरे इस सब्जेक्ट में मार्क्स कैसे कमाए हैं, तो ही सेड कि मैम मैंने वैसे तो सारा देखा था, जो मैम ने क्वेश्चन बैंक दिया था मैंने वो चैट जीपीटी पे डाला और जो क्वेश्चन आए थे उस हिसाब से मैंने तैयार किए, बट मैम बोल रही है कि वो रेलिवेंट नहीं लिखा तुमने। तो ये प्रॉब्लम बच्चे फेस कर रहे हैं।
पहला मैं फिर बोलता हूँ, रिपीट करता हूँ मैम, वी शुड नॉट escape the textbooks. Please remember this. This is not the idea.
It is supplement. It's not substitute.
मेरे को अभी मैं सर मैडम एनालिटिकल में हूँ, ठीक है ना। हम क्या करते हैं, अभी हमें SWOT एनालिसिस लिखनी है। आज से 5 महीने पहले जब मैंने अडॉप्ट नहीं किया था, सर विल बी मोर कोरिलेटिंग इट। मेरे को SWOT एनालिसिस के लिए अगर 100 पेज की रिपोर्ट है ना, 100 पेज की रिपोर्ट पढ़ना पड़ता है। मैं अपनी लेवल पे नहीं बोल रहा, मैं जूनियर लेवल पे जो बच्चे अभी नया है, अब उन्होंने क्या करनी है, वो लेके सीधा LLM पे डालते हैं, then there is a SWOT analysis came out automatically. But I just cannot copy and paste it. I have to see the relevance of the information which is came out, and sometimes LLM read it wrongly. वो इसलिए wrong read नहीं करता है कि डाटा गलत है, वो इसलिए करता है the language that we have written, it has been interpreted wrongly. मैं फिर repeat करता हूँ बार-बार, objective is not to replace the textbook. Objective is to enable the textbook in bigger way, invest more time into study. अब किसी को आप बोलोगे, मेरे को किसी ने आपके पास कोई स्टूडेंट आएगा, बोलेगा सर मेरे को ना ये सर्कुलेटरी सिस्टम बड़ा दिक्कत कर रहा है, बाकी सारा तो मेरे को याद आ गया है, मेरे को सर्कुलेटरी डिपेंडेंसी कर रहा है, तो आप उसको बोलो कि have you gone through, क्या दिक्कत है, पहले सुनोगे, अब उसको इजी लैंग्वेज में समझा, है ना। अभी there are 2 curriculum, डिप्लोमा फार्मेसी में 2 पेज में रेस्पिरेटरी सिस्टम है, बी फार्म में 6 पेज में 7 पेज में है। सो आप उसको देख के, अगर उसको 2 पेज की कॉन्टेक्स्ट है, ये 2 पेज का देगा, लेकिन क्या दे रहा है इसको पढ़ना पड़ेगा। मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा कि आपकी काम खत्म हो गया, ये नहीं बोल रहा, मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ सर आपकी टाइम को कैसे एनेबल करता है। जर्नल्स की बात है सर, जर्नल्स की बात है, आपने देखा है लिंक्डइन में बहुत सारे लोग बुलेटेड पॉइंट्स में डॉक्यूमेंट्स डालते हैं, नीचे डॉक्यूमेंट है, ऊपर में टॉप 10 पॉइंट्स लिखते हैं, बुलेटेड पॉइंट्स में वो लिखते हैं। मैं भी आपको करके दिखाता हूँ। एक 156 पेज का इंडिया फीड रिपोर्ट कल आया, ऐसे भी वी हैव ए ब्रॉडकास्टिंग ग्रुप जहाँ पे 10,000 इंडस्ट्री के लोग हैं, तो फ्यू पीपल कॉल्ड मी, मानस यार इसका एनालिसिस रचिए। क्यों? लीडरशिप टीम डज नॉट हैव दैट टाइम टू गो थ्रू द एंटायर रिपोर्ट। डायबिटीज वाला बोलता है इसमें डायबिटीज का क्या है, ऑन्कोलॉजी वाला बोलता है ऑन्कोलॉजी का क्या है, कार्डियो वाला बोलता है। तो अभी अगर आप चैट जीपीटी से बाहर जाओगे, उसको कैसे करोगे, मतलब LLM से बाहर जाओगे, फिर उसमें हम लोग देखते हैं सबसे ज्यादा इंटेलिजेंस किधर आता है, परप्लेक्सिटी से आ रहा है, चैट जीपीटी से आ रहा है, क्लॉड से आ रहा है, कंपैरिजन, ये भी देखना है। ऐसा नहीं कि आपने बता दिया, see there is always going to be a rampant misuse of the information and people will come back to blame you कि मैडम आपने तो बताया था इसको करने के लिए। So message has to be loud and clear, करना क्या है कैसा है, वो नहीं है। मैं आपको डायग्नोसिस सर,
so you know there is a subject known as mathematics which has backing in theory, means Pythagoras theorem, it is true, proved, accepted by 8 billion human beings on the earth. AI doesn't have backing in its theory. these are algorithms which are very specific to an organization or individuals or to a data. So this is not a theory-based subject. Second one is that the whole LLM models, they have the biggest problem of the contextual information. Like, I am in the bank. I am on the bank of River Yamuna. Now, when the bank is, the word is coming in the two sentences. First, we will do the quantization of it, because bank is converted into a numerical value. Then vectorization, then computation. Now the quantization of the bank is the same in both the sentence. So sometimes you get a sentence as the answer,
Which is another one.
which is another one. And this concept in the LLM is known as hallucination. So the whole industry is today want to reduce hallucination. So they want to, they are one of the major problems in the context. And this is not going to be solved so easily. And another one is that all those tools are very good tools to have an additional perspective. But as Vineet was saying, that still to begin with, blackboard is the best way of teaching, not even whiteboard.
In some countries, they have removed all these gadgets. Gone back.
But certainly, if you are teaching a pharma, you are teaching a biology, where you cannot make the pictures in 60 minutes or 90 minutes. And you cannot show the working of those, I mean to say, organs. Systems. Here there is a help from these technologies, that you can make the pictures easily, you can show the functioning of that, but basic things remains the same, that is the blackboard.
But sir, in maths and chemistry, I think the board way is better.
Even in the pharmacology or pharmacy, everything, the board is better. If there is something which you cannot do manually quickly, then these things are very, very useful.
Students are not writing on
Yeah, see, basically you have to understand what Sir has told. Any particular technology, its limitation has to be understood. Like you take a drug, you should know the side effects.
Yes.
So if you
This
know
is also a drug and it has side effects.
It is.
So the limitation of the technology is that, and it is very clear, he has told loud and clear.
Yes.
Once, see that AI, whatever tool, the particular thing, slides have come, it is your responsibility to read it.
Next day it will be separate.
Yes.
Because next day more data will be added.
डायग्नोसिस करने वाला दिखा रहे
लास्ट एक फोटो है मेरी फ्रेंड से, मैं फोटो खोल के भी दिखा देता हूँ फॉर योर अंडरस्टैंडिंग, ताकि आपको ज़्यादा क्लैरिटी मिले।
Very nice.
ऐसा फोटो है, इसमें जब तक आप इसको अच्छे से नहीं पढ़ेंगे कुछ समझ में नहीं आएगा, कैसे आएगा?
वो पूरा डाटा वो प्रिस्क्रिप्शन
तो मैंने कुछ नहीं किया, उसने एकदम मेरे को पता क्या हुआ, मैंने अटैच किया, प्लीज एनालाइज द अटैच्ड रिपोर्ट एंड हेल्प इन डायग्नोसिस। ये एंडोस्कोपी रिपोर्ट है, इसमें ऐसा है, उसमें ओपीडी का प्रेस्क्रिप्शन है, उसमें ऐसा है, इंटरप्रिटेशन एंड एडवाइस।
क्या है डायग्नोसिस इज एरोज जी? हां हो गया, समझ
गया। प्रेस्क्राइब थेरेपी
थोड़ा पढ़ा कर दो यार,
नहीं पढ़ा है। तो कहने का मतलब ये है, अभी अपोलो अडॉप्ट कर लिया है, वो बोलते हैं हमारे डॉक्टर है ना 30 मिनट्स लगाता है, 50 पेशेंट देखता है, आधा घंटा एक पेशेंट का लेता है फॉर एग्जाम्पल, अभी वो 200 पेशेंट देखेंगे।
वो तो ठीक है, मगर कई बार ये बहुत गलत होता है। You have to use your own human brain after this analysis.
सर कैसा है? उनका जो LLM है ना, रिव्यू तो मस्ट है, ये नहीं बोला किसी ने देख के रिपोर्ट निकाल, ये नहीं है। आप उसमें दो चीज आता है, आपने डायग्नोसिस रिपोर्ट लोड किया, आपने सिम्टम लिखे, दोनों होता है। Then you first cut you see, ठीक है, then you might ask for another diagnosis report और based on the symptoms you will give it to you। मैं टिपिकल एग्जांपल देता हूँ, मेरा एक दोस्त है, उसके फादर को and then एक प्रोजेक्ट, उसके फादर को अभी ब्लड कैंसर डायग्नोज हुआ, वो मुजफ्फरपुर या मुजफ्फरनगर बिहार में है, वहीं से बिलोंग करते हैं, मुजफ्फरपुर नगर यही है, तो वहीं से बिलोंग करते हैं। तो उन्होंने क्या किया, वहाँ पे बुखार आ गई, 1.5 महीने से बुखार आ रहा है, वो जाते हैं डॉक्टर के पास, डॉक्टर अपना ले दिया, एंड दैट इंक्लूड्स एम्स पटना, बुखार आ रहा है, एंड ही लॉस्ट 17 kilos in the span of 1 month. तो ही कॉल्ड मी, बोले सर ऐसा हो रहा है, मैं यार डायबिटीज चेक कर, पहला सिम्टम होता है, बोला नहीं सर डायबिटीज को कर लिया, ही जो उसको मामा है, तो मैंने बोला देन कॉल हिम फटाफट, एंड वी टुक हिम टू 40s, एंड जब हम इंटरनल मेडिसिन में गए थे, उसने डॉक्टर ने बोला कि आई सस्पेक्ट नहीं, हाँ पहले सर मेडिसिन में गए कि ये बुखार आ रहा है, एंड ही सॉ द डायग्नोसिस रिपोर्ट, एमसीबी की रेंज देख के उसने बोला आई सस्पेक्ट देयर इज समथिंग सम प्रॉब्लम, एंड when we went to the hematology department they told it's leukemia. So what I'm trying to tell, ये मत सोचिए कि कमांड दे दिया काम हो गया, ऐसे बहुत डॉक्टर कर सकते हैं कि अगर ओपन सोर्स में आएगा, मैं बिहार में बैठा हुआ हूँ अभी, जैसे मैं नहीं किया, मैं उसका डायग्नोसिस रिपोर्ट आया क्या सिस्टम पे डाल दे तो मेरे को रिपोर्ट भेज दे, ये कहाँ से निकालूं गूगल में, ये क्या है सो विद दिस
बड़े स्पेसिफिक सॉफ्टवेयर्स भी आ गए हैं, बहुत सारी कंपनीज जो है बहुत
सर इसके नीचे ना भी मैं लिखूंगा ना, काइंडली हेल्प मी विद द प्रिस्क्रिप्शन, वो भी दे देगा, वो तो ना मेरा मानस है, मेरा ये एज ग्रुप है, ये इस तारीख को हुआ था, वो भी देता है, बट उसमें नीचे लिखता है काइंडली कंसल्ट ए मेडिकल प्रैक्टिस, एंड वो हिस्ट्री भी लिखा है सब,
नहीं इंटरप्रिटेशन इज अ मस्ट,
डिस्चार्ज समरी है ना,
पड़ेगा,
डिस्चार्ज समरी
पड़ेगा, come under placement, it will help you, as you said, time is saved now, आधा घंटा
सर बेटर डायग्नोसिस है, एक लेडीज ने
decision aiding, yes.
They are decision aiding tools, not
Yes.
decision
making
making.
tool, 100%.
Yes, 100%.
एक लेडी है,
हेलो ब्रेक,
लास्ट एक लेडी है, उसने अपने बच्चे को लेके 6 महीने से
He has 30 seconds.
आई जस्ट टेल यू, एक लेडी है, डायग्नोसिस में इसका बहुत बड़ा रोल आने वाला है, उसने क्या किया, पिछले 6 महीने की सारा का सारा डाटा उठा के, प्रिस्क्रिप्शन उठा के, 6 महीने से जर्मनी की लेडी है, वो डाटा उठा के 6 महीने कितने प्रिस्क्रिप्शन सब डाल दिया इसमें, एंड इट किक्ड अप दिस इज सिस्टिक फाइब्रोसिस, एंड ही वेंट टू द डॉक्टर, सो एंड डॉक्टर ने बोला दिस हमने सोचा ही नहीं है, so with this thank you so much, I took a lot of time,
I know the reason why you talk about the German people.
thank you so much, thank you.
Manas, wonderful.
Wonderful German.
Give a big hand. My day is made today.
So much for your inviting words.
Really, Manas, you have done an excellent job.
बाद में करेंगे, अभी कहाँ खत्म हुआ है,
अभी नहीं बोला मैडम, अभी he still stuck with the lady now.
I think if Nagavi has taken some learnings and even our MCI person.
I have taken quite a lot of it.
Yes. So this is what our aim and objective was, to give you something. Don't treat it as a threat. Use it.
Yes, sir.
Just we are using the mobile.
I'd like to welcome most of the reputed faculty members of MVN University to this conclave. As we step into the next phase, I, with huge regard, leave the open mic for the dignitaries to come here and share the views up and beyond the conclave topic. Please, mic is all yours.
The learning for today is forenoon program. Before lunch, we had a very good discussion. Started with Professor Singh and then Nagavi and then Gupta and other people, especially Manas Ranjan. So the thing is that one thing which I have gained and which I keep on telling you and emphasizing you is that there is a need to give a proper learning to the student. It is not simple teaching. तुमने पाठ पढ़ा दिया और उसने पढ़ लिया और उसने पेपर दे दिया, पास हो गया. Learning means give them some problems, give them some objective, maybe in a group of 2 or 3. I have heard the lecture of Professor Nagvi when he arrived from the Dubai. He was a director there, so he told in detail about how problem solving, and you as a teacher, you know it better, that जब मैथ्स का जो पहले सवाल होता था, जब ये आईटी वाईटी नहीं होता था तो उसको सॉल्व नहीं होता था, तो उसके लिए कई किताबें देखनी, जब तक वो सॉल्व नहीं होता था तब तक दिमाग के अंदर घूमता था। तो जो प्रॉब्लम है ना, अपने प्रोफेशन से रिलेटेड जो प्रॉब्लम है, बट फॉर दैट गिविंग दैट प्रॉब्लम बाय द फैकल्टी टू a group of students is a problem, because you don't want to use your mind, you don't want to utilize your brain for giving students the problems. So you have to open up, you have to read more, and you have to also look into the real life situations, or maybe the problem which our health government is national health scheme and government is facing. You have to also read the newspaper. पीछे 2 दिन पहले जो था वो न्यूज़पेपर में आया था, विटामिन डी डेफिशिएंसी is very prominent, even 60%. Okay, so give it a problem to the student. What is vitamin D? How it is affecting the health of mental ability or bone strength or whatever it is. Okay? Let them read and then come back to you with the proper solution. So, if this type of a learning you give, you try to give them the problem and then solve the problem, then they will also understand the subject better. Okay? The other thing which Manas has told, that start using the artificial tools for making your presentation, for summarizing your report, or analyzing. And we always say that skill development is important. So he will be coming on 17th for 5 hours. Today we have very less time, approximately half an hour, 40 minutes, wherein he has demonstrated something, but later on all the faculty, or faculty, at least half of the faculty member with half of the students, you come with the laptop and your gadgets, and then start using that tool. Okay? If you don't practice it in your laptop or on your computer, then you won't learn. So start learning it, start developing that particular skills, and then give it to your students also. Okay? So that is very important, and it is important to upskill our university with these tools. Especially जो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ऑफिस है ना, वो हर एक, चाहे फार्मासिस्ट है, चाहे लॉ का स्टूडेंट है, चाहे वो मैनेजमेंट का है, चाहे वो कॉमर्स का है, तो वो उसकी मैं सिंह साहब को बोलता हूँ कि इसी तरीके की 5-5 घंटे या 2 घंटे की एक वर्कशॉप करें, ताकि उनको जो है एक एक्सरसाइज दें। अगर 50 बच्चे हैं तो 50 एक्सरसाइज अलग अलग दें एक्सेल की, और फिर उसे बोलेंगे सॉल्व करके जब वो लाएगा तो उसको फिर हम एनालाइज करें कि वो आता है कि नहीं आता, या पहले डिमॉन्स्ट्रेट कर दें कि इसको इस तरह से ये फार्मूला लगाना है, ये लगाना है, तो उस हिसाब से, क्योंकि वो चीज़ें भी तुम्हारे लिए भी ज़रूरी है और उनके स्टूडेंट्स के लिए भी बहुत ज़रूरी है। हमारे डायरेक्टर साहब नजर आ गए, इनको तो एडमिशन में टारगेट जो है ज़्यादा है, तो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को कैसे हम यूज़ करें सो दैट हमारा सोशल मीडिया पे और उस तरह से जो हमारे प्रेजेंस है वो MVN यूनिवर्सिटी की फैक्ट हो। वन थिंग आई एम टेलिंग यू Nagavi and Jabaran, that our fee structure is very low in comparison to other universities around Lingyas and Manav Rachana and even Sanskriti and all those. and our quality standards, quality education standards are very high. Okay. Why I am telling you is that other colleges and universities are adopting other means, and those non-attending and then making them to pass and all those things is not happening here. Students are learning. Now I see the attendance also is more than 60-70%, and I once again request you to force the students that they have a fear of you and come and attend the classes. This is the last phase, 1 month of the studies, and then there is a final exam. So जो फाइनल ईयर का स्टूडेंट है उसको हम प्लेस करने के लिए ट्रेन करेंगे, थोड़ा स्किल डेवलपमेंट के लिए, जो हमारी वर्कशॉप हो रही है 17 को भी होगी, 24 को भी होगी। आप सबको उसमें रजिस्टर कर दो। अपने 100 रुपये फीस रखी है, वो तो 5-5 हज़ार रुपये लेता है उसी चीज़ को समझाने के लिए। एंड इट इज़ वेरी गुड, सिंस ही इज़ ए गुड फ्रेंड, ही इज़ गोइंग टू, वो फ्री में भी पढ़ा देगा, बट आई वॉन्ट जेन्युइन स्टूडेंट्स। आई जस्ट डोंट वांट कि भाई 100 रुपये भी नहीं देना चाह रहा है और वो मतलब बैठ जाए और फिर वो न्यूसेंस क्रिएट करे क्लास के अंदर। तो एंड द अदर थिंग इज दैट डॉक्टर मानी नगावी इज ऑल्सो गोइंग टू गिव यू some of the things to the especially pharmacy and other teachers for how the learning can be improved, teaching and learning process can be improved. Nagavi. Javaran ji, you want to say something? No?
No, I think I will come there, otherwise these people will not see.
Hey?
I will come there along with you, so that they can see. आप इधर आइए। जी। आप बैठिए सर, मैं इधर आ रहा हूँ। वो दूसरा सीट लगा। मैं दूसरा सीट लगा। नहीं आप इधर बैठिए ना। Very good afternoon. I will stand for 10 minutes and then good afternoon, sir. Thank you very much for coming for this afternoon session. What I wanted to basically understand is, how many of you are from pharmacy? Raise your hand. Okay. What I want to ask you is, what is your thought process? What are your learning needs? Because I see a lot of young faculty members here. So, do you think you need to learn something, or you are fine? Learn something. So, what do you want to learn? To become an effective teacher, or to engage the students properly? To engage the students properly in the classroom, or to conduct effective examinations, effective delivery of the lecture? What are your learning needs? Can we start with this lady here? Yes, madam. What are you are a faculty member, right? Yes. What's your qualification?
Sir, I'm from pharmacology and now I'm pursuing PhD from MVN University.
You are pursuing PhD. Which university?
From MVN University.
From here only. I see this is approved as a research center also.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are your, do you take classes?
Yes, sir.
What do you teach?
It's a pharmacology.
Pharmacology. Okay. For B.Pharm and
yes,
maybe diploma also.
Yes, sir.
Maybe Pharm D also. Okay. Don't hesitate that others are sitting. Without any hesitation, you have to tell me what are your learning needs. How you are you an effective teacher already, or what do you think you should learn? Tell me.
So basically, we will learn things like.
Or what are the challenges in teaching and learning? Your challenges.
So to tackle students, to satisfy them.
To tackling the students is a big challenge. Okay. And to satisfy them. To satisfy their knowledge needs or learning style, or what do you mean by to satisfy them?
So basically the knowledge.
To give them the knowledge so that they understand, they appreciate. Okay, so you are probably not able to deliver with them. For that, what are the needs? Now I know new faculty's learning needs. I want to hear from you. I will tell you later We have talked to thousands and
So
so many
basically,
faculties we have handled students' needs.
So basically, we will teach the students with like PPTs, or we will deliver the lectures like with the projectors or some other in labs also, some instruments also. By this, we will increase the needs of this knowledge.
Are you confident teacher? Are you confident that you can go and teach, or there is a little bit
No,
of
no, sir,
hesitation?
I'm so
No, I didn't want to be a teacher. My parents forced me. Somebody forced me to come here.
No, sir, I'm so confident.
You are confident teacher, okay. Because let me tell you, with experience, what are students' problems, which I have identified. I can extrapolate it to the teachers also. What are the students' problems, madam? You should please sit and talk. What are your students' problems? Well, ultimately we have to solve some problems somewhere now. What are your students' problems? Can you generally tell me?
They don't want to write.
They do not want to write.
Yes.
Okay. That's become a universal issue now.
Yes.
They want PowerPoint,
Right.
and they will tell you, you just email me the PowerPoint or put it in the Google Classroom or somewhere, we will read that and write the examination. They don't want to write. Okay. Okay, we'll come to the solution later, but this is another problem. They don't want to write because writing has more or less little disappeared, if not completely. Okay, what else?
They don't want to learn a whole syllabus. They just only want important courses. Like
Learn from the point of examination.
So notes also.
Huh?
Notes. They want notes.
Oh, they want notes. Oh, we have to handle it here and there now. First, this lady said that they don't want to write.
Yes.
And you believe that they should write? Or you also believe that there is no need to write? What is your belief? They should write. Why they should write? No, how it will benefit them afterwards?
Because the writing skill is gone up.
One is different, madam, but in pharmacy, we want them to definitely write. Because tomorrow he goes to pharmaceutical industry or works in a hospital, he has to write reports. The batch manufacturing reports that the gentleman has to make. If he is in the hospital setup, case reports he has to read and make a report. So therefore, writing skill has to be there and you have to emphasize. How to do that in the classroom? How to do that in the classroom?
Sir, learning with fun.
Learning with
fun.
Learning with fun. Oh, you have gone to a different level altogether. Now let's be on a simple level. I got it, your point, but let's talk in a different way. I do not know. In different countries, this is a problem. So what they have done, there is an assignment writing as a part of the learning, and it has to be assessed and the marks have to go to the final exam.
We are giving.
You are giving, are you giving and asking them to write and bring the assignment? Or you are asking them to sit and write?
Sir, they are giving, they are submitting and we are evaluating them.
No, they are submitting after 24 hours or 48 hours.
One day time.
One day time, no, this cannot be done. They will cut and paste. They will cut and paste.
Writing we are taking it. My handwriting we
You are writing handwriting, madam. They will cut down and then they will write whatever possible and come without understanding anything. Yes. So therefore, I am giving you a suggestion that if not in the theory classroom, if you are taking laboratory, there is a plenty of time there.
Yes.
Ask them to write on some topic that you think important and give 3-4 topics so that they can copy from each other and you evaluate and give them the feedback. That's one way of, because this is a common problem. Student has very important problem. That was said they don't want it. Main problem of the student, as I have seen internationally in Mysore, is language. Main problem is language. I'm sure you may be also facing language here. Because students may be coming from Hindi belt. At home they will speak Hindi. This and you are talking blah 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 in English. It will be Greek and Latin for them. At least, do you have the language problem or not? Yeah. Then what is the solution for language problem? You have course on English?
Multilingual.
Huh?
Multilingual.
We are using both the language. We are using both the language.
No, you are using it, but the point is that the student doesn't understand what you talk. They come from a different medium. So you are trying to use both the languages and help him. That's one method. But what else? Do you have a course on English?
We do have a course in English.
Communication course.
First year.
Very good. So communication.
First year.
You have one semester, one English or more?
No,
Sir, in the first year we
have added value-added courses in each semester.
That value-added.
No, in the English, on the
basic language course we are talking.
On English language only.
Communication.
In 2 semesters.
Okay, you had 2 semesters. That's good because in UAE when I was working there, we had students in the pharmacy class from 25 countries. Totally there were students from 48 countries in the university. The main language issue is language. So therefore, there was one basic English course in semester 1. Communication skills in health sciences is another course. So like that, once you give those 2 courses, it's not that wonderfully they become English speakers. It will help them to understand what you are talking, what you are writing on the board or what. In fact, when I was taking a class, I used to take, there is a course called inorganic pharmaceutical chemistry. Correct? Who is the teacher here? Where is the teacher? When I was taking that class, one student was playing around with the mobile. Then I thought I fired the student and said, you see me after the class. Then when she came after the class, she said, how can you use mobile and all I'm talking? You know what she said? Sir, based on your pronunciation, I was trying to see the meaning of that in Arabic. She comes from Arabic background, and what you are pronunciating on that basis, a word that you have spelled, I am putting that there and trying to find out the meaning in Arabic. See, this is the problem of the students. Then when I was talking in orientation, I used to have another person in Arabic to talk to them. First year student doesn't understand. English language is a very important course. Please, is it evaluated? Do we have a continuous assessment and summative assessment? Does it go into the student's marks card?
Yes.
I do not know, because in some universities here, it is a college conducted exam. It's not a university conducted exam. In your case, what it is?
In our case, we conduct exam ourselves because we university.
Means university conducts exam.
But yeah, same thing for us, the schools or university, and but certainly it goes to their transcription. And it's a regular course like any other course.
Yes.
Yeah. No. In many colleges, what they say, it is not a university level examination. It is a college level examination. For example, he comes from a big university where there are hundreds of colleges. If you ask him, there are some things which college has to conduct examination. It is one of them. Whereas other courses, the university will set a question paper, give the question paper, common question paper for everybody, and evaluate. University evaluates.
But here the condition is university itself conducts the course. So there is
No. If university is conducting, as I said, it's okay. It's a unitary university. I understand. I wanted to know whether they have left that course to the college only, which probably is not.
No.
University conducts. To that extent, it is good. One problem is the language. The second problem I used to understand from the students is, when they come to first year especially, cultural issues, cultural complexities and cultural issues. Geographically, they come from a different place. They come from different parentage. They come from with different socio-economic backgrounds. They come from different priorities, passions in their life. We used to find that was a problem. And that has to be handled informally. There cannot be a course on that. Though there were in some universities, there are courses on cultural sensitivity. This has to be handled. I don't know to what extent this is the problem. Third and most important point we used to see in the students getting feedback from the faculty is attitudinal issues. Issues of behavior. Issues of first listening to the teacher. Then issues of completing the task on time, submitting the assignments on time, asking relevant and good questions in the classroom, their communication skills, like that attitudinal problem. Attitude has 50 different parameters of attitude. Those were the issues. So we used to tackle them informally, by talking to them, and there was a mentorship program there. I don't know whether it is there. Mentor-mentee is there. How many students are assigned to each mentor?
25.
Around 25. We used to have around 15, 20. But we were not calling mentor, we used to call academic advisor. Academic advising, because mentor-mentee is over in high schools. You can't mentor them here. They are adults. They vote who should be the Prime Minister of this country, who should be the Chief Minister of the state, what mentoring you do. So, academic advising related to the academic issues, call them and advise them when the sessional exams are conducted, the performance. The sessional marks are given only to the mentor or the advisor. Final grade sheet is given only to through the advisor, not from the college, not from the university directly. Then they have to go and sit with the advisor. Then the advisor will see, you have not done, I have told you, you have failed, you have repeated. Like that, And most important thing, advisor there. One advisor, let's say, I am the advisor, I am teacher of first year, I am assigned 20 students. I go with those 20 students till the final year.
Yes.
You do that here?
Yes, sir.
That should be done. Otherwise, what used to happen earlier in some institutions, first year, I am the advisor. When the student goes to second year, he becomes the advisor. Third year, she becomes the advisor. Final year, he becomes the advisor. To understand them what they are, you need 6 months.
Yes.
So therefore, we said, no, we will not. They will go with them till the final year. Those final year teachers who are handling and their students have won, they come to first year. That you should do. Academic advising. That's why, okay, like that, what are your needs of learning to become a teacher, good teacher? What are your learning needs? In other institutions, when I go and talk about faculty needs, number one, communication skill. Far from satisfactory. This is what managements tell me, senior teachers tell me, their communication skills are far from satisfactory. You only said, I'm not saying good or bad, you said you speak in both the languages. But I'd assume those two languages are English and Hindi. But a student has come from Tamil Nadu, your Hindi they will not speak, they will not understand, then what will you do with them? Or the student has from Karnataka in a Kannada medium, or Telugu medium, Malayalam medium. Hindi won't understand, English little understand, then what will you do? So my point is, you should try to communicate more in English. In the classroom, I would recommend definitely you should speak only in English. After the office hours, yes, because we had a policy in our university. There were students from 25 universities, 25 countries in the pharmacy classroom. There was a policy that you cannot talk in any other language except English. Though Arabic is the language there of the country, you have to speak only in English. Outside you speak none of anybody's business. There the cultural sensitivity was so high that you cannot speak about your country, you cannot speak about your mother tongue, and you cannot speak about your language. You have to just do your job and go home. There are a lot of things we talk here because we are a different complex country. But anyway, you have to have some policies regarding this. Otherwise, you will have clashes of the students with faculties, faculty and students. All dynamics will be there that you have to deal with. So therefore, first problem is young teachers, as I have come across and heard, they don't know how to teach. They don't know how to prepare lectures, how to engage the students, how to make powerful PowerPoints, how to engage the students of learning. Many of them will simply go there and put PowerPoint and read the PowerPoints. No, you can't engage the students like that at all. Or you may take notes, and somebody said, she said, notes, give notes. Sorry madam, in my life as a teacher, I have never given any notes to anybody in the university level. That you have to discourage. Slowly say, no, notes will be given, because in the morning while talking, I used 3 words. What is called as pedagogy, andragogy and heutagogy. Pedagogy is up to high school level or pre-degree, where you give spoon feeding to the student, you give notes there. It ends there. Then comes andragogy, assisted learning. You are only a facilitator of learning. Many institutions do not use the word teacher. For example, BITS Pilani. I am a product of BITS Pilani, did my master's in 79, PhD in 1983. At that time, there is no name of a word teacher there. They used to call facilitator and instructor. Instructor, facilitator. No teacher at a high pedestal. He is a friend by the side. He is not a sage on the stage. Those days are gone. You have to be a friend by the side and assist them in their learning. I don't know how many of you do what you do. You understand what I am talking? So this is the second problem is teachers do not know how to teach. So there are sessions what are called as micro teaching, learning how to teach. Because all of you have got your degrees, I know. You have got your master's degree, you have got your PhD, terminal degree, but you have not learnt anywhere how to teach. Whereas, to teach in a primary school, you have to have a NSTE. Then you have to have DEd. Then you have to have BEd. Then you have to have MEd. But higher education, somehow, is your terminal degree is enough, either master's or PhD. But today's children learn in a different manner. Some of you, I see you younger, maybe you belong to the 21st century, less than 25 years of age. You know learning style better than all of us. Now, in my time, if I take you back almost 50 years or so, I passed out my B Pharm in 1976 after my first degree in 1972. There was nothing like a syllabus those days. Not many textbooks at all. Whatever teacher comes and teaches, that is the syllabus. There are not many textbooks. 1 or 2 textbooks will be there in the library. Library was just 1/10 of this room, just a 10 by 10 room. That is the library. Journals are not existent. So we used to make our own notes. I remember I used to make notes with carbon paper on tablets. My friend will make notes on capsules. Another fellow will make on injections, either from Remington or some textbooks we see, and we share those notes. And we used to read. And only one institution, I am from Government Pharmacy College in Bangalore, only one college in the whole university. Whatever teaches the teacher, he examines you on behalf of the university and you are awarded. But today the change is Jayavalan tells me, in Rajasthan University of Health Sciences, there are more than 300 colleges. See, the challenge. It's a huge challenge. That apart, examination that apart, young teachers' problem is they don't know how to teach. So the institutions and the university's responsibility to put them through a proper training program, induction program. I don't know, do you have in this university, sir, FDP cell or teacher developmental cell, you call them by any name? If you have, you must have a regular engagement with the teachers when they especially are new. I would personally say that you must learn every year minimum 15 to 20 hours on topics related to teaching and learning. I won't talk about domain specific, that you are already in physics, chemistry, ecology, you are going for a conference, you are presenting a paper, you have done your PhD, you have done your publication. I am not talking about that. You have to undergo training and put your efforts at least 15 to 20 hours per year minimum. In our country it is going on because in many other countries to practice as a pharmacist you have to take examination every year. You have to renew your license every year. Unfortunately or fortunately it has come in the education system. I foresee a time when you will have to pass examination, if not every year, definitely every 2 or 3 years in the coming generations to come. Because the knowledge is changing. Just now our friend, where is he? What is his name? Ranjan. Manas Ranjan was taking a course on AI and all that. I felt that there must be an elective on AI in pharmacy, which is not there. And that is the future. And teachers, students will immediately imbibe that because they are already using this, that, and all things. And they have to do that tomorrow. I don't know your rigid system of curriculum design and all, whether there is a room for that. You have to create that room. That's why the whole problem issue is you are a unitary university under the Act, Private State University Act of Haryana. I think I have seen that it's in 2011 or 12. You have been given the status of a university and you have been empowered to design your own curricula, your own assessment systems. You must have a course, an elective course. Apart from many electives, one course on AI in pharmacy or AI in health sciences, more broad. 2-credit course. 2-credit course or 1 credit of theory, 1 credit of actual practicals. 3 hours per week, 1 hour of theory, 15 lectures in a whole semester and 30 hours of practical experience. Because, I don't know how many of you know, how do you calculate your credits for theory, lab and clinical assignments? Hello? You have a credit system here?
Separate and theory paper is separate.
How many hours of theory in a semester is 1 credit? How many hours of practical in a semester is 1 credit?
25 hours to 122.
1 minute. He is saying, I'll come to you. He said 25 hours, 1 credit of theory.
For theory,
Huh?
1 credit 1 hour, and for lab, 2 hours 1 credit.
In a week.
2 hours
In a week.
in a week.
Now I will summarize and tell you. Theory 1 credit means 1 hour of theory every week for 15 working weeks of a semester, or 16 working weeks of a semester is 1 credit. I'm telling you international standard. He said 25, it's actually more. It is 15 to 16 because you work academically solid only 4 months. Remaining time goes in holidays, the internal exam, end semester exam, holidays after that. Roughly, if you are doing 20 hours or 20 weeks, that's entirely different. It's very good, but it doesn't happen. Okay? Practical. So you got theory, 1 hour per week for 15 working weeks is 1 credit. Lab is double. 30 hours per week of lab for 15 weeks is 1 credit of lab. 2 hours of lab, for example, human anatomy and physiology, every week that lab is there. 15 working weeks like that, that is 30 hours of lab is 1 credit. And if you have a clinical rotation, practice school and clinical rotation, hospital visit and all that, 4 hours of that rotation is 1. The international standard, I'm not talking anything out of the box. You have to be aware because you are in university. I have seen this provision is not systematically made in the PCA regulation of pharmacy. Huh?
Already mentioned.
No, so 4 hours is also there, but they have not given matching curriculum to that. For example, let's say, they say 3 hours of particular credit of a theory or 2 hours. The teachers complain and say, sir, there is so much of a material sitting here. I cannot complete in 2 hours. They say 2 credits or they say 3 credits, it will not be finished. Because somebody told me, sir, that 1 year course material that was sitting in an annual system, they have pushed it into semester. It cannot be done like that. It's very, very unscientific. It is a pain for the teacher and it is much more pain for the student to learn. So, we need to standardize that. That's where you have to sit together, debate together, discuss together, look at the standards that the country has recommended. I was sharing in the morning, many of you are not there. The B Pharm total credits is about 221 credits. UGC of India recommends only 160 credits for the whole B Pharm program of 4 years. 160 means 40 per year. 40 into 4 is 160. 40 per year semester means 20 credits maximum per semester. Whereas you go and see this thing somewhere, there are 28 credits, 29 credits sitting there. Tutorial credits on the top of that. Too much of a content there, and there is so much of overlapping, so much of repetition. What you have to teach, you are not teaching them. What they have to do, they have not learned what they have to do when they go outside the institution. As a result, you are giving certificates and they are waste on the street. They are not getting proper jobs. Though they have got distinction ranks, they are not getting proper jobs. Why? Because you have not made them skill ready. You have not made them job ready. That comes, here we come to an issue of proper curriculum design. And you as a university, you are empowered in the act to design. Whether you want to design or not, you want to take a shelter or something, it is your choice. Whether you have the capability or not, whether you are a training or not, that's a different issue. But by the act, you have been empowered to design your own curriculum. You must design your curriculum taking into account all these issues so that the curriculum becomes more vibrant, meets the requirements of the day, future needs of the thing. AI is the future. AI is the future, and you don't even utter that word AI. And somebody in the morning, that the learned speaker was saying, students, why teachers do not know how to use properly Microsoft Word. Then what will you teach? Students do not know how to make proper PowerPoint. They simply cut and paste and push it into the PowerPoints. Forget Excel and other things that are there. You have to learn, and you have to learn. Not only learn, you have to teach. Do you have a course on computer skills? It is there. You should learn that and use it to them in all other courses. See, what happens in your universities is, okay, computer is a skill, I learned it, I passed the exam, job is over. No. Computer is a part and parcel of our life. Wherever I go, I may not ask my wife to accompany me, but laptop accompanies me. You understand what I am talking? To that extent, it has become a part and parcel of our life. I have to come here with laptop. I'll go with the laptop. Wherever I travel, laptop. Why? Because it's a part and parcel of our life. But have you been trained how to use all these gadgets? Then if you are not trained, how are you going to train the student? Student has learned. Oh, student, my granddaughter who studies ICSE, like CBSE, there is ICSE. Problem-based learning, she is learning in the 5th standard, sir. There are problems given there. She is learning PBL in the 5th standard. And when these children finish all that CBSE, this SE and come to college, they are wondering what is happening here. They are not able to link with the teachers and the way they are teaching and the way they have been taught in the classrooms, in the high schools. It's a big tragedy today. Because CBSE and ICSE syllabuses, they change every year, every 2 years. They update them like this. Like this they update. Whereas our curriculum, pathetic. Diploma curriculum was changed after 30 years, one generation. B.Pharm curriculum, what we are following is 2014 or 2017. 14. Sir, 2014 means already 11 years are over. In 11 years, so much of water has flown in, which is the river here, Yamuna? Yamuna. So much of water has flown in 7 years in Yamuna and you have not changed. See, education, please understand why I am giving the example of Yamuna, is that river is a very dynamic system. It is dynamic because it continuously flows forward, doesn't go backwards. It originates in Himalayas, but it doesn't go back to Himalayas. It goes forward always. So like that we have to change, looking forward to meet the future needs of our children and grandchildren. I am now worried. My grandchild and this thing is now, she is already in the 5th standard. In another 10 years or 12 years, she will finish her degree and she will come to college. I don't know if she wants to join pharmacy, whether the syllabus will be changed or not. It will be, you are saying optimistically, but I have my own doubts because with all due respect to regulators and all, they are experts in their own ways. Unfortunately, their thinking doesn't match with the future needs of the society. Aspirations of the institutions, aspirations of the children who are sitting here, their future. I am saying this with a lot of responsibility, seeing what is happening there. Then what do you have to do? In many other places they cannot do much, but you can do here as a private university. Last 10 years we have taken it as a mission in our center, SDR center, to go whenever opportunity is there to private and deemed universities. Baba, change. You have been empowered by the Act. You can change. They also have a number of problems. Some of them, they do not know how to change. They will not change. Inertia rules in many places. I am comfortable here. Left with the 3-4 years of service, why should I bother so much? In many other cases, there is so much of work to be done here to change the curriculum, this like that. One institution which implemented this, she said, sir, we have put in 900 to 1,000 man-hours to bring about the curriculum change in a very systematic manner. And people say, what the hell, 1,000 man-hours and all. As it is, you don't have time. That's what he was telling. The main problem of people today is that they don't have time. They don't have time also to die. So without time, they will die. It's a tragic situation where, Anyway, see, my point is to sensitize you that please change. Willingness to believe, these 2-3 things I always tell, willingness to learn is a must for a teacher. I am learning at this age. At this age I am learning. Many people ask me, sir, what is your age? What is your age? I tell them I am 27 years young with 48 years of experience. If you want to challenge me, come. In In teaching learning, you want to challenge me, come. Because I am a learner, continuous learner. I have learned today from Manas Ranjan so much of scope in AI. I have already PowerPoint made in my laptop, about 10, 12 PowerPoints, how AI is useful in education and higher education. He added a lot of value to that. Like this we have to change. Please don't wait for the world to change. Please don't wait for the neighboring college to change. Please don't wait for your neighbor to change, your colleague to change. You change for yourself, for your people. That is the message I want to give you. Nobody insisted me, I have to tell you a little my own change, how I contributed. See, I was always thinking that we should do something in pharmacy practice. I'm telling you, 32-year-old back, 32 years back, 1992, I went to Australia along with Professor Suresh. We were there for 1 full month in Australia, went from institute to institution with the hope to bring a working curriculum in pharmacy practice, or today you call it as clinical pharmacy. We implemented it in 1995 in Mysore University, the MPharm pharmacy practice course, because then pharmacy practice was unheard. But we said we will do this because there is an urgent need. As a result, today you have more than 40-50 institutions offering MPharm, clinical pharmacy, PhD, pharmacy practice, community pharmacy, clinical pharmacy. This because I realized that there is some problem here, we need to add value. Like that, you have to find out. As a head of the institution, I felt that we must do something as an institution. You may not be able to do that. Garg will worry about. You have to worry about at your level. What are the pain points of the students? What are the pain points of the institution? Where can you help to elevate that pain point? Should be the thought process. Okay, sir. I think with that I will close. I don't want to sermonize and give lectures unless you want to ask a question. Otherwise, I can go on and on. Thank you, Professor Garg. Yes, sir.
Very good afternoon. Good afternoon, all of you. I know Professor Nagavi for the past 2-3 decades. He is a very good teacher. Everyone knows he was the principal of JSS Private Pharmacy, Mysore. And he is the inspirational teacher who was very interested with problem-based learning and case-based learning in pharmacy. He has conducted so many lectures in several places. I heard from him about problem-based learning. I was very much inspired. And at that time of COVID, I was trying to connect with sir. He just came back from Gulf at that time. So he is a very good teacher, and now he still has that same interest and affection towards the profession and teaching. Today it is a wonderful day. We all learned several things about academic leadership and how to become a very good teacher, how very good administrator in teaching. So I thank the opportunity provided by MVN University, Vice Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, Registrar. And I thank all of you for giving me a chance to be with you on this day. Thank you very much, sir, Nagavi sir. So we'll have the meetings and we'll be in connection with the interest of the students in the future also. Thank you. And thank Manas sir also, and the lecture by Vice Chancellor sir was very inspiring. That is like a marketing, that is a management class with the definitions and quotes. So I liked it, sir. Actually, I attended my PG Diploma in Marketing Management courses for 1 year. So I recall all those classes. Thank you, all of you. It's a very wonderful day. Thanks for everything. Sir. Thank you.
सेक्रेटरी साहब आप कुछ करिए। सबसे छोटी फैकल्टी कौन सी है इधर, इसकी ये सबसे छोटी है?
सर ये ज्योति या पुष्पिका ये लोग होंगे सर।
कौन है? आओ इधर, इधर से आ जाओ, इधर से आओ। बताओ क्या सीखा है आज? हिंदी में, इंग्लिश में थोड़ा कुछ सीखा सर से?
Yes, sir. A very good afternoon to everyone. So I am Ms. Pushpika from Pharmacy Department. Firstly, I'll introduce myself. So I have done my bachelor and my master from Vanasli Vidyapeeth. Now I'm pursuing my PhD from MVN University. Okay, so right now I have listened lecture from him, and it was very inspiring. One thing I've learned is whatever you do it for yourself, not for the world to change or for your friend, for your colleagues, and for your family. Like whatever you want to do, just do it for yourself only. Okay? So that's the most beautiful and most understanding thing that I have taught today. So I think this is all I can say right now. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening to all of you. I will say three things to you, rather just as a introduction of ourselves. First of all, I will take a few minutes for what we are, what we do, and what we should do in the future. We are a very young university, and we have very good young faculty. You are better than what I was in your age. You are a good worker, and hope you will help the many young boys and girls of this region to make their career, to make their life. We have a very good team as far as the management is concerned, a cohesive team, and a very supportive chancellor. I think this is a unique university where many of you as a faculty, what to talk about the students, might have not seen the face of our young chancellor. No interference, always support. So we are a good family, and we will remain as a good family. This is my first part. Second part, what we do. You know that we have the 6 schools. We try to incorporate whatever the good things are communicated to us by the media, by our friends, by our peers, by our guests in our curriculum, and we always try to learn from everyone. You know that we have engineering college, where we have the 2 special courses, BTech in AI and BCA in AI. In pharmacy, we know that we have computer courses, the mathematics courses, the statistics courses, because I have never read the B of biology, but still being with you, I have learned what is the pharmacy, little bit of that. We have law college, where again we emphasize on the language, we emphasize on mathematics, we emphasize on research. So we do a lot of activities, and then we are ready always to gain more knowledge in any subject, not only in the AI, where we have invited Mr. Manas Ranjan to give us a little bit more on the AI. Otherwise, our students are very smart. They know very well that what you are going to ask in the exam, because the same prompt they write as you write while you make the question papers. No harm in doing that, because it saves the time. The third thing, what we should do in future.
as a teacher, or as a mentor, or as a facilitator, when we are going to the class, we must link everything to the real life. Many times my management and the computer science colleagues, they are fed up with me because I ask them some repetitive questions. And I ask them always the mundane things, which they may be believing is not required. Like, in mathematics there is a rule. Some of you know, might have asked earlier, but not to the other colleagues. 3:4 is equal to 4:3. 4 plus 3. What is this law is known as? Commutative law.
Yeah.
In the mathematics. How many times, madam, you have used this since morning? Anyone? Are you using it now also? You are using it now also. You are sitting on the chair. Chair is not sitting. Your shirt and pant has a definite order. You enter this room, there is an order. First you have to open the gate, and then you can enter. What is this? Commutative law. This is what? Order. It is what? Mathematics. It never leaves you even for a second. I can quote you thousands of mathematics law without which you cannot live for a second. It is such a real science. So try to link everything when you go to the class, and you will not learn it one day. You know, this question answer I learned when I was in 3rd year of the PhD. A professor asked one day that you are teaching a 6th standard child, how you will teach him the commutative law. Then he said, when you are teaching in the 9th standard or 10th standard, then how you will teach the commutative law. He gave me 15 days. I could not find the answer. I went to him, I say, I could not find the answer. Then he gave me the answer, Professor O.P. Srivastava. He was my advisor, professor, dean, everything when I was PhD student. And then he gave me the example of the sulfuric acid and water. You know, one side, it becomes dilute. And another side, you know what happens? There is a blast. Heat is generated. So what is important? Order. What is order? Commutative law. What is commutative law? It's any number multiplied by 0. 0. Why? Can you give me a real life example? Okay, that's good. Then we will become 0. But another one is that sounds needs media to travel. And in Hindi mythology or Hindu mythology, whatever you want to call it, 0 is not something but is soon. And soon is very near to what? Vacuum. Because even when you pronounce the soon here, and it looks like that we are in the vacuum. And sound needs media to travel. So when there is a vacuum, it becomes what? 0. So it is again a mathematics rules which is being known as what? Multiplicative law of 0. So I can count, I can give you a large number of examples if I have been given a subject of the mathematics. But today it is not the time, but I want to say only one thing to you. When you teach, link everything to the real life examples. Your student will remember, your student will appreciate, and you will also enjoy it. That I know today, whatever I was teaching, I can link it to what? Real life examples. With these words, I again thank my guests for the day, and I also compliment all of you for Professor Ashutosh, his team, and Mr. Yogendra, that they have done an excellent job by organizing this. But certainly, with overall direction from Professor Garg, and hope that we will have more. And next conference, whatever we will have, we will listen and you will speak. That you have to do this thing. Otherwise, listening always is not a good thing. Questioning the listener, whatever somebody is saying and speaking, both the things are very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable session, and you really filled the session with the academic knowledge and wisdom. Another sensible way to end an event with national anthem. I request everyone to please rise for the same.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध